Well, hello there. Hello, my sweet pretties. I forget where that's from. My pretties. It's like a witch saying it. My pretties. I wonder if I could. Oh, really? From Wizard of Oz? Fly, my pretties. Hmm, maybe. Um, okay, so here we are. And just to get you caught up, it looks like he didn't sell the house. So it's still on the market. He's going to keep it on the market. There's no way. You know, when I look at the other houses that are cheaper than this one, I'm like, they are so superior. He thinks he can get 1,500 for this. I've seen gorgeous homes for 1,500 in this area. Now, maybe not where you live, but where I live, gorgeous, and that's Canadian dollars. So take a third off. So $1,500 our money is about 11 or $1,200 your money. Well, a third off would be 1,000. It's approximately, that's maybe a bit much, but anyway, a quarter to a third off. An American dollar is worth usually about a third to a quarter more. But anyway, and then he starts to get yippy at me, saying that somebody said that I was getting too involved in the showing. Well, it's a tiny house, and I'm sitting in the middle of it. And I have been extraordinarily polite and courteous and honest. See, I thought about it as I was walking around. I'm sure everybody goes through this as they're a salesperson, right? Like when somebody is showing this house, like when you're selling something, especially something as big as a house, do you want to show them the bad stuff or not? Now, again, 300,000 is kind of on the low side, but this is a problematic house. It's a house with a ton of problems, and I think my landlord is getting a dose of that. So he didn't get any offers, but I guess one of the agents said that I took control of the tour, and it became rushed. Well, I think maybe one or two times I felt that way in myself, and I said, I can't do that. I can't get that way. I felt like, oh God, another one. Let's just hurry up and get them through and get them out. But I felt that coming on, the rush part of my brain, and I decided to turn it off. I was like, no, I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to be a courteous, good person. Even one said, why are you doing that? Like, well, are you getting paid for this? And I was like, no. Why are you doing this? Like, what's going on here? And I said, well, or they asked me something about whatever. And I said, I'm just telling the truth. And, they paused. This girl, agent, paused. But I guess she had to respond, right? She said, well, the truth is good. But I guess to a salesperson, the truth is relative, right? People are climbing 3 insane pieces of stairs in this place. The shed, basement, is a hole in the ground with garbage, crickety old terribleness. Same thing with the basement, and same thing with the attic. They have this house listed as 1.5. That is, I don't care about the law, but it's completely immoral. There's no way that you should be calling upstairs, and you shouldn't even be calling downstairs anything. there's really, this house is just full of storage. And poor people need to live here. Or a poor person. People, and when I'm looking out in the world, when I compare this house to the other stuff out there, this place is kind of a dump. I've been doing it. I've been going to the realtor.ca. Now, maybe I'm an expert, right? And I am. Trust me, I am. When I saw this house listed for $1,100, that 5.5 years ago, I was like, wow, a whole house for... Oh, and then I saw it and I was like, oh, okay. Now I understand. Now I understand. Because it really kind of doesn't work. Like, the only... Like, the front room is a good room. I would say there's nothing that the tiling... Okay, so, like, I mean, the list of problems with this house is very long. Now, I don't go over them all. Maybe the big ones, like obviously when somebody is about to climb down some nightmarish stairs and concerned that they're going to kill themselves, I mention it. When they can't stand up in the basement. And by the way, I've left everybody alone outside unless they wanted me to come outside. And see, that's the thing. I asked everybody if they would like me to come with them or show them. And the only thing I would say to them as they arrive and are looking out back or something, I would yell out through the window, make sure you check out the basement down there. Because it's really a selling feature. And then if they're super friendly, if they're standoffish, then I leave it, right? And if they're super friendly, I join them. Or I say, do you want me to show you? And they say, oh, come on, yeah, sure. Yes or no. It's up to them whether or not I join them. Your chat window broke yesterday. I still listened to the whole show. Oh. Okay, so one of the things that I find happens is you will type something into chat, okay? Or somebody will type something into chat, and it will get censored. So, and you see it. I'm recording it, so you see it. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I click on it and I say show. And I read it and I'm like, why the hell would that have been censored? But anyways, I wonder if that isn't part of it. But I don't know. I'll try to keep a closer eye on it. I thought I was a pretty close eye. But I'm just kind of going over. I got an email from my landlord yesterday, and no thank yous, right? Which maybe they're just being polite and nice, but nearly everybody has said, wow, you're a really great tenant. Why are you doing this? Why are you being so nice? If you're being evicted, why are you being so nice and courteous? You know, thank you for the information. And then I would ask them if they want more. And they would say yes or no. Usually no meant they've seen enough, they don't like it, they're moving on. But yes means they're still interested and they want to hear more. So then I tell them about the neighbors. There's problems with this house that I forget about. Literally, I forgot about, like the roof. I don't think about that. Even the tree out back. Now, seeing it and so many people's eyes being drawn to it, now it's like forefront of my mind now. But for the first couple showings, I'm like, oh yeah, I forget about having to look at the roof. I forgot about having to, you know, cut down the tree in the backyard, and so on and so on. The retaining wall, the big tree next door that's going to have to come down that he's not going to want to take down until the last minute. You know, so many problems with this house. And when you compare this house to other houses on the market, oh my. This house is overpriced. And this house is just full of problems. And it needed a specific person. And that was me, a single man. And I'm not kidding. That other room is not a room. For lots of reasons. Um, it's just a house full of tons of problems. He bought it for super cheap. He got it for next to nothing. That's what I was told. And but all of a sudden he expects that this house is somehow magically improved, which it hasn't. He hasn't done really much to it. He finally fixed a leak, which the leak started. The leak was there when I moved in, and I told him about it. Every year he'd come over and ask about stuff, and I'd say, well, that leak is still there, and that's about it. And he would just ignore it, and that's it. That's the only communications we'd have every year. I'd tell him about that, and he'd say, well, I'm going to come over and do the smoke detectors, and I say, well, you can, but I'm just going to take the battery, as soon as you leave, I'm going to take the batteries out and take them off the wall, because I hate these things going off all the time. So I said, don't bother. Like I'm saving him money. And then I find out that technically he's not allowed to put some of the things in the lease that he did. Like I was doing all the yard work. Well, he's supposed to do that. Legally, he has to do it. But I've been doing it. So for 6 years, I've been doing yard work for him, and so on and so on. Like, I've been very good, and I've been very kind. And now, again, a salesperson might know when to lie, but I'm sure that a house salesperson, a real estate agent, knows when to lie and when to tell the truth, and who they want the truth told to and who they want the lies told to, right? I don't. So I've been just, telling the truth to everyone. And, I guess one person said, well, Gary kind of rushed us through, and that's what he brings back to me. I'm sure that a lot of them were saying, wow, your tenant is really nice. But he picked out the bad one. You know why? Because he's being a prick. And he's doing it on purpose. That's my guess. My guess is that he's doing it on purpose because he wants me out. Because this dumbass old troll that should be retired, and he's a jerk too. And he's weird as fuck. Might be the guy's dad. But anyway, he said that you could get, if Gary left, you could get another $300 a month out of this place. And I look around for an extra $300, and you can get fucking beautiful shit. Gorgeous. Brand new. Newly renovated. Proper spaces. No more ducking and small rooms and tiny this and tiny that. There's no family is going to move in here. No young couple. Everybody is turned off by this place. The one bedroom has no closets. The front entranceway has no closet, no storage. The storage room in the master bedroom is a bed and a dresser, and that's it, and it's jammed full. You can't even move. You can't have, you have to, one person at a time has to go in that room. I'm not joking. That's how small it is. One person at a time. And the closet doesn't work. It's too shallow. It's too shallow. It doesn't work. You cannot put a hanger in there. You have to put the hanger in and then turn it sideways. So no women is going to want this. The only thing that this would be for is like a super, and not even anymore, because like I said, if you're super impoverished today, there's better for cheaper. To purchase and to rent. Both. Like, if you had a workshop and you were going to work out back, you were going to fix that thing up and work out there and have like a little business running out of your backyard, okay. But nobody does that anymore. People don't, have workshops in their backyard because everything is too cheap. You're not going to be fixing chairs for people, like on the weekend. You're just going to throw it away, and then buy a new chair because they're too cheap. They're not worth fixing. The amount of money that you would have to pay somebody to fix the chair, you're better off to just buy a new one. Stuff like that. So people don't really work from home unless it's like computer related or something. You know? So there's no need for a freaking shed with a basement. It's just, but anyway, so he actually literally came at me with that. And I was like, you fucking prick. You really are going to blame me for this house not selling, aren't you? This house not selling, you're going to blame me for it. I can see it. Even if he doesn't say it to my face, he's already starting to think it. Well, Gary there is turning all the way the good money away. I don't know where he got up with this. Like I said, all of the rent is in his pocket. Like, I'm completely up to date. And the inside of this house is well taken care of. The outside is good. Not great, but it turns out that if he wanted it great, he was supposed to do that himself. Not sit around and wait for me. But I don't know. I didn't really care. But I get, like, if I didn't do it up to his standards, then he's supposed to do it. If I do anything outside, that should be considered a bonus, I guess. But I didn't care. This house is broken, and even the roof is starting to sag. He just fixed a leak. The roof is sagging. That's probably going to leak in another few years or whatever. One more good branch falls off of one of those dead trees on that roof in the wrong way. There goes the roof. I bet you that'll be the end of it. There's not much, because it's almost flat in that one spot. It's going to start to go underneath flat, which means water's going to pool on the roof, and that's going to be a huge issue. This is why he wants to unload the house. He's starting to see the amount of money that this house is going to cost soon. But he thinks he's the only one that sees it. Maybe I'll be able to get some real estate agents to trick people into buying it for me. Yeah, okay. And maybe if Gary wasn't there, then they'd be able to trick these potential buyers better. That's what I'm getting now. That's the impression that I'm at now. I have to hurry up and get my money out of this place before it really starts to fall apart. I don't know. I don't know how he could not like me. The only way that he could not like me as a tenant is for completely absurd reasons, like imaginary reasons. Things that he's made up in his head. So, but anyways, so pissed me off. Now the showings are going to continue. They were supposed to be over yesterday, but now there's some today and some tomorrow. He told me that the showings he was going to make a decision on Thursday night. But now the showings are going to continue. Because his dumbass, little troll, old, should-be retired, idiot, frickin' real estate agent, which, by the way, if you would hear the stuff that comes out of his mouth, you would go, what the fuck planet did this guy come from? But I guess maybe because he's 172 years old, people just kind of go, well, he's just really old, so we'll let him say really stupid things. I don't know. But, so, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's strange. Very strange. All those photos that you see on my website and on the thing, you see that house? That's me. I clean that. I did that. That's how I keep it all the time. It always looks like that. Once in a while, there'll be a couple of dishes here or there. But I mean, they get picked up and put away right away. They're real close. There's no issues with this house. I might not be scrubbing things as clean as he wants them, but you can see the pictures for yourself. You tell me if that is a clean, organized home, ready for showing. I've got this place set up after 6 years of experience as really well. I'm a smart guy. This is it, you know. And, you know, like every room has problems pretty much. Well, I guess in everything, in every house has problems. But when like I said, when I take a look at the stuff available for a comparable amount of money, it's like, oh my God. Anyway, so I want to just get that go. It seems as though I'm sharing my personal life in these streams, little bit by little bit. So I guess that might be the, well, obviously that's going to be the through line. It's me, but I guess, you know, keeping people updated until, you know, until I don't know. But anyway. So it's last week I wasn't able, and I can't even remember why. I'm not writing this stuff down. I can't remember why I didn't do Oz night. But last week was skipped. So there was no Oz night last week, which is kind of unfortunate. But anyway, doesn't matter. Some things, some of my Canadian horror. I'm a fan of their YouTube channel. They spoke about the hilarious House of Frightenstein, which, if you don't know what this is, definitely check out this video. It's amazing. I wrote a little piece about the left used to be liberal and the right used to be libertarian. No matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. Just a little piece of wisdom. I'm not long-winded. I don't really, I don't mind writing, but the problem is if I try to put too many ideas, like a great big concept into an article, like some people try to do, like try to take a look at a thing and then bring in all of its parts. I'm terrible at that, so I don't do it. That's why I'm talking. Audio. And I also don't listen to my own audio, so if I didn't get it right, then it's too bad. It's already there. And there's nothing for me to look at and go, oh, there's a spelling mistake, and oh, I should have done that, or I should have included that, oh, I want this, or I want that, oh, blah, blah, blah. So that's why I'm Mr. Audio. But anyway, a base D-Live meme. I looked at this, and you have to look at it real hard, but once you see it, it's pretty awesome. So you can share this on social media and you'll get brownie points. Just right-click and download, save image as, right? And then this is yesterday. Let's get out of here, and I'm suing the government. Maybe glowing. Maybe it has something to do with. Maybe it has something to do with. Me turning on and off the webcams. See, when people come, I am recording off of a webcam. And this webcam is this image up here, which I'm going to shake right now. And it's also the microphone. That's my setup. $20 webcam from, I don't know, 10 years ago. And yeah, so that's my audio and video. So I just turned that off, and I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that during showings that works. But maybe that does a little blippy blip in the software, in the program, in the stream. and maybe that kind of affects, that bounces people around. I would like you to do some testing if you can, if you're still here, when it happens and you can't chat. Maybe just a refresh. You know, shut it all down, shut my stream down, and then start it up again. Like close out all your web browser, close out YouTube, and then get back into YouTube. Close it out and then get back in, and see if that fixes. I don't know. I might have to give you, if you're going to be my my guy, then I might have to give you some type of special access to me. I might have to create some access to me and give it to you, some direct access, because that could be valuable. I would give you the title of moderator, but that doesn't help if you can't chat, right? And I don't want moderation. I really don't. I guess I haven't really looked into it because I just don't want it. But I guess it's possible that the moderation could be limited to nothing. I don't know if I could just untick all the boxes. But again, how does that help? I think it has to be outside of YouTube. If the internet goes down, then, well, I'm screwed generally. But anyway. So I think that's getting everything caught up between yesterday and today. And I'm assuming the government is doing... See, when one is doing better than the next article, that's telling me that it's not just crawlers, like a YouTube and Yahoo's and your Bings and all that kind of crawling the internet for to make sure that they have the correct stuff in their systems to provide people with search results. But this is an actual click. So this is interesting people. And see here too, like if it goes down, see it goes from left to right. If it goes down, then this one is a little bit more popular than, see, again, it's going down. So things are happening on my website, which is interesting. It's weird. By the way, if you want to know, I used to do kind of a lot of mainstream movie stuff, like current. So you'll see all of the top things are mainstream movie stuff, and it's hundreds of thousands. Like this is 250,000 links or hits. So yeah, that's the thing. I used to be kind of just mainstream. I used to do a lot of it, and I still do. I still talk about, you know, horror movies and things like that. But yeah. So I can get a lot of links into my stuff, but since Hollywood has been shut down, people aren't really searching the internet for current movies and looking at, you know, like there was a routine and a train that everybody was on, you know, talking about the new stuff that was hitting the movie theaters and that. And now that's over. Maybe forever. So all of that kind of traffic disappeared. It's interesting, though, because sometimes I would share a link. Well, it's all YouTube videos, right? It's all YouTube videos. So this would be, seriously, what is it? Say, let's just do The Turning. Well, no, it doesn't matter. You're just going to trust me. Gretel and Hansel, you can look it up on the website if you want. Gretel and Hansel is, I'm 99% certain that all of these are just reviews of these movies. So Gretel and Hansel 2020 is, when you click on this, it's just a review. Now, maybe people thought that it was the actual movie, and that's why they clicked on it, but it's not. It's just the review. And I literally just, I didn't type in the word review here. Now, you could say that that is misleading, but I thought it through, and I don't want the word review here, because it might not be. I just want whatever, I want the title of the movie here, and I want to put underneath that title whatever I want. And it could be a review, but it might be something different. It might be a comparison. It might be, all sorts of different things. It might be whatever. So I wanted to leave the option open. And I wanted people to just be able to come to my website and type in the name of the movie and then get sort of thoughts on that thing. But I've obviously moved into a slightly different direction and doing different things. And here we are. But anyway, so let's get to today's stuff. This is Oz Night in the morning. Oz Night in the morning. I can't do The Wonderful Wizard of Oz yet because we haven't done enough of these episodes. We're not ready. We're not. This is the actual execution of the movie. We have to decide what the movie is first, and that's what Oz Night is. Wow, all that talking, and my coffee is cold. I talk too much. I guess this is a good job for me. So, once again, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz horror remake is the thing. Okay? And I have the world's greatest, most unique, very cool, very awesome way that we're going to make this movie together. But first, I can't stress enough, look at the warning. The books are in the public domain. The movies are not. You have to keep that in mind. I'll give you the best example. See, this is the witch, right? In the book. See these, the slippers in the books? The slippers are gray. The slippers in the book are gray. But in the movie, they're ruby. Ruby slippers. So Disney owns the ruby slippers. That's their idea. And if you tried to, they would copyright the shit out of your life if you tried to copy them. So it's important, it's important to understand the difference, what you're allowed to copy and what you're not. Like, again, I'm a libertarian and this is all stupid. However, we still live in a world with copyright laws and intellectual property laws and stuff. So we have to maneuver, we have to work with them, speak out against them, but we still don't want to go to prison or whatever, right? But see, even they know that the copyright stuff is crazy, and that's why with the YouTube stuff, there was no way YouTube was going to be able to figure it out. There is no way, because none of it makes any sense in any way, shape, or form. It's all garbage. It's all garbage. Completely trash. Well, and these are the rules, but, sometimes they're not the rules, and sometimes we let it go because it benefits us. We decide, we make the rules, but we only punish people when our wallets get affected, and so on and so on and so on. So it's a really weird, strange world of what are you allowed to talk about, what are you allowed to use, what are you allowed to, this and that, and what are you not. And then on their side, they go, well, this person over there has the idea. Why don't we just steal it from them? Or just a lot of the people in these big corporations just are creatively retarded. So they just go to, some other place and steal the shit. Here, I'm going to give you, before we get going, because this is important. So I guess we can talk about this. This is a production meeting. We'll get into the second half of the book in a bit. Connecting the dots, part 3. Oh. What is this? What are we? It's been a while since he's done this. No justice for Anas. The bad guys won.
There is theft constantly, and the horrifying thing about it is that these people do not perceive of themselves as thieves.
Nerderotic.com.
You'll learn pretty early on.
Now, let me be frank. Gary from Nerderotic is not, N-O-T, not a libertarian, which means he is incorrect. He is correct in the current dummy-dumb world vision of intellectual property. He goes along with the current dummy-dumb, dumb idea, and I don't necessarily blame him. Intellectual property is an extraordinarily advanced libertarian concept. Extraordinarily advanced. This is postgraduate studies. To understand intellectual property, you have to complete kindergarten freedom, primary, secondary, college, master's, and now you're in your doctorate level of freedom. That's how much you need to understand freedom in order to get to what I'm about to say, and I'm going to say it now. Intellectual property is not property. Intellectual property doesn't exist. It needs to be deleted from everybody's brain. Stop it. Intellectual property encompasses copyrights, patents, and all of these types of things. All of this type of human brain stuffy stuff, that is not property. If you create an idea and somebody else uses your idea, but again, you need a super mega big brain in order to get to this level of libertarianism. And I'm going to just tell you, most libertarians don't even get to that level. Okay? This is a postgraduate, super mega high IQ, very advanced libertarian concept. And I don't blame it. I don't blame people for not understanding it. It's like trying to teach a 6-year-old about calculus. I don't blame them for not understanding it. They haven't even, got to multiplication yet. Okay? Now, so he is wrong in his intellectual property philosophy, but it's, he is correct in his intellectual property philosophy because the world is also stupid and evil. Because the world is also stupid and evil, he's just going with the flow. That's what the world says, so that's what he thinks. And I'm not saying that necessarily makes him stupid and evil, but whatever, right? You gotta, at one point in your life, you gotta say, I gotta figure this stuff out on my own, and I gotta use my own big brain and I just gotta question everything, right? Isn't that the great thing on the wall? Question everything. You can't just go along with everybody. I did give it some thought. Yeah, you gave it about 4 minutes of thought, and you thought, well, the person who created Superman should own Superman because they did it. It's their work. It's their idea. And all of what you just said is really dumb. It's really stupid. And you're just you're just saying the things that the big corporations want you to say. It's all dumb. Anyway, like I said, it's a big advance, and I don't blame you. So this, and by the way, the reason why we're going down this road is because I know that copyright and intellectual property laws do exist in the world. They do. And that's why we have to talk about them. Because if I, as a libertarian, correctly said we should just ignore them, and then that's the end of the story, then we wouldn't be talking about it. We would say, fuck it. We'll copy those movies if we want to copy them, and we'll use the ruby slippers if we wanted to use the ruby slippers, and fuck Disney. But we can't. We have to play by the rules. We should also know that the rules are broken, but whatever. Now, you can also say that I've chosen a wrong thing to do because, it does have some movies and, we could accidentally do this or that or whatever. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your little head. I got a solution for that. Okay, and I may as well tell you what the solution is. The stuff that we create is also going to be public domain. And the way we create it, oh my. The way we create it, Disney is not going to want to have anything to do with it. Okay, so Disney is not going to want to have anything to do with it. And for Disney to want to do something with it, they would have to, like, everybody involved, which I'm hoping for something to go viral here. But it could be literally thousands or even millions of people that they would have to fuck over. And I don't think, and for what? For nothing. For the tiniest little nothing things there is. Imagine creating 10 seconds of a movie. No, I'm not joking. You made 10 seconds of a movie. That's what you're going to be doing. That's what this whole Wizard of Oz thing is. And it could be a poem. It could be a song. It could be freaking a photograph. It could be a painting. It could be a video. It could be a silly video. It could be completely. It could be a dance thing. You're going to do it however you want to do it. Okay, so, and you do what you want with your stuff. Like, I've already explained all this. You do what you want with your stuff. You can copyright your stuff. I can't stop you from doing that. But I, myself, will not be sharing things that are copy. At least in my brain right now. I'm only going to want others who understand that we're using, that let's just make this whole thing public domain. Just like the Night of the Living Dead. And if you don't think that your stuff, your labor should be public domain, you probably should go away. If you can't open up your brain enough to realize that the potential is massive and there's all good, GOOD, all good. But if you like, oh my God, I could make 42 cents in ad revenue and I could, make sure people don't steal my 10 seconds worth of movie or the whatever, my ideas, and I'm just going to, see, this is what Disney did, right? They took something public domain and they start to blah, 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 and then they take ownership of that blah, 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 blah. So they took somebody else's ideas, but then they're going to say, no, you can't take my ideas. I'm going to take other people's ideas, but you're not going to take mine. Wow. Well, you're quite the cunt, eh? Yep, we're cunts. So much for the kids' movie stuff. The American Dream, nuclear family stuff, eh?
On that life is not fair and there is no such thing as true justice, even though I have it tattooed on my hand. That's the Boondock Saints. But woke up this morning and saw that my good friend Anas Abdeen has lost his case against Alex Kurtzman, Netflix, CBS All Access, and Star Trek Discovery for what, in my opinion, was theft, that they stole aspects of.
See, Gary from Nerdrotic is a libertarian idiot. He is just, you know, I don't know. How do people, like, you know, it's, I understand there's, I don't know, I just wish people would wake up, you know. I just wish people would wake up and be correct in their thinking. And the funny thing is he says that he is a libertarian. He says that he's a libertarian. He's even said that he's an extreme libertarian. Not in those words. He is, he points to another person just like me, my same political philosophy, and say, if you want my politics, go to this guy. This guy is a comic book person and a libertarian, an extreme libertarian, just like me. So he says it, but he doesn't know it. He just calls it theft. Somebody stole somebody else's idea. Disney, or CBS, sorry. In this case, it's CBS. They stole an idea for Star Trek. So that's another thing too. These big corporations create all these laws, but those laws are just for the little people, the poor people, because the big people have all the money and all the lawyers. They have all the money and all the lawyers. So let's just say the law is heavily weighted in their direction. Completely heavily weighted in their direction. And so they don't care if they steal from a little guy. They got a team of lawyers that are going to either legal him to death or just outlaw him to death, bribe the judge, the blah blah blah, and you ain't gonna be able to do a goddamn thing about it. You can't fight CBS. What, CBS Viacom? I think that's what it is. You can't fight that. What the fuck is going on here? No, you're not going to win any legal lawsuits. So these laws are literally just for the large corporations. Now, even if they did lose, it happens 1 in a million times. It does happen. 1 in 1,000, whatever. Then they just, again, it's their money. They just buy, they just pay the guy off, right? And put an NDA in there. Just buy the poor little pleb off and force him to shut up, right? So they settle with him, but he can't talk about it. That's the law, and that's the, you know, and you know, like I said, I could talk to the leftists. We have things to talk about, but unfortunately, all they care about is race and gender and where people put their frickin' jiggly bits.
Of his video game called Tardigrades, a point-and-click adventure, featuring a giant blue tardigrade that travels instantaneously in time and space. And coincidentally, there is a giant blue tardigrade in Star Trek Discovery that travels instantaneously in time and space, and you don't see that anywhere else. But again, the way the laws are written, they are written to favor the corporation.
No, intellectual property is bullshit. And I get it. You've just got you've got action figures to dust instead of learning what freedom actually means.
But before I get started, I would like to ask you to please consider subscribing to the channel.
Now, am I wrong in saying that people should be smart about politics and philosophy? Yes and no. If you're gonna use your brain and your mouth for a living, and trust me, he is the right-wing nerd. he won't agree, but that's bullshit. Him and his kind are the right-wing, right-wing nerd. So if you are the right-wing nerd, you should at least know what right-wing means. And trust me, a lot of even libertarians and a lot of people don't. But then I just call you stupid. Like literally, you're going to call yourself a right-winger, a conservative? Okay, what is a conservative? What is a right-winger? And they have no idea. I'm like, oh. So you just kind of generally saw as the two sides, and you said, "Oh, I'm going to be over here with this side. These seem like my people. I'm just going to hang out with them." Okay, that's a little crazy. So again, Gloin, I got my email up. Why don't you send me I deleted spam yesterday. Send me an email. What? Where is spam? More? Oh. Yeah. To make sure that I got it, and I can look up email, and if you wanted to let me know that there's an issue, maybe there's something I can do on my end. I don't know. But like I said, I have, maybe that show hide, maybe that thing. I don't know. I really don't. Maybe me muting the webcam. I don't know. But anyway, let's continue.
Channel. YouTube has currently changed their algorithm, and they've changed something else very recently. They have taken away my verification that I did earn, and they have now taken it away. And they might take away stuff in the future. So if you could also like and share the video as much as possible, it really helps my videos and your favorite YouTubers' videos maintain traction past 24 hours.
He is so desperate to stay the nice guy and to continue to be the nice guy right-winger nerd. Well, I guess that's a good thing. I would rather people just be themselves. But I see the arrogance is starting to peek through everyone. But as soon as it does, he tries to humble himself back again. It's like, look at how big and powerful and wealthy I'm becoming. But then it's like, oh shit, I gotta undo that. But I'm just a normal guy. I had problems like everybody else, and I'm just like you. But look at my bank account. Holy crap. But don't forget, see, this is just, anybody can do this. I'm not special. Just, respect the fans.
YouTube's changes.
Oh, prove your nerddom in the back of your video. It's like the more plastic and the more money you've given large corporations for paper and plastic products, the more of a I don't know. See, this type of thing weirds me out, and I'm gonna just say I don't like it. Now, I understand why you would want to be surrounded by the things that you love, but there is, like, anything can go too far, right? Anything can go too far. Now, is this too far? One could say, well, it's not hurting anybody, and it's up to him. He can do whatever the hell he wants with his money, time, and the oil that comes out of the ground being formed into into these shapes of characters from movies and TV shows. And I'm like, okay, so can nerddom go too far? And he will mention it once in a while. I don't know why I'm getting off topic so much, but I am. He will mention, like, once in a while, like, he'll talk about Con Crud or CrudCon or something like that. I've never heard of the thing until he mentioned it. And it's basically just a bunch of really gross, slimy people that don't bathe and they stink and they're really dirty and greasy and grimy. And they just spread their dirty, greasy, grimy shit all over everything. Because they don't even bother to shower before they go to the Comic-Con. Because their life is just sitting at home watching Star Trek and reading comic books. Now, he mentioned the comic crowd, and I just figure, oh, where does that come from? Oh, these are really dysfunctional people who have gotten lost inside of escapism. They have turned escapism into their life. That is their world. Are these, like, and I've met these people before, and it's not pretty. It is not pretty at all. The people that turn off life and turn on the fucking TV or the fucking comic book or whatever, turn off life and then and he did it himself. He's talked about his junkie days. He's doing all the drugs and fucking up all of his everything, right? The life and all this. He's a junkie. And I'm glad he was honest about it. But I hate to break it to you, but you're still a junkie. Look behind you. Look behind you. There's the junkie, and there's you just changed from heroin or whatever it was. I don't think you did say from crack or whatever it was, coke, heroin, I don't know. Usually those are the ones, right? To nerd. And now you could say that nerd isn't, but you can say this with anything. You could say nerd isn't bad for you, doesn't destroy your life. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure it's something that you never talk about. You never talk about the downsides of being a hermit, being a nerd, stopping yourself from experiencing life, and literally, literally, all these nerds. Oh, nerds are so popular. Look at the Big Bang Theory. They're so the nerd that used to get their lunch stolen and they get punched in the face with their glasses, right? They even have tape in the middle of their glasses, like he epitomizes the tape, right? That's the nerd, right? The nerds are cool now. Look at Bill Gates. He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire nerd. Nerds are on top of the world now. Nerds are, computer nerds, which, by the way, Bill Gates is not even a computer nerd. If you were to ask him a computer question, he would have pretty much no idea what you're talking about. He's a lawyer that came from a rich lawyer. The reason he stole the software and then he did the lawyer. So that's it. He's a theft. He's a thieving lawyer. That's what Bill Gates is. He's no software genius. He's a software theft and a lawyer. He changed the world of the legal way people see software. That's it. But anyway, computers are big, so whoever's the CEO of the computer company, they're going to be seen as geniuses, even if they're not. Even if they're just really, is the CEO of McDonald's a genius? Did they revolutionize no, the hamburger? No. Maybe the first CEO did. But those days are long gone. And so on and so on. So it's just not as simple as that, right? But anyway, so yeah, he won't talk about the downside of being a nerd. Obesity, loneliness, it being an incel, involuntarily celibate, waste spending so much of your time in Star Wars instead of your children, if you have them. Welfare, unhealthy, whatever's right. He won't, because you know why? He's now not just, he didn't just move from heroin to nerddom. He just switched out his addiction. He also became a pusher. The drug pusher doesn't push or doesn't talk to you about the downside of heroin, right? They don't talk to you about the downsides of the heroin that you just bought. And he's not going to talk to you about the downsides of being a nerd. And he's going to just slough them all off, just like he sloughed off all the problems with being a junkie. But like I said, now he makes a living pushing this stuff. And I guess enough people like it or whatever. I find it strange. Now, okay, but there is a healthy balance. It's just like eating carrots, folks. You can eat too many of them. Anything can be overdone. Anything. Anything can be turned into an addiction. Anything. So even stuff that is good for you. So I'm not saying that nerd stuff is bad for you, because that's just kind of dumb. But can it be overdone? Yep. But are you ever going to hear a live stream with Gary from Nerdrotic talking to you about the negative side of nerddom? Nope. Why? Because he's a pusher. And I think maybe a lot of people that have these problems, these types of problems, just don't want to deal with it. Now he's going to say, there are negative things that happen in life, and I only speak about the positive. And then I'm going to say, every single one of your videos is negative. You seek out negative aspects of Star Wars and Star Trek to make videos about. You literally just can't wait for the next thing to explode so that you can exploit that explosion for money. And you're going to tell me that you just want to you don't want to talk about the negative side of nerd culture? No, you're an addict, and you just have not yet figured out that you just switched heroin for action figures, nerd culture, whatever, Doctor Who, Star Wars, whatever it happens to be. And it's funny, like, and you can tell the addict too, right? You can, they're not hard to spot. Like he said a little while ago that he's going to quit Star Wars. Like a year ago, he said, okay, after we get done talking about this Rise of Skywalker thing, that's it, I'm done, I'm out, I don't care. But guess what? Every piece of Star Wars news that comes out, he covers it and he talks about it. He'll make a video about it. That is the sign of an addict. You're addicted to this stuff. No, I'm just making a business, Mike. Maybe I was overzealous in saying I would never talk about it again, but no. He does care what happens to Star Wars. He's emotionally invested. And by the way, all of these people, now, I'm sure that there are some horror people. Anyway, I think that these people could learn a lot from me. And, okay, what I was going to say is this stuff, the people that are addicted to this stuff, could learn a lot from a horror fan. A horror fan. I think we have been destroyed 100% of the time from the beginning. Like, just think of Jaws 2. Think of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. Think of Jason Goes to Hell. Right? Think of Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. I mean, think of The Exorcist 2. Think of everything over here. And you want to know something? As soon as you start to think about continuity and how the universe works, usually it's broken in the first movie. That masterpiece called A Nightmare on Elm Street, yeah, it kind of made no fucking goddamn sense. So when they make a sequel that doesn't, match the universe or the world or your expectations of the first one, I don't know. Horror movie people, there's the brain of the horror person, and then there's the brain of the Nerdrotic and Company people. The brain of the horror person knows how to fucking chill. They know how to relax and just enjoy the fucking movie. Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom. I don't know how to 100% explain this, but I hear these nerds, and I think it's because they place way too much. There's something wrong with their brain. Okay, there's just something wrong. The amount of intensity that they put onto these modes of escapism, it's crazy insane. Crazy insane. And by the way, we'll get to Oz Night soon, folks. If you need to skip ahead, you'll be able to see it in the video, right? Just keep moving the pointer over. Just keep moving until you see the book, and we're going through the book again, okay? But the amount of intensity that that nerd puts onto their escapist entertainment, or because there's so much intensity, and because many of them have turned off much of life, or a lot of it, put so much time and energy and focus on it, maybe it's not just escapism anymore, it is their life. And if they fucking get Spock's ears wrong, or the Vulcan grip wrong, or the live long and prosper, nanu thing wrong, then, they all lose their fucking shit. And a horror person, maybe because these are low budget and they're just they're not just slapped together, but they're creative people trying to do stuff with little money. We, continuity and perfection has never been something that has happened over here. Like, if you were pissed off that they got the uniforms wrong in the movie of your Star Trek thing, then, maybe this is why he deletes horror. I heard one of his guests called genre, a word that he uses all the time, genre. He says that word all the time, and to him, it means nerd stuff. Genre to this person that he had on, this other person, genre to them meant also horror. So basically, genre was what Gary from Nerdrotic says it is, plus horror to this other guy. And I always wondered about that. I said, there's sort of like mainstream, blah, 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 blah. But then there's over here, there's like your science fiction, your nerd stuff, but nerd stuff and horror. And I was like, well, horror is kind of by itself. It's because these nerds don't want horror in with them. But this other guy said, no, genre is also horror. Science fiction, sort of fantasy, and horror. Then there's like the normie man, which is action. And then there's the normie girl, which is romance. Rom-coms, things like that. See 50 Shades of Grey or Twilight as examples. And then the normal man is into action, right? And then there's comedy that, everybody likes to laugh. That's kind of for both the normie man and the normie woman. But then there's this thing over here called genre. It's like the man-baby stuff. The stuff that they put in the man-baby category. Men like it. And by the way, he's never really addressed with that. He just says, shut up. Which I find is weird. Just shut up. You want to call me a man-baby? Go ahead. I don't care. All of these criticisms of this kind of stuff, it's just like, shut up. Shut up. It's like somebody tapped you on the shoulder and said, heroin's bad. Shut up. Shut up. And, meth is probably going to land you homeless and bankrupt and maybe in prison. Shut up. Maybe dead. Shut up. Okay. So this, but like I said, one of his guests spoke about horror being included with this stuff. And I was like, oh, they generally don't like us. And I have a feeling that's why. It's because we're more relaxed. We're more fun to hang out with. We're not so goddamn intense and serious and bitchy and angry. Now, I think that for a lot of horror people, they go really far down that road. And I suppose that watching horror movies could get too far, and you could have a room like that. I've seen lots of them, shrines to horror stuff. People's whole homes are full of horror stuff. I've seen it. It's the same thing. But like I said, the art itself is very forgiving, and it's very loose. Whereas the art for these guys, it is always 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 = 2. And if it doesn't equal 2, they're going to freak the fuck out. Freak the fuck out! Because they got Spock wrong. Or because they got this wrong. Or because they got that wrong. And I think because nothing is going to measure up to what's going on in their head, they're always disappointed, which means that they're always angry. So, like maybe once in a while they sit back and think about the good old days, but nothing can please them because their expectations are so high, and they're autistically, everything is 1 + 1 = 2. It's science. Yeah, but it's also fiction. It's science. The Force is a science, and they fucked it up in the Disney movies. The Force doesn't exist. It's just a made-up nothing burger. The Force was explained in the first 3 movies just fine, and they shouldn't have fucked with it. Oh, okay. This is what you're up against. But there's such big addicts that they're going to keep giving you their money. Okay? They're going to keep giving you money for the next comic book movie and the next Star Trek movie and this next Star Wars movie, because they're addicts. This is their life. Or this is a huge part of a lot of them. For some people, they just casually like an Avengers movie now and again, or wanted to take the kids out. They like the first couple, so they want to take their kids out to see the next one, And, maybe some teenagers were like, oh, do you remember that? That was cool, that was cool, that was cool. Oh, did you see the snap? They're all gone. Wonder what's going to happen in the next one. Stuff like that, okay? There's a bunch of that. But there's also the crazies, the people whose houses look like that are going to go in and freak out. But the horror fan that looks like that their house looks like that, is pretty chill. Now, like I said, Gary tries to come across as chill. And he does a good job at coming across as chill and keeping these... Everybody, I have evil emotions too. We all do. And we got to kind of keep them under control. And evil impulses and problems and all of this kind of stuff. We all do. But, like I said, I really wish that some of these more popular nerd people, nerd propagators, would really sit back and just think hard and start talking about the issues involved in nerd culture, and start listening to some of the criticisms like man baby and neckbeard and incel, and start listening to those things and responding properly to those things, instead of just going, shut up, I'm going to watch Star Trek for the 172 trillionth time. You just shut up. See, with this new Star Trek Picard, I told you Captain Kirk was better. He was always better. And now I'm vindicated. Everybody hates Picard now. Or whatever. And by the way, just for the record, my personal experience is limited with, in my life, with the extreme nerd. But there was one in my house in college. And basically, he never left his room, and the lights were always off. And he never bathed. And when you did peek into his room, like if you'd knock on the door and say something, you could see inside the room a little bit because the light was flooding in from the hallway. It was all Star Trek. That's my only experience with him. Like intimate, in face, in person. Now, the other housemates decided to bully him one night, and I joined in. And then the next day I felt guilty about that. I joined in. It wasn't my idea, but I did join in. And I didn't really do anything, but I was with them while they were doing it. And so the next day, I knocked on his door and said, "Hey, can I come in?" And he said, "Sure." So I went in and we hung out for an afternoon. And guess what we did? We watched some Star Trek movies. I said, "Well, put on your..." I said, "What's with all the Star Trek stuff?" And he goes, "I really like Star Trek." I go, "Okay, well..." And I said, "Oh, you got all the movies, eh?" And he said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well," I said, "Which is your favorite one?" And said, and then he put it on, and we watched it. And, you know, it's weird because, you know, he doesn't know how to act or talk or be with or whatever. His social skills went to zero. But, and by the way, if you want to know how we bullied him, this is Canada, right? And it's the winter. So we had cafeteria trays, right? Where you put your food on and you carry it to a table. And oftentimes you'd carry it to your room. So there's all sorts of trays, all sorts of places. So this is a common thing, right? What you did is you took a tray and you set it out on your balcony. And then you pissed on it. You took a piss on it. So here's a big flat tray with piss on it. And it's out in your balcony. And you just close the door. And then it freezes, right? So what you got is flat piss on a tray. And underneath people's doors, there was a big gap. I'm not 100% poor design, poor whatever. But anyway, so what you did is you took that tray and you took the ice out and you slid it underneath the person's door of the dorm room. You slid it underneath their door. And guess what? It would melt. So basically you just pissed on their carpet in their dorm room. And that was the bully. And like I said, I was there while they were doing it, and I don't really remember it so long ago. I may have said something, I may not have said something, I don't know. I have no idea. But I will admit that I felt guilty, and then I tried to make amends. I didn't admit to it. I didn't say that that was us or me or whatever. He probably didn't even notice it. Like, he never showered. Like, adding stink, adding piss to, See, this is the thing about, sometimes, these nerds think that you just automatically go, oh, that bullying, these people are so tough. How about these are normal people trying to poke the bear to get a person out of you? How about that? How about they're demonstrating to you that you're not a real man yet and that you need to actually step up? That's what I think bullying is. Okay, this is it. Think of two young animals fighting, rolling around, and it looks like fighting, but they're playing. That's what bullying is. That's how humans do it. It's men pushing other men to get a rise out of them. And if a fight happens, well, it's just a fight. Fists to faces, as men have been doing it since the beginning of time. They continue to do it. It's kind of fun. Fighting is fun. So it's just trying to push the nerd, maybe even trying to help him. Is there a man in there? Is there a man in there? Are you going to be a man? Are you going to step up? Come on, step up, nerd. Come on, step up. Punch me in the face. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Push. Honestly, I know, and because it's being done at such an early age, and it's so kind of natural and involuntary. This is, honestly, in my opinion, this anti-bullying stuff, I get it. Some of these people are in just such bad situations in their own head and in their own lives that there is no man in them to come out. So people pushing and pushing and pushing for this, for some bravery and some masculinity or something inside of this person, you're just not going to get it out. So all you're doing is kind of torturing over and over and over again someone. Which that can kind of get to bad spots, but, survival of the fittest, When are you going to be a man? Are you going to be a jellyfish your entire life? Doesn't that mean suicide or death by not starvation while watching Star Trek? Like I said, the bully thing, you just can't paint it as bad. I think it's just men trying to poke, or boys even babies, You know, just look at animals. As soon as you want to condemn bullying, look at animals. Look at kittens or puppies playing with one another. Anyway, let's finish this up.
Favor the corporations, and that's going to be the theme of this video, unfortunately, and it doesn't favor the independent creators. So if you support independent creators, please like, share, and subscribe as much as possible. Thank you very much for your time. Now, I am sorry for the bad news, but this is my last Star Trek Discovery lawsuit update for now, unless he can appeal it, because we got this tweet this morning. I just returned from visiting Dad from the cemetery. I got the news that the judge ruled against me. I don't have enough words to describe my gratitude to everyone who believed in me. I'm not sure what happens to my indie game dev tardigrades. And we're going to go over to his blog post in just a little bit. I'm not sure what happens to his game. That is my concern. So I want you to continue to support Anos. But since this...
See, that's another thing too, right? The large corporation just takes somebody else's idea, but now they own it. See, that's not libertarian. Taking somebody else's idea is like whatever, and then the Anos could just say, yeah, these people didn't come up with it, they're assholes or whatever. But now they own it. It's their intellectual property now because they won the lawsuit, because they got all the money. Now, I'm just assuming that all this is correct, and it happened as everybody is saying here, and Gary too. He's correct in all this. Okay, well, now CBS owns the blue tardigrade thing, and so if he's going to continue making his video game that he was doing, like literally, you're in the middle of making something, and then a large corporation comes and steals it, and it certainly looks that way. Certainly looks that way. Now you don't own it anymore, and you can't use it because they own it. The judge has ruled that it's an original idea from the CBS people.
This is my last lawsuit update. I want to give you a brief recap of how this thing started, where it began, and it's just from one post on his blog, Tardigrade Case. I wanted to keep you updated regarding the tardigrades and Star Trek Discovery post from October 18th, 2017. First of all, I want to thank everyone who posted videos, articles, and even talked about the issue on their social media accounts. The last 10 months were so hard on me and the development of my project. I tried every possible way to have a respectful and reasonable discussion with CBS, but they treated me in disrespect and just dangled me around with postponed meetings due to their vacations and being busy. The first conversation turned out to be the last one. I gave them a lot of time to make things right. Unfortunately, I found myself at a dead end with them, and so I had to enforce my rights by filing a lawsuit to treat me seriously. And here you can see some of the similarities. It is not just the giant blue tardigrade that travels instantaneously in time and space. There is an interracial gay couple, that one that works directly with the tardigrade. There's the one that looks like Tilly. There's the one that looks like Michael Burnham. Michael Burnham even has the same jumpsuit. You can see it right here. And of course, here is the tardigrade. And yes, he completely got screwed. And I'm not surprised at all, because that is how things go, especially with the copyright laws that are written by politicians who are buddy-buddy with a bunch of people in Hollywood. I will just say that a lot of, well, not a lot of people, but Alex Kurtzman in particular has priors. Yes, he is involved in a previous plagiarism case. I'm going to show it to you right now because it's available on Wikipedia. You wouldn't have been wrong if you called The Island a Logan's Run ripoff. I did as well, but it turns out that this movie is written by Alex Kurtzman and Roberto Orsi, and it turns out there was a plagiarism lawsuit against it. Copyright infringement suit. The creators of the 1979 film Parts, the Clonus Horror, which was also about a colony that breeds clones to harvest organs for the elite, filed a copyright infringement suit in 2005. DreamWorks attempted to have the suit dismissed, but a federal judge determined that there was indeed a copyright infringement.
Notice that DreamWorks doesn't exist anymore. And by the way, I'm telling you, Some people have said that it's impossible to write anything original. There's literally what? How many books have been written? 1,000,000? 100,000,000? 1,000,000,000 books over from all throughout all the years? Probably not 1,000,000,000. Well, maybe. You just think from the beginning of time, how many books, right? How is anybody going to come up with any unique individual ideas? You just do your best and you try. And if after you've thought of something, you dig your thing, but then you have to send it to all this team of corrupt, stupid ass, disgusting pig lawyers. And then they're going to go, how am I going to know? So then you have this team of people, comparing your idea to other stuff to make sure that it's okay. It's original enough. But then it's like, why even bother? We're already going through, and just why don't we just take stuff from people but change it enough that, it fits the law. What is it? Lion King, supposed to be stolen, Star Wars. There's so many fucking shit that's just stolen. Italy used to steal every fucking movie there ever was. For decades. That's all it was stealing. Or I shouldn't call it stealing. Using other people's ideas. But we all do. It's just the levels. And then once you actually try to figure out what is moral and immoral about using other people's ideas, you realize, oh, the whole game is bullshit. The whole system is rigged. It's just to create a bunch of laws, rules, and regulations so that a small number of people, the large corporations, win. You just realize that, oh, there is no common sense here. There is no morality. They don't even think it. They do it themselves. Steal shit. All the time. It's just who's going to get away with it and who's not. And the large corporations get away with it.
Case to be heard and scheduled the case to go to trial in February of 2007. However, DreamWorks then settled the case out of court in late 2006 for an undisclosed seven-figure sum. Michael Marshall Smith's 1996 novel Spares, in which the hero liberates intelligent clones from a spare farm, was optioned by DreamWorks in the late 1990s, but was never made. It remains unclear if the...
So seven figures runs from 1 million to 9,999,999. Right? Or sorry, yeah. 9 million. 1 million to 9 million. It's a pretty big range.
Story inspired.
And I guess you get lucky if you actually win a case against these people. So it's all about your lawyers. So it's everywhere. It's all the time. How many, people talk about it like it's a joke. Oh, this is a Jaws ripoff. But then sometimes they say, oh, they're playing homage. Okay, but isn't that illegal? Are you allowed to? You got somebody else's... did you see the movie poster of The Thing in the background of the movie? Yeah, but that's somebody else's artwork. Aren't you stealing it? I don't know what's right and what's wrong. And then you go to YouTube and it's like fucking everything is copyright grabbed all over the place. So the large people, it's like I said, it's who controls the media. It's just whatever favors them. That's all they care about. And they just throw out a bunch of random laws and try to brainwash and propagandize people into believing that those laws are good for everyone. And then they just, pick and choose the winners and losers.
The island, and so Marshall Smith did not consider it worthwhile to pursue legal action over the similarities. And believe me, folks, there's a lot of people who don't pursue action, and there's a lot of people who settle out of court that you never hear from. Anas Abdeen devlogged all of his work, his creation.
It's nice to have part of a rigged system, right, is you have to convince people it's not rigged. So every once in a while, the little guy has to win, right? Every once in a while, the big guy has to go to prison or pay up, whatever, right? Once in a while. But then they even strategize that. Okay, this company is going to have to bend over and kiss the ring because they pissed us off last month. And this is their warning shot. You're going to lose this next court case, and if you stop obeying us, Mr. Big Corporation, we're going to fuck you completely next time. Okay? So you bend over when we tell you to bend over, and that's all there is to it. A lot of people think that people at the top have all the freedom and the money and they can just do whatever they want. Oh, oftentimes they're the most controlled. They're the worst. They get slavery the worst out of all of them. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of perks to it. There's a lot of bonuses and a lot of upside. But they have... The puppet masters have more controlling the big people in the world. It is much more significant, like it's much more important than the little people. So they literally do. There's more puppet strings attached to your big people than there is the little people. Because they affect more and they get, whatever. You get a lot of perks for it, but...
The giant blue tardigrade that travels instantaneously in time and space, and all of his characters. And he did this prior to Star Trek Discovery coming out. So there is no doubt in my mind he came up with these characters first, but you have to prove it in a court of law, and you have to prove it to a certain percentage. I'm not sure about that. I'm not a lawyer. I just know that he 100% got screwed over. Now, if you go to Alex Kurtzman's IMDb, it is filled with...
Okay, and again, I'm just assuming that he's got this right. By the way Gary has presented all of the information over long periods of time, I agree with him. It definitely seems like the Star Trek people ripped off this kid from Egypt. It certainly looks that way. And I think he's provided enough evidence that I agree. And this is important. Copyright laws and big corporations and little corporations. This is why we're going through this. Okay? Oz Night is a remake of the books. Copyright laws, rules, and regulations are really important to get correct. We are turning the books, which are public domain, and we're going to finish reading the first book today. Okay? Anyway, so yeah, the books are in the public domain, the movies are not. So, and you have to know which is which. And I think the ruby slippers is the best example. In the books, they are gray slippers. In the movie, they are ruby slippers. So the ruby slippers is literally owned by Disney. And it's probably one of the biggest things outside of maybe Mickey Mouse. Which, by the way, every time Mickey Mouse is about to go into the public domain because expirations of copyright laws, Disney gets the laws rewritten. That's the thing, too. They just keep pushing. At one point, see, because it's all stupid, okay? It's all dumb. Freedom is always makes more sense once you truly understand all the nuances and you're a big brain person. So they always knew that this copyright stuff was bullshit. However, they did go along with it, but there was a cutoff date. Basically just the life of the person who created that thing. Like 100 years. So we'll give you 100 years of copyright protection on that thing, but then it goes into the public domain. But anything that, a large corporation wants to retain, complete control over mine, 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 mine. Think of Gollum from Lord of the Rings, right? Precious, my precious. Every time something threatens to go into, anyway, they just get the laws changed. And it's literally just to favor them. They don't give a fuck about copyrights and what this means to the rest of the world or the rest of the books or anything. They don't care about the philosophical, they don't care about freedom. They literally just call up the politician that they've given the most amount of money to and say, okay, it's time for payback now. We need the copyright laws extended so that we can retain Mickey Mouse as our property. Again, that's not capitalism. That's not freedom. That's not individuality. That's not supply and demand. Okay, so I don't know what anybody and like I said, when you're a really big brain person, you understand that intellectual property is not property, but we still live in this terrible system of corporations and governments get whatever the fuck they want, and they have all the money and the guns, basically the guns. They have all the guns and all the bullets, and if you don't, and they feel completely justified if you don't do what they tell you to do, they'll kill you.
Stuff that looks similar to other things or is based on other things. And Star Trek Discovery Season 1 and Season 2 look similar to a lot of other things except for Star Trek. And it looked like they were at least paying homage to a lot of things. And we know that he probably, maybe, possibly borrowed or completely ripped off from, in my opinion, Brian Fuller, the concept for Picard. I did a video on that. You can check it out right here. Let's get to Anas's final post on this. I hope not. I hope he can appeal. A dying tardigrade. I just returned from visiting Dad from the cemetery. I got the news that the judge ruled against me. I would like to thank you, everyone who supported me. I don't have enough words to describe my gratitude to everyone who believed in me and my case. I cannot thank my lawyers enough for believing in me and fighting for me. I respect the ruling and I expect everyone to do so. I am not sure what happens to my project now or my independent game development career in general. Well, while I have no choice but to respect Anas's wishes and the ruling of the court, but I don't have to agree with it. Anas, it's not going to help you now, but you definitely won the court of public opinion. You made a lot of friends, and you have a lot of people who support you. My heart goes out to you. I know words are not enough, especially since you just lost your father. You have my condolences. And again, if you want to follow Anas and say something nice, please follow him on Twitter at Anas Abdeen. And for any Dreckies who want to take shots at him like they did when he announced his father passed, I would ask you to save it. Direct it towards me. Bring it to my...
Oh, are you gonna be the defender? Okay, so I don't want to go into this. I like Gary from Nerdrotic. I don't love him. Okay? He's good. And overall, he's a net positive for the world. I don't want to make anything... I don't want to make any bones about my feelings towards Gary from Nerdrotic. My name is also Gary. Can get confusing. But anyway, I really like him. And I'm glad he's doing what he's doing. There's some edges to the stuff that he does that I would like addressed, but not my business. It's not me. It's not whatever. Okay, so in this in the last video, I already did this. Why is it at the wrong spot? I actually had to check where we left off. Here we go. We left off at chapter 12. Okay? So here we are at chapter 12. And let me just double check to make sure that we're good. Yeah. Yeah. And here's the LibriVox recordings, chapter 12. The search for the Wicked Witch. Okay. So we're just going through, and there's going to be, I'm going to maybe, just, I don't know, look it up. Like if you want to read the book yourself, you can. If you want to listen to a different audio recording, you can. If you want to just go straight to the audio recording, you can. Whatever. I'm kind of going through it and then just pushing out my ideas. And as people start to, the number of people that start to grow in the chat, we will, address and start talking. These are production meetings. We're making a movie together. You're making a movie. I'm making a movie. Or you're at least at the meeting. You can just sit and listen if you want. But you can also participate with as much or as little as you want. No experience necessary. I don't know how to make a movie. I've never made a movie. I've seen them. Just like everybody else. That's it. I never went to film school. I don't know, but I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to do it, and so are you. We're going to do it together. Okay? Don't worry about expertise or what have you. Okay? I don't know where I'm going to put this. I guess here. We'll get rid of this guy. It's the old one.
This is a LibriVox recording.
And here we go. So, we don't need that. We need this.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information,
Public domain. This is what I got finished talking about, right? Public domain.
or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by J. Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 12. The Search for the Wicked Witch. The soldier with the green whiskers led them through the streets of the Emerald City until they reached the room where the guardian of the gates lived. This officer unlocked their spectacles to put them back in his great box, and then he politely opened the gate for our friends. "Which road leads to the Wicked Witch of the West?" asked Dorothy. "There is no road," answered the guardian of the gates. "No one ever wishes to go that way." "How then are we to find her?" inquired the girl. "That will be easy," replied the man. "For when she knows you are in the country of the Winkies, she will find you, and make you all her slaves." "Perhaps not," said the Scarecrow, "for we mean to destroy her." "Oh, that is different," said the guardian of the gates. "No one has ever destroyed her before. So naturally I thought she would make slaves of you, as she has of the rest. But take care, for she is wicked and fierce, and may not allow you to destroy her. Keep to the west, where the sun sets, and you cannot fail to find her."
Okay, it's interesting, the direction that Disney went with the witch from the book. And this is what the witch looks like in the book. So it's really, they call her a witch. You know, just like the title of my, the image. She's got an eye patch on here, but see these pigtails? One at the top, two at the sides, sticking out? Kind of fat, trolly, short. I guess short, I'm not sure. Kind of looks short. But here she is, I guess without the patch. Maybe she gets the eye patch later on in a fight. But, okay, so let's just take a look at the outfit. We got I don't know, a sad clown thing, a moon, what is that, a snake, a frog, a clover, and what is that, a circle, a shooting star. But it's interesting, right? I mean, the in the movie, it's a traditional kind of witch. Green, big nose, black top hat. This is, I guess, shaped similar. But I don't know. I don't see a witch in this in anything except for the word. Maybe the shape of the hat. If somebody showed you that image, you wouldn't say witch. The only reason we are saying it is because that's what would this be? It would almost be more like a clown, right? You know, I guess you could say evil clown. But yeah, I don't so I don't know what this means. I just wanted to point that out. That again, this could be another thing. Like, if you copy the Green Witch, then you're copying the movies, which you can't do. But if you copy this, what you're going to get is a clown. But hey, maybe we run with that. By the way, we don't have to end up with the same story in the same movie. I think at this point it would probably be a good idea, or at least close. We're all making the same movie. You know, that kind of makes sense. But feel free to spin off and do what you want. But we are, you know, I think we should try to be making the same movie. And by the way, if you don't think I can take other people's opinions, I can very easily. And to be honest with you, it's just somebody else making the decision that, you know, I'm like happy. I'm happy for that. Oh, do I have to make up all the decisions? No, that's not the point of this. I'm going to be very happy to pass on, you know, decision making and storytelling stuff to other people, especially more experienced people. But anyway. So I'm going to be very happy to pass a lot of stuff on to other people. If I think it's crazy, terrible, then, and if I say no, but I don't even know if I'm going to say no to anything, to be frank. Maybe we'll just incorporate everything. You know, and actually the way that this is, we're going to go about executing, so in other words, making the film, it's unlike anything that you've ever experienced before in your life, okay? So, again, I would like what you create to be public domain, but do what you want. I'm not your boss. And I think it'll work better. We'll be able to grow this thing if what you do is in public domain. But if you don't want it, then fine, whatever. And once again, I'm going to remind you that at the bottom of my website, it says copyright. And the only reason it says that is because I don't know how to take it off. This is a template. I do know how to take it off, but every time the website updates, it comes back on again. So I say, fuck it. So, yes, it's there because this particular website stuff won't let me take it off. And, but that's the only reason it's there. Is we should get to Oz Night because that's what we're doing. Yeah, oh, we've only done season 1, episode 1. And it's doing really well. Second most popular episode, original episode, in the last 30 days. That's what this is. Top 10 in the last 30 days. That's what this is.
They thanked him and bade him goodbye, and turned toward the west, walking over fields of soft grass dotted here and there with daisies and buttercups. Dorothy still wore the pretty silk dress she had put on in the palace, but now, to her surprise, she found it was no longer green, but pure white. The ribbon around Toto's neck had also lost its green color, and was as white as Dorothy's dress. The Emerald City was soon left far behind. As they advanced, the ground became rougher and hillier, for there was no farms nor houses in this country of the West, and the ground was untilled. In the afternoon, the sun shone hot in their faces. for there were no trees to offer them shade. So that before night Dorothy and Toto and the lion were tired and lay down upon the grass and fell asleep, with the woodman and the scarecrow keeping watch. Now the wicked witch of the west had but one eye, yet that was as powerful as a telescope, and she could see everywhere. So, as she sat in the door of her castle, she happened to look around and saw Dorothy lying asleep with her friends all about. They were a long distance off, but the wicked witch was angry to find them in her country, so she blew upon a silver whistle that hung around her neck. At once there came running to her from all directions a pack of great wolves. They had long legs and fierce eyes and sharp teeth. "Go to those people," said the witch, "and tear them to pieces." "Are you not going to make them your slaves?" asked the leader of the wolves. "No," she answered. "One is of tin, and one of straw. One is a girl, and another a lion. None of them is fit to work, so you may tear them into small pieces." "Very well," said the wolf, and he dashed away at full speed, followed by the others. It was lucky the scarecrow and the woodman were wide awake and heard the wolves coming.
Now, I want to remind you, okay? I want to remind you that this author, the author of this book, these books, there's multiple, said in the foreword that he wanted to tame down the evilness and the guts and the gore and the ripping apart and all this kind of stuff of the fairy tales from days gone by. I'm not joking. He wanted to tame these things down. Tame them. Get out the horror, the blood, the guts, and the gore of fairy tales from days gone by. And here we are. None of them is fit to work, so you may tear them into small pieces. This is his version of taming the... people don't realize how horrific fairy tales were, or kid stories were, in days gone by. Because you got to remember, life was insanity beyond your brain. Your brain will explode if you were to think about what life was like. And I know you don't know how to do it, because you don't do it. World does not open up their brain and put in thinky thinks from days gone by. They think from yesterday and today and tomorrow. That's it. Their brains are that small. That's all they can fit. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. For a woman to think that women backy, in timey, right? Literally wanted to stay home because all the really hard, heavy work was what the husband did. So she did the less heavy, hard job of, I don't know, making babies and keeping the house. When hubby came back with his back half broken from the field, out in the field all day, pulling weeds and plowing and getting cows doing what they're supposed to be doing, and blah, 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 building fences and moving boulders, she was like, oh, God, I thought making bread and, was bad and sweeping our dirt floor, but fuck, he's got it way worse than I do. And then he's got this big bite from a wolf that, he was out there taking a rest underneath the thing, and a wolf came out and bit his arm. Jesus. Or whatever. I don't know. Life was hard. And nobody seems to use their brain nowadays to put different things inside of it. Open up their brain. Open it up and use it properly. It's like it's a lost art. But anyway, yes, it's something that just people don't do, which I find insane. But anyway, here is another piece. Here is another example. Life was insanely violent, bloody, death, killy, kill, all over the everything. even on your little house in the prairie. Mom was out catching the chicken and then chopping off its head while the kids were watching, and then she was going to pluck it, and then the blood was going to squirt out, and then the pig was going to get slaughtered, and then the wolves needed to be shot in the face, and blah, 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 blah. Life was, kids were exposed to a lot of stuffy stuff, and they're not anymore. And actually people are not exposed to stuffy stuff anymore. Like, how many people have killed an animal? And bugs don't matter. Bugs don't count. Right? How many people have, cut off their child's arm because it got bitten by a snake, and they thought that was a good idea, cutting off the arm. Have you ever done that? No, you haven't done that. Have you ever tried to reset a bone? Have you ever tried to help your neighbor deliver the baby? No, you've never done any of these things? Okay. Then you need to open up your brain and start using it now and again. This is why you are broken. Okay? This is why you have the wrong political philosophy. This is why you have the wrong philosophy inside of your head. It's because you are broken, and you refuse to open up your brain and get stuff in there. So, once again, life was extremely violent and hard. Hard and violent. Death and blood everywhere. Pretty much every day. Poop. All sorts of nastiness. Broken bodies, human and animal, everywhere, all the time. So, books reflected that. And this guy wanted to start to remove some of the blood and the guts and the violence out of children's stories. And he did. And I'm sure this is a much tamer version. Just think of a cave boy, right? Think of a cave girl. Life is hell. You fall, you get a big cut in your leg, you're dead now. Maybe not at this exact second, but it'll get infected and you'll be dead soon. Just from a cut. You have to hunt saber-toothed tigers that want to eat you. So what happens when your husband, your caveman husband, doesn't come home after the hunt? You go out and see him half-eaten. You take the kids and you go look for him and you find him half-eaten out there. His lower half is gone. Uh-oh, now what do? How are you going to eat now? I mean, life was hard, and you need to get some stuff inside of your brain. And I know that everybody deletes the past from their brain, or just they don't even bother thinking about it, because they don't think it means anything. But our past is how we got here. And when you are stupid, when you say stupid things, I go, that is a person that has not thought about the past. You don't have to think about it a lot. Right? Like, these girls that are feminist, can't remember back even 50 years ago when the ladies were more than happy to stay at home. They wanted to, because the work out there was back-breaking, extreme, difficult. It wasn't just sitting in an air-conditioned office and typing on a computer keyboard. No. Stop that. Get that out of your brain completely. And it's not just that. It's everybody has forgotten the past. It's like they don't know where they got here. It's just like, oh, all of a sudden women are oppressed. Well, what about on the Titanic when it was women and children first? Is that oppression? That they got to live and the men had to stay back to die? Is that oppression? You got to open up your brain and start using it more often. It's not hard. It's just common sense. All you got to do is open up your brain and start using it. But anyway, the reason I kind of went down this road a bit here is this is a really cool thing. Now, I really like this idea. And by the way, this is kind of the overall concept-y. This is my brainy thinky think of the whole project. The whole goddamn thing. All of the everything involved in the Wonderful Wizard of Oz horror remake. This is it, and I'm going to tell you right now. Tell this a children's version of this tale the way they used to tell kids' stories, backy, and timey. Let's go back to the roots. And, you know, there's different-y, stuffy stuff all over the everything that is doing this kind of thing. I haven't seen a Wizard of Oz one done yet. Maybe because everybody's too afraid of Disney. But all you have to do is be careful. And again, we're not going to be touched by Disney. Disney is not going to be coming to our place. They're just not. And we're going to do it correctly. And you're going to open up your brain and get in there the difference between the book and the movies. And we're using the book as inspiration, not the movies. But this oldie, brainy, spacey of telling children horrific tales and in their bookie books being absolute insanity when it comes time to violence and blood and guts and death and blood and you know, cannibalism, blah, 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 blah. That's what we're doing here. But we have to take this book and turn it up. He toned it down. Well, my brain is thinking that we're going to take this and turn it back up again. He turned it down, and we come in and turn it back up again. He turned the horror down, and we're going to come in here and turn the horror back up. Now, again, you know, where are we going? What are we doing? What is it? Don't 100% know yet. Maybe this is just maybe the book is just an inspiration. Maybe it's a metaphor. Maybe we, you know, maybe we tell a completely different story, but you would be able to kind of write parallels to this book. Or maybe it is The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, but in spooky, bloody lettering on the poster. And it's kind of like a copy. But one certain idea I've had is just to and we'll get into it more later on. But you know, like the actual ideas of, okay, let's start getting the ideas points down and let's just decide a thing to do and go, right? But you know, obviously we're still just getting started here. We're figuring out what it is that we're going to do. And I'm hoping that the process of figuring out what we're going to do is actually going to be fun for you and me. It is for me. It'll be more fun once we get more people in the chat offering their opinions and their thinky thinks. But it's all good. Now, so once again, I want to get inside of your brain that every single day of your life, 500 years ago, you would see blood. Whether it was for dinner, or a fight at the bar and one guy died, or the animal, or the whatever. Blood everywhere, all the time. Okay, so your nice little cozy little no blood life is a very much a modern invention. And turning the Wonderful Wizard of Oz back into horror is a thing. And I just want to get this inside of your brain, that once upon a time, the blood in the books was all over the everything, and even including the kids' books. You don't see it today. It has disappeared, just like blood has disappeared from a lot of people's lives. I guess the men still watch the action flicks. People are getting shot in the head all over the everything, but not in real life, right? And like I said, the blood in the books of for the children was all the way there, but it's gone. And he's like I said, this author has removed the blood and the guts and the gore and the horror in order to tell this story. That's his intention. In his brain, inside of his brain, he said to himself, the stories for children are too angry and violent. Too much death and destruction and blood and guts and gore. Too much. And he wanted to fix that with this book. So he turned the dial down a lot. But to today's people, the blood, the guts, and the gore, and the horror in this book is like, whoa, that's crazy. There's a lot of blood, because it has been turned down again. That's it. That's what I want. And that concept of rewinding the clocky clock to ramp up the horror, it could be as simple as that. Just take this story and zoom it up. Turn up the horror dial to 11. Maybe it's something different. Maybe it's a different direction. Maybe we just get an overall feeling. What is this story telling us? And these characters, well, let's plug them into some other thing. Maybe it's a modern tale. Maybe it's a modern story. We're not going to go to Fantasyland. We're not going to go to Oz. Oz maybe is a strip club. Or, a street gang. Or maybe it's a comic book publishing company. Maybe it's whatever, and we're just going to tell the story in a very different way. We'll figure it out. We're doing it. I'm doing it, and I think the step one is going through this thing, right? Of course, go through the original material, and talk about it, shoot out some ideas, and start to think and brainstorm and go down different directions and the whole thing, right? It's all good. But again, I guess that's one thing, at least one idea, one thing I need to get inside of your head, is that horror was outside everybody's door all day, every day. And because horror was all over the everything, 100% of all of the everything, nearly 100%, it also made its way to children's books. And as horrific and violent and bloody and gutty as this book is, he actually tried to turn the blood, guts, and the gore down. Well, it's been turned down again. And maybe one idea is to literally just crank it back up again. Tell this exact same story, but crank it up. Okay? That's what I wanted to get across.
"This is my fight," said the woman, "so get behind me, and I will meet them as they come." He seized his axe, which he had made very sharp, and as the leader of the wolves came on, the Tin Woodman swung his arm and chopped the wolf's head from its body, so that it immediately died. As soon as he could raise his axe, another wolf came up, and he also fell under the sharp edge of the Tin Woodman's weapon. there were 40 wolves, and 40 times a wolf was killed, so that at last they all lay dead in a heap before the woodman. He put down his axe and sat beside the scarecrow, who said, "It was a good fight, friend." They waited until Dorothy awoke the next morning. The little girl was quite frightened when she saw the great pile of shaggy wolves, but the Tin Woodman told her all. She thanked him for saving them and sat down to breakfast, after which they started again upon their journey. Now this same morning the Wicked Witch came to the door of her castle and looked out with her one eye that could see far off. She saw all her wolves lying dead, and the strangers still traveling through her country. This made her angrier than before, and she blew her silver whistle twice. Straightway a great flock of wild crows came flying toward her, enough to darken the sky, and the Wicked Witch said to the King Crow, "Fly at once to the strangers, peck out their eyes and tear them to pieces." The wild crows flew in one great flock toward Dorothy and her companions. When the little girl...
Can't say it enough. I'm just going to quickly repeat. He tried to dial the horror down. Now we're pecking out eyes. Okay?
girl saw them coming, she was afraid. But the Scarecrow said, "This is my battle, so lie down beside me and you will not be harmed." So they all lay upon the ground except the Scarecrow, and he stood up and stretched out his arms, and when the crows saw him they were frightened, as these birds always are by scarecrows, and did not dare to come any nearer. But the King Crow said, "It is only a stuffed man. I will peck his eyes out." The King Crow flew at the Scarecrow, who caught it by the head and twisted its neck until it died. And then another crow flew at him, and the Scarecrow twisted its neck also. There were 40 crows, and 40 times the Scarecrow twisted a neck, until at last all were lying dead beside him.
Okay, I'm seeing, I don't know, I'm just brainstorming, I'm not saying anything for sure. But, one of the good things about bringing it into sort of modern whatever is that's what we have around us. So, instead of building sets and building imagination-y fictional worlds around us, if we were to just step it up to modern day, I don't know what the crows are. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it's a group. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. These aren't answers. These are ideas. But just think of that. Things keep coming, and, they're twisting the heads. This brainless thing is twisting the heads of these things. Is that... I don't know if they're... Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? I don't know. And by the way, Dorothy might be the bad guy. Maybe that's the twist. I want to go deep, super mega awesome with this thing. Mega awesome. This ain't just some floozy blah blah blah. I want this to be awesome. And I see layers upon layers of things, right? Built on each other. I see The Shining. Let's just, okay, that's my goal. The Shining. If you want to know the highbrow quality, perfecty excellences, The Shining. And actually, The Shining is a good comparison. Why? Because there's many layers. There's many ways to see it. There's many ways to think about it. You really don't know what's going on, but you do know what's going on, but you don't know what's going on, but you do know what's going on. Everything is a metaphor for other things. Everything, there's so many different thingy things on thingy things on thingy things going on in that film that it's just so... That's why it's one of the most talked about films of all time. And that's my goal here, folks. This ain't some little nothing burger. This is all of the everything. This is filmmaking perfection. That's the goal. Maybe it's just a fun, stupid flick. But I don't see why it has to be. Let's go harder than fucking all of the everything. Let's create a masterpiece. That's my goal. Shining is the... I think it's a good... Like I said, because there's so my brain is saying bring it to modern times in Western countries so that we can all just film outside and in our neighborhoods, and we have the sets are already built. It's called Planet Earth. But the layer upon layer upon layer, what is Dorothy? Maybe Dorothy is an idea inside of a serial killer's head. I just literally pulled that directly out of my asshole, and I have no idea if it's a good idea. This is called brainstorming, folks. They're ideas. We're flinging them around like monkeys fling poop. I like The Shining because what is The Shining, by the way? Is it real? What is happening? Because there's scenes, everything that you say that The Shining is, tell me what The Shining movie is, what it's about, what's happening. Because every answer that you give me, I can say, well, this scene in the movie proves you wrong. And then you go, okay, well, then it's this. And then I'll say, well, this scene in the movie proves you wrong. And then you'll say, well, then it's this. And then I'll say, this scene in the movie proves you wrong. It might, inside of your brain, you will say it's about a family that that went up to take care of a ski lodge during the winter. And I could bring out all of the everything that proves that incorrect. Were they related? Were they a family? Because, at the end of the movie, you see, I forget the character's name. I think it was Jack. Jack in the picture on the wall. So that means he lived hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago. Whatever, hundreds of years ago. Dozens of years ago. I don't know. What is that? How did his face get in that group photo of the hotel from 50 years ago? Was he the caretaker from long way back? Were they a family that traveled up there? What's going on? I mean, what I love about The Shining is that it's a thingy thing, but then they just give you a little drop of nope, that's not it. We're not gonna go into great depth of that drippy drop, but nope, that's not it. And then it's haunted. Nope, that's not it. We're gonna drippy drop. Just a little hint of this, and a little hint of that, and a little hint of this, and it's just like nothing goes all the way to the end. Nothing is explained. No direction is fully explored. But all of these little drippy drops are hinted and thrown in. They're ghosts. Well, are they ghosts? Because how did Wifey Poo see all the ghosts, the haunted lobby? She was running away from Jack at the end, and then she ran into the lobby, and it was all like a ghosty ghost, skeleton ghost, all of the ghost. It was like a haunted house. Cobwebs and everything, all deady, haunted housey. Just bam, like that. Did she really see that? What about the bear who was sucking off the guy in the boy bear that was sucking off the guy? What about the haunted chick in the tub, the old lady? I mean, it's forever, all the way. Think about, and talk about it. What I'd like to do is create an overall thing. Now you're going to say, but you're going to create it in public view. Yep. We're going to tell all the secrets. Okay. We're going to talk about all the secrets to the movie as we create it. Yep. Listen to me very carefully. 3 letters. Yep. Yes. Y-E-S. Y-E-P. Whichever you prefer. The whole movie is on the out, out. We're talking about the whole goddamn thing. This makes this thing different than any other, right? Completely out in the open. Everybody's going to know. It's the execution, it's the creation of it, and the execution of it, and there is something and the way that it's going to be put out to the world. There's a lot of, so I guess we're taking the surprise of the story itself kind of out, I guess. But by the way, there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to give a fuck about this stuff. They're just going to want to see the finished product at the end. Trust me, don't worry, do not worry. Stop it. Stop now. Get that worry out of your head and throw it in the trash. Don't worry about that. It's going to be fine. We don't have to worry, but we're creating it on the out for all the world to see. And you might say, well, then it's going to ruin the surprise. It's like this whole thing is just one big spoiler. Stop it, open up your brain, and start to get creative. Or just trust me if you don't know how to do that. Okay? So yes, we're going to, so I guess, I like the Shining concept. And I like metaphors. I like modern. See, like, these are things that we're going to, like, we're not doing it right now. I'm just shooting the shit. I'm just blowing ideas out of my face. But we will start to write these things down. Like, today is just get through this, but we can stop and talk along the way. But we're going to start to write these things down, and then we're going to have to narrow them down, check mark or X out, X or check mark, one or the other, and then evolve, and then go and go and go until we have a thing, and we decide which direction we want to go. And that's it, right? So, but I like The Shining is, I think, well, a movie as a highbrow and a high quality as The Shining is what I'm aiming for. Yeah. And I love the way, so I love the sort of metaphor thing. Like I said, Alice could be anything is possible. All of the everything is possible, but, I'm just shooting out ideas. When I thought about this project, I thought about a number of things, and I thought, well, why don't I just create it with people, and maybe the creation process could be really cool. And then how we're going to execute it, I thought of the way. We're gonna do it micro step by little tiny piece by tiny piece by tiny piece. And people can get on board and not get on board, and then there'll be a labeling system, a system that I will provide to put it all together. And then you have movies all over the everything, and people can mix and match. They can do whatever they want to do. But anyway, so I guess the two things that I brought up recently is think of blood, guts, and gore inside of a kid's book from days gone by, and Shining, and kind of highbrow, maybe metaphorical, set in the modern. These are some of the ideas that I come out with right now. But some of them conflict with one another. I'm already doing that in my head. Okay? We don't evaluate ideas during brainstorming. We just come up with them. Evaluation of the ideas happens after. We're not even close to that yet.
Then he called to his companions to rise, and again they went upon their journey. When the wicked witch looked out again and saw all her crows lying in a heap, she got into a terrible rage, and blew 3 times upon her silver whistle. Forthwith there was heard a great buzzing in the air, and a swarm of black bees came flying toward her. "Go to the strangers and sting them to death," commanded the witch. And the bees turned and flew rapidly until they came to where Dorothy and her friends were walking. But the woodman had seen them coming, and the scarecrow had decided what to do. "Take out my straw and scatter it over the little girl and the dog and the lion," he said to the woodman, "and the bees cannot sting them." This the woodman did, and as Dorothy lay close beside the lion and held Toto in her arms, the straw covered them entirely. The bees came and found no one but the woodman to sting, so they flew at him and broke off all their stings against the 10, without hurting the woodman at all. And as bees cannot live when their stings are broken, that was the end of the black bees, and they lay scattered thick about the woodman, like little heaps of fine coal. Then Dorothy and the lion got up, and the girl helped the Tin Woodman put the straw back into the Scarecrow again until he was as good as ever. So they started upon their journey once more. The Wicked Witch was so angry when she saw her black bees in little heaps like fine coal that she stamped her foot and tore her hair and gnashed her teeth. And then she called a dozen of her slaves, who were the Winkies, and gave them sharp spears, telling them to go to the strangers and destroy them. The Winkies were not a brave people, but they had to do as they were told, so they marched away until they came near to Dorothy. Then the lion gave a great roar and sprang towards them, and the poor Winkies were so frightened that they ran back as fast as they could. When they returned to the castle, the Wicked Witch beat them well with a strap and sent them back to their work, after which she sat down to think what she would do next. She could not understand how all her plans to destroy these strangers had failed. But she was a powerful witch, as well as a wicked one, and she soon made up her mind how to act. There was, in her cupboard, a golden cap, with a circle of diamonds and rubies running round it. This golden cap had a charm. Whoever...
Oh, that's interesting. It is interesting that the word ruby came up. I don't know, maybe it's come up before and it's just ringing a bell now, but ruby is here. But it's a different ruby stuff. Maybe they just kind of moved this over to the slippers. Combine, I don't know, you know what I mean? The thinking process of how you're going to do the do is a wild one.
Owned it could call 3 times upon the winged monkeys, who would obey any order they were given. But no person could command these strange creatures more than 3 times. Twice already the Wicked Witch had used the charm of the cap. Once was when she had made the Winkies her slaves, and set herself to rule over their country. The winged monkeys had helped her do this. The second time was when she had fought against the great Oz himself, and had driven him out of the land of the West. The winged monkeys had also helped her in doing this. Only once more could she use this golden cap, for which reason she did not like to do so until all her other powers were exhausted. But now that her fierce wolves and her wild crows and her stinging bees were gone, and her slaves had been scared away by the cowardly lion, she saw that there was only one way left to destroy Dorothy and her friends. So the Wicked Witch took the golden cap from her cupboard and placed it upon her head. Then she stood upon her left foot and said slowly, "Epi, Peppy, Kaki." Then she stood upon her right foot and said, "Hillo, holo, hello." After this she stood upon both feet and cried in a loud voice, "Zizzy, Zoozy, Zick." Now the charm began to work. The sky was darkened, and a low rumbling sound was heard in the air. There was a rushing of many wings, a great chattering and laughing, and the sun came out of the dark sky to show the Wicked Witch surrounded by a crowd of monkeys, each with a pair of immense and powerful wings on its shoulders. One, much bigger than the others, seemed to be their leader. He flew close to the witch and said, "You have called us for the 3rd and last time. What do you command?" "Go to the strangers who are within my land and destroy them, all except the lion," said the Wicked Witch. "Bring that beast to me, for I have a mind to harness him like a horse and make him work." "Your command shall be obeyed," said the leader. Then, with a great deal of chattering and noise, the winged monkeys flew away to the place where Dorothy and her friends were walking. Some of the monkeys seized the Tin Woodman and carried him through the air until they were over a country thickly covered with sharp rocks. Here they dropped the poor woodman, who fell a great distance to the rocks, where he lay so battered and dented that he could neither move nor groan. Others of the monkeys caught the Scarecrow, and with their long fingers pulled all of the straw out of his clothes and head. They made his hat and boots and clothes into a small bundle and threw it onto the top branches of a tall tree. The remaining monkeys threw pieces of stout rope around the lion and wound many coils around his body and head and legs until he was unable to bite or scratch or struggle in any way. Then they lifted him up and flew away with him to the witch's castle, where he was placed in a small yard with a high iron fence around it so that he could not escape. But Dorothy they did not harm at all. She stood with Toto in her arms, watching the sad fate of her comrades and thinking it would soon be her turn. The leader of the winged monkeys flew up to her, his long, hairy arms stretched out and his ugly face grinning terribly. But he saw the mark of the good witch's kiss upon her forehead and stopped short, motioning to the others not to touch her. "We dare not harm this little girl," he said to them, "for she is protected by the power of good, and that is greater than the power of evil. All we can do is to carry her to the castle of the Wicked Witch and leave her there."
Oh my. Okay, so like these are some big things, right? Some big themes that we might want to examine. The power of good is stronger than the power of bad. Well, what does that mean? How are we going to go about doing that? This is a horror movie. It's true that in most horror movies, good triumphs. However, evil still lingers. That's what the typical horror movie is about, right? The good wins, but there's always kind of like that, oh my god, the evil is still there. Like the evil, just what I said. Watch a horror movie if you don't know what I mean. So the good wins, but the evil is giving you a wink and a nod at the end, saying, "I'm not gone. You didn't win. I'm still here," sort of thing. That's the trope, anyway. We do what we want. But, you know, like some of these big themes, like good is more good is more powerful than evil. Maybe a thorough examination. Maybe that's what this fucking whole thing is about. You know, you start with that, good and evil. That's the overall, you know, good is more powerful than evil. But is it? And then we test it in all the different ways. It's kind of like, you know Pet Sematary? Now, some people say that Pet Sematary is about grief. I don't think so. I think Pet Sematary is about death. And obviously it's opposite. It's the same thing. It's just, you know, life and death. 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 Pet Sematary is the most beautiful examination. I've never seen any better. Do you remember Flatliners? That one tried to do it, but it really didn't. I've never seen an examination of the concept of death. Now, granted, I'm mostly in horror, but what I'm saying, okay, what am I saying? Death is explored from so many different angles, in so many different ways, in the movie Pet Sematary. It's completely stunningly beautiful. When you actually think about the movie Pet Sematary, and you think about the concept of death, 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 you can go, oh my god. Like, it's a masterpiece in the examination of the concept of death. I guess it's just that simple. I'm trying to bring some new words to this to explain it more, but I don't know how. I think I got it perfect the first time. Now, like I said, some people say the word that you should be using here is grief. I disagree. I think the word we need to use here for Pet Sematary is death. But something like death and how it happens to different people at different times, and blup, blup, blups and thinkies and thoughties and ups and downs and, lefts and rights about death, right? And how we deal with it. It's really a beautiful examination of something that happens to, all of us and all of our loved ones. So, and this one, like good triumphs over evil. Good is more powerful than evil. That seems to be an ongoing thing throughout the whatever, right? This story. So maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the biggest top overarching, concept. But then you just break it down different layer upon layer upon layer. Like I said, different ways of examining it, taking a look at it through this story. Obviously, a horror, Am I tied to this movie being horror? Well, that's what I named it. It's a horror remake. Kind of, yes. I suppose that it could go into a different direction. But my interest is horror. My passion is horror. By the way, this isn't even an original idea. Like I've heard people say that the books are so horrific they could literally just be a horror movie. So that's a common brain space amongst all of lots. It's all over. So these books are so horrific that they should be actually horror movies. And we're kind of getting a taste of that here, eh? Slavery and pecking eyes out and picking up tin men and crashing them down on rocks and, all sorts of kill and, tear them apart and bloodlust and all the rest of it. And really, what have they done other than just enter her land, or the land that she says that she owns? I don't know. Colonization, yeah, you see? They're just visitors, but you're gonna freaking go all crazy and nutso about people coming into your place, or maybe you might want to compare that to Donald Trump and immigration. It's funny how the left will see. The left doesn't make sense about anything ever, but they'll talk about the white man colonizing and going all over the everything and just. But then they'll say open borders, bring all the brown and the non-white people here. The darker the skin, the better. And I was like, well, didn't you not like it when white people did it, but now you want black and brown people to do it? Oh, so you just are fucking completely retarded. Okay, I got it. But anyway, I guess. And I suppose that right-wingness will come out. I don't want politics in this. But, and they shouldn't be. But, common sense sensibilities should be there. I don't know. I don't even know how to make a movie. Maybe because of that, it'll be so fucking crazy. And maybe you'll fire me as the director and do it yourself. But maybe this thing will be so crazy that the reason it's good is because it is so crazy and out there. It's like, obviously, the person who made this had no idea what they're doing. It could be a terrible thing or it could be a great thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll be ignorant together. Oh.
So, carefully and gently, they lifted Dorothy in their arms and carried her swiftly through the air until they came to the castle, where they set her down upon the front doorstep. Then the leader said to the witch, "We have obeyed you as far as we were able. The Tin Woodman and the Scarecrow are destroyed, and the lion is tied up in your yard. The little girl we dare not harm, nor the dog she carries in her arms. Your power over our band is now ended, and you will never see us again." Then all the winged monkeys, with much laughing and chattering and noise, flew into the air and were soon out of sight. The Wicked Witch was both surprised and worried when she saw the mark on Dorothy's forehead, for she knew well that neither the winged monkeys nor she herself dare hurt the girl in any way. She looked down at Dorothy's feet, and seeing the silver shoes, began to tremble with fear, for she knew that a powerful charm belonged to
See? Silver shoes. Okay, I got gray wrong. Silver shoes. Not ruby slippers.
them. At first, the witch was tempted to run away from Dorothy, but she happened to look into the child's eyes and saw how simple the soul behind them was, and that the little girl did not know of the wonderful power the silver shoes gave her. So the Wicked Witch laughed to herself and thought, "I can still make her my slave, for she does not know how to use her power." Then she said to Dorothy harshly and severely, "Come with me."
Now that's an interesting concept, right? You already had the power within you to defeat the evil. You just didn't know it. Now I guess that's a big lesson from the movie as well. But here you go. That comes from the book, so that's okay. You know what I mean? You already had the power. I think, at the end of the movie, it was like, oh yeah, you always had the power. You just had to click your heels together 3 times and say, "There's no place like home." Really? And you made me go through all this? What a bitch! I thought you were the good witch. But anyway, no, seriously. But yeah, you've always had the power within you to defeat evil. Maybe we're talking about drug addiction. Maybe we're talking about libertarianism. Maybe we're talking about, I don't know, grabbing on, we're talking motivational things here. No, I think we still need to get into the horror piece, But it's still relevant in horror. You always had the power within you. Maybe it's your abusive father. Maybe all sorts of things. But that's something, like all these little things, right? You always had the power within you. And feel free to listen to this story or read these books on your own and get, as often as you want or need. If you need to read them multiple times, then go ahead. I'm going to try to not get stuck. We're going through them once. I might read them myself on my own time, although I don't have any of my own time. But I think it's a good idea. I'm going to have to do something, right? To really to examine these things in something other than just an overview way. I'm going to have to do something. And I haven't decided what that is yet. Well, we'll get there. That'll be next week when we start actually making plans for what, the forward. And we're going to start taking notes. It's going to be mostly on stream. I'll have notes, and we'll be making them. I have a little notepad up here. And we'll start writing down ideas, and then liking ideas or not liking ideas, crossing them out, so on. We'll get all the ideas down starting tomorrow. We'll just start brainstorming. Maybe that's what we'll call next week, is brainstorming. This, we're going through at least the first book in this set.
"And see that you mind everything I tell you, for if you do not, I will make an end of you, as I did of the 10 woodmen and the scarecrow." Dorothy followed her through many of the beautiful rooms in her castle until they came to the kitchens, where the witch bade her clean the pots and kettles and sweep the floor and keep the fire fed with wood. Dorothy went to work meekly, with her mind made up to work as hard as she could, for she was glad the Wicked Witch had decided not to kill her. With Dorothy hard at work, the witch thought she would go into the courtyard and harness the cowardly lion like a horse. It would amuse her, she was sure, to make him draw her chariot whenever she wished to go to drive. But as she opened the gate, the lion gave a loud roar and bounded at her so fiercely that the witch was afraid and ran out and shut the gate again. "If I cannot harness you," said the witch to the lion, speaking through the bars of the gate, "I can starve you. You shall have nothing to eat until you do as I wish." So after that she took no food to the imprisoned lion, but every day she came to the gate at noon and asked, "Are you ready to be harnessed like a horse?" And the lion would answer, "No, if you come in this yard, I will bite you." The reason the lion did not have to do as the witch wished was that every night, while the woman was asleep,
Oh, yeah, I bet you Dorothy would come out with some food. Now, where is he getting his courage to do this? See, this is. I will say that in all of it, you know, okay, so the no brain person, we need to do that better. Like, the dumb thing needs to be done better. The no heart thing needs to be done better. And the no courage thing needs to be done better. All of these three things are done really poorly all over the place. Like the stupid, it's like the scarecrow is only stupid, like pretending to be stupid sometimes, and walking around like a goof down the yellow brick road. And the no crying, well, when you cry, that means you do have a heart, right? For the Tin Man. And the no courage, you wouldn't do this. See, I've always thought this about this fucking thing. And this pisses me off about all of it. It's like, hey, you have no brain, why don't you act like it? Why didn't they write the character like it had? I think it's almost like, I have no golden ring. I have no diamond ring. I have no platinum ring. Like, literally, I'm serious. Just because these things that they're looking for, they act as if they already got them. You know, no heart, no brain, no courage. But none of them act like it. So it drives me crazy. And I've always thought that it was wrong. It's just like they pretend to not have it sometimes. When it's relevant. But really, the characters themselves act. So all three of those needs to be fixed.
sleep, Dorothy carried him food from the cupboard. After he had eaten, he would lie down on his bed of straw, and Dorothy would lie down beside him and put her head in his soft, shaggy mane, while they talked of their troubles and tried to plan some way to escape. But they could find no way to get out of the castle, for it was constantly guarded by the Yellow Winkies, who were the slaves of the Wicked Witch, and were too afraid of her not to do as she told them. The girl had to work hard during the day, and often the witch threatened to beat her with the same old umbrella she always carried in her hand. But in truth, she did not dare to strike Dorothy because of the mark upon her forehead. The child did not know this and was full of fear for herself and Toto. Once the witch struck Toto a blow with her umbrella, and the brave little dog flew at her and bit her leg in return. The witch did not bleed where she was bitten, for she was so wicked that the blood in her had dried up many years before. Dorothy's life became very sad, as she grew to understand that it would be harder than ever to get back.
That's interesting. She was so evil. So evil actually, we see in stories and stuff that evil, I'm just thinking about the Star Wars stuff, the path to the dark side, even the dark side is a path to many a thing that people consider unnatural. It's interesting. We got no blood in the witch. And I guess why I'm stuck on it a little bit, not totally, it's just I wanted to pause here. that could be a, like that could be something. It's like you try to defeat, but you're fighting evil, right? But then what you didn't realize is that they were so evil that the way you were fighting it doesn't work. Because it's too evil. It's like, I'll just give you a quick example. You say, this is your son. This is your daughter. I will kill, I will kill your daughter if you don't, release my friends. If you don't be good, right? I will kill your daughter. And then the evil comes around, and then pulls out a knife from their own pocket and slices the throat of their own daughter. And you're like, right? This is just an example. This is what I'm saying. You thought that, but you didn't understand the evil that you were confronted with is more evil than what you could even imagine. You thought that they would at least care for their own flesh and blood, but nope. Something along those lines, right? I'm telling you, we're making a masterpiece here. That's the plan. And once we get kind of going, I get it. It seems a bit confusing and stuff here right now, but we'll get there. We're going to remind Hollywood how to fucking make a goddamn movie. Fucking bunch of commie retards. Don't even know how to make movies anymore.
Back to Kansas and Aunt Em again. Sometimes she would cry bitterly for hours with Toto sitting at her feet and looking into her face, whining dismally to show how sorry he was for his little mistress. Toto did not really care whether he was in Kansas or the Land of Oz so long as Dorothy was with him, but he knew the little girl was unhappy, and that made him unhappy too. Now the Wicked Witch had a great longing to have for her own the silver shoes which the girl always wore. Her bees and her crows and her wolves were lying in heaps and drying up, and she had used up all the power of the golden cap. But if she could only get a hold of the silver shoes, they would give her more power than all the other things she had lost. She watched Dorothy carefully to see if she ever took off her shoes, thinking she might steal them. But the child was so proud of her pretty shoes that she never took them off, except at night when she took her bath. The witch was too much afraid of the dark.
And see, that's interesting too, right? The good witch at the beginning of the film gives her something that is actually going to, gives her the power. Now, what could you give a person? Could be something like wisdom or empathy, intelligence. It could have a metaphorical, supernatural type of thingy thing. I don't know where we're going here. But there's a good chance that it's just, she's bestowed with something that maybe others want. Maybe it's beauty. Maybe the good witch is a set of good parents, and Alice is just beautiful, a very attractive girl. Maybe. And then but then we're getting into Sleeping Beauty territory, but, envy of beautiful, maybe that's what this is all about. Vanity. Maybe that's the overall thing. And see, that's something that we can do, by the way. Once you get, I've never done this. Clear your mind of me knowing what I'm doing. I have no fucking clue. And I'm not even going to look it up. I'm just doing it the way my brain has figured out life up to this point. That's how we're making the movie. I'm not going to look up how to make a movie. Google how to make a movie. No. We're not doing that. Anyway, so So maybe it's something relevant to today. Maybe it's just freedom, libertarianism, but from a proper perspective and not a CIA government propaganda lefty commie perspective, fascist perspective. Maybe that's the thing at the top. Maybe it's vanity. Maybe it's death. Maybe it's love. Maybe it's tolerance. You know, maybe it's inclusion. I don't know, what word does the left like to bastardize these days. Maybe it's, you know, a proper examination of sexuality, or a proper examination of black. Maybe it's we're going to do the racist race stuff. You know, the problems with the black-white race stuff. Maybe, you know, like maybe that's what we need to do, just to help the world out. A proper, decent examination of race, black-white stuff, past, present, future. You know, getting the correct ideas into people's heads. Right? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's that this whole thing is about race. What is Alice? Maybe Alice is utopia, or as good as we can get. I don't know. Maybe Alice is a girl, a black girl or a white girl. Maybe there's two Alices. Right? Like, I mean, the sky's the limit. We'll figure it out. I'm just talking right now. But next week we'll start to put the ideas down. And then I think we'll probably, the following week, we're going to start to etch these things in stone. Okay? Let's keep going.
Dark to dare go into Dorothy's room at night to take the shoes, and her dread of water was greater than her fear of the dark, so she never came near when Dorothy was bathing. Indeed, the old witch never touched water, nor ever let water touch her in any way. But the wicked creature was very cunning, and she finally thought of a trick that would give her what she wanted. She placed a bar of iron in the middle of the kitchen floor, and then, by her magic arts, made the iron invisible to human eyes.
Okay, so water in this story, right? I'm going to go grab another drink, and I can't miss anything, so unfortunately I'm just going to have to pause when I move. But water, you know, we all know what happens with water. So I don't think we can really do a literal, you know, now that I'm thinking about the copyright stuff and things, I think we have to do something kind of adjacent. We can actually create characters. We can write down all the characters that are involved in this story. You know, all the main ones and all the little ones too, right? Create the story and build them up. But like, the lion will be something else. You know what I mean? The whatever will be something else. The crows will be maybe a person or a group or whatever. I'm going to grab something to eat too. But the water is, it's random, right? And I think that's what water is in this story. It's just this random thing that happens to work. So what kind of a random thing defeats evil? I don't know. See, like maybe it's a minor person from the beginning of the film that just, you know, you dropped your groceries and that person helped you with your groceries and that was it. But, you know, when the chips are down and everything is going all the way, they just happen to be walking by with their gun and they shoot, you know, in the head. Maybe that's the random. I don't know. We'll see. But to me, that's what water means in this. I don't know what it means to you, but to me it means random. It's just I don't know. What do they call them? A plot device? A MacGuffin? But it's not even, I don't even think it's really a MacGuffin. Because a MacGuffin, I think the characters know its importance, whereas I don't think in the movie they didn't. I don't know about in the book.
So that when Dorothy walked across the floor, she stumbled over the bar, not being able to see it, and fell at full length. She was not much hurt, but in her fall, one of the silver shoes came off, and before she could reach it, the witch had snatched it away and put it on her own skinny foot. The wicked woman was greatly pleased with the success of her trick, for as long as she had one of the shoes, she owned half the power of their charm, and Dorothy could not use it against her, even had she known how to do so. The little girl, seeing she had lost one of her pretty shoes, grew angry, and said to the witch, "Give me back my shoe." "I will not," retorted the witch, "for it is now my shoe, and not yours." "You are a wicked creature," cried Dorothy. "You have no right to take my shoe from me." "I shall keep it just the same," said the witch, laughing at her, "and someday I shall get the other one from you too." This made Dorothy so very angry that she picked up the bucket of water that stood near and dashed it over the witch, wetting her from head to foot. Instantly the wicked woman gave a loud cry of fear, and then, as Dorothy looked at her in wonder, the witch began to shrink and fall away. "See what you have done?" she screamed. "In a minute I shall melt away." "I'm very sorry indeed," said Dorothy, who was truly frightened to see the witch actually melting away like brown sugar before her very eyes.
Okay, so just as once again, you'll see this image soon. You're going to see this image coming up. This image is literally that. See this on the underneath her? That's the water. Again, this is all public domain. This image is from the book. And this is her melting away. I don't know where she got the eye patch. Maybe that's that could be something too. Put the eye patch there. Why not? Maybe if the witch is indeed a person. Maybe the witch is another something else, but I can't believe that the witch is melting already. We still have a lot of chapters to go. We're only, that's 12. Yeah, we still got half the book to go. What happens with the rest of the book? The witch is already dead.
Didn't you know?
It's interesting, right? Just how different it is. So in the movie, she was trying to put out the scarecrow because he was on fire, and in there, it's just Dorothy was mad and decided to douse the witch with some water.
Water would be the end of me? Asked the witch in a wailing, despairing voice. Of course not, answered Dorothy. How should I? Well, in a few minutes I shall be all melted, and you will have the castle to yourself. I have been wicked in my day, but I have never thought a little girl like you would ever be able to melt me and end my wicked deeds. Look out! Here I go!" With these words, the witch fell down in a brown, melted, shapeless mass and began to spread over the clean boards of the kitchen floor. Seeing that she had really melted away into nothing, Dorothy drew another bucket of water and threw it over the mess. She then swept it all out the door. After picking out the silver shoe, which was all that was left of the old woman, she cleaned and dried it with a cloth and put it on her foot again. Then, being at last free to do as she chose, she ran out to the courtyard to tell the lion that the Wicked Witch of the West had come to an end, and that they were no longer prisoners in a strange land. End of chapter 12.
I was losing my place. Okay, so I find this strange that we got so much book to go, but I better shut up or else we're going to be here all night.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 13. The Rescue. The Cowardly Lion was much pleased to hear that the Wicked Witch had been melted by a bucket of water, and Dorothy at once unlocked the gate of his prison and set him free. They went in together to the castle, where Dorothy's first act was to call all the Winkies together and tell them that they were no longer slaves. There was great rejoicing among the Yellow Winkies, for they had been made to work hard during many years for the Wicked Witch, who had always treated them with great cruelty. They kept this day as a holiday, then and ever after, and spent the time in feasting and dancing. "If our friends, the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman, were only with us," said the Lion, "I should be quite happy." "Don't you suppose we could rescue them?"
Oh my goodness. That's interesting, right? These two things that you thought were dead, maybe that's the plot twist. The movie's not over yet. These two things that you thought were dead, no, you're going to go get them. People.
asked the girl anxiously. "We can try," answered the Lion. So they called the Yellow Winkies and asked them if they would help to rescue their friends, and the Winkies said that they would be delighted to do all in their power for Dorothy, who had set them free from bondage. So she chose a number of the Winkies who looked as if they knew the most, and they all started away. They traveled that day and part of the next until they came to the rocky plain where the Tin Woodman lay, all battered and bent. His axe was near him, but the blade was rusted and the handle broken off short. The Winkies lifted him tenderly in their arms and carried him back to the yellow castle again, Dorothy shedding a few tears by the way at the sad plight of her old friend, and the Lion looking sober and sorry. When they reached the castle, Dorothy said to the Winkies, "Are any of your people tinsmiths?" "Oh, yes, some of us are very good tinsmiths," they told her. "Then bring them to me," she said. And when the tinsmiths came, bringing with them all their tools and baskets, she inquired, "Can you straighten out those dents in the tin?"
You know, I know that, like you just zoom over things, but she said, "Then bring them to me." Like, she defeated the old God, King, Emperor, whatever, Wicked Witch, and now she's the ruler? And she's just busting out the orders to, the former slaves? "Oh, no, I'm going to be the good, I'm going to be the good ruler, but you better do what I say. I'm going to tell you things to do, and I expect you to do them." "Oh, you're the good one, are you?" Anyway, I just find it interesting that Dorothy is now barking out orders to the former slaves that she freed. Okay. This sounds like an interesting examination of power, right? And maybe, you're a good person, but maybe power corrupts, You just take over the throne and you just start barking orders at people and expect them to follow you. Isn't that what the old one did? Oh, but I'm going to be the good one. I'm going to be the good dictator. Okay. Good luck with that. There's no such thing as a good dictator, but you go ahead and try.
Tin Woodman and bend him back into shape again and solder him together where he is broken? The tinsmiths looked the woodman over carefully and then answered that they thought they could mend him so he would be as good as ever. So they set to work in one of the big yellow rooms of the castle and worked for 3 days and 4 nights, hammering and twisting and bending and soldering and polishing and pounding at the legs and body and head of the Tin Woodman until at last he was straightened out into his old form, and his joints worked as well as ever. To be sure, there were several patches on him, but the tinsmiths did a good job, and as the woodman was not a vain man, he did not mind the patches at all. When, at last, he walked into Dorothy's room and thanked her for rescuing him, he was so pleased that he wept tears of joy, and Dorothy had to wipe every tear carefully from his face with her apron so that his joints would not be rusted. At the same time, her own tears fell thick and fast at the joy of meeting her old friend again, and these tears did not need to be wiped away. As for the lion, he wiped his eyes so often with the tip of his tail that it became quite wet, and he was obliged to go out into the courtyard and hold it in the sun until it dried. "If we only had the Scarecrow with us again," said the Tin Woodman when Dorothy had finished telling him everything that had happened, "I should be quite happy." "We must try to find him," said the girl. So she called the Winkies to help her, and they walked all that day and part of the next until they came to the tall tree in the branches of which the winged monkeys had tossed the Scarecrow's clothes. It was a very tall tree, and the trunk was so smooth that no one could climb it. But the woodman said at once, "I'll chop it down, and then we can get the Scarecrow's clothes." Now while the tinsmiths had been working on mending the woodman himself, another of the Winkies, who was a goldsmith, had made an axe handle of solid gold and fitted it to the woodman's axe, instead of the old broken handle. Others polished the blade until all the rust was removed and it glistened like burnished silver. As soon as he had spoke, the Tin Woman began to chop, and in a short time the tree fell over with a crash, whereupon the Scarecrow's clothes fell out of the branches and rolled off on the ground. Dorothy picked them up and had the Winkies carry them back to the castle, where they were stuffed with nice, clean straw. And behold, here was the Scarecrow, as good as ever, thanking them over and over again for saving him. Now that they were reunited, Dorothy and her friends spent a few happy days at the Yellow Castle, where they found everything they needed to make them comfortable. But one day the girl thought of Aunt Em and said, "We must go back to Oz and claim his promise." "Yes," said the woodman, "at last I shall get my heart, and I shall get my brains," added the Scarecrow joyfully, "and I shall get my courage," said the lion thoughtfully. "And I shall get back to Kansas," cried Dorothy, clapping her hands. "Oh, let us start for the Emerald City tomorrow." This they decided to do. The next day they called the Winkies together and bade them goodbye. The Winkies were sorry to have them go, and they had grown so fond of the Tin Woodman that they begged him to stay and rule over them and the yellow land of the West. Finding they were determined to go, the Winkies gave Toto and the lion each a golden collar, and to Dorothy they presented a beautiful bracelet studded with diamonds, and to the Scarecrow they gave a gold-headed walking stick to keep him from stumbling, and to the Tin Woodman they offered a silver oil can inlaid with gold and set with precious jewels. Every one of the travelers made the Winkies a pretty speech in return, and all shook hands with them until their arms ached. Dorothy went to the witch's cupboard to fill her basket with food for the journey, and there she saw the golden cap. She tried it on her own head and found that it fitted her exactly. She did not know anything about the charm of the golden cap, but she saw that it was pretty, so she made up her mind to wear it and carry her sunbonnet in the basket. Then, being prepared for the journey, they all started for the Emerald City, and the Winkies gave them 3 cheers and many good wishes to carry with them. End of chapter 13.
Yeah, the winged monkeys are going to come back. I guess she could just wish for, only 3 wishes. Give one to, that's, I think, what's going to happen. I'm not certain, but she's going to give Scarecrow, the Tin Man, the Tin Woodsman. See, that's a little thing. You can't call him the Tin Man. You got to call him the Tin Woodsman, or something completely different. You got to be careful. We got to be careful. All right?
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 14. The Winged Monkeys. You will remember that there was no road, not even a pathway, between the castle of the Wicked Witch and the Emerald City. When the 4 travelers went in search of the witch, she had seen them coming, and so sent the winged monkeys to bring them to her. It was much harder to find their way back through the big fields of buttercups and yellow daisies than it was being carried. They knew, of course, they must go straight east, towards the rising sun, and they started off in the right way. But at noon, when the sun was over their heads, they did not know which was east and which was west. And that was the reason they were lost in the great field. They kept on walking, however, and at night the moon came out and shone brightly. So they lay down among the sweet-smelling yellow flowers and slept soundly until morning, all but the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman. The next morning the sun was behind a cloud, but they started on, as if they were quite sure which way they were going. "If we walk far enough," said Dorothy, "I am sure we shall sometime come to some place." But day by day passed away, and they still saw nothing before them but the scarlet field. The Scarecrow began to grumble a bit. "We have surely lost our way," he said, "and unless we find it again in time to reach the Emerald City, I shall never get my brains." "Nor I a heart," declared the Tin Woodman. "It seems to me that I can scarcely wait till I get to Oz, and you must admit that this is a very long journey." "You see," said the Cowardly Lion with a whimper, "I haven't the courage to keep tramping forever without getting anywhere at all." Then Dorothy lost heart. She sat down on the grass and looked at her companions, and they sat down and looked at her. And Toto found that for the first time in his life he was too tired to chase a butterfly that flew past his head. So he put out his tongue and panted and looked at Dorothy as if to ask what they should do next. "Suppose we call the field mice," she suggested. "They could probably tell us the way to the Emerald City." "To be sure they could," cried the Scarecrow. "Why didn't we think of that before?" Dorothy blew the little whistle that she had always carried about her neck since the Queen of the Mice had given it to her. In a few minutes they heard the pattering of tiny feet, and many of the small gray mice came running up to her. Among them was the Queen herself, who asked in a squeaky little voice, "What can I do for my friends?" "We have lost our way," said Dorothy. "Can you tell us where the Emerald City is?" "Certainly," answered the Queen. "But it is a great way off, for you have had it at your backs all this time." Then she noticed Dorothy's golden cap and said, "Why don't you use the charm of the cap and call the winged monkeys to you? They will carry you to the city of Oz in less than an hour." "I didn't know there was a charm," answered Dorothy in surprise. "What is it?" "It is written inside the golden cap," replied the Queen of the Mice. "But if you are going to call the winged monkeys, we must run away, for they are full of mischief and think it great fun to plague us." "Won't they hurt me?" asked the girl anxiously. "Oh no, they must obey the wearer of the cap. Goodbye," and she scampered out of sight with all the mice hurrying after her. Dorothy looked inside the golden cup and saw some words written upon the lining. These, she thought, must be the charm, so she read the directions carefully and put the cap upon her head. "Epi, peppy, cocky," she said, standing on her left foot. "What did you say?" asked the Scarecrow, who did not know what she was doing. "Hilo, holo, hello," Dorothy went on, standing this time on her right foot. "Hello," replied the Tin Woodman calmly. "Zizzy, zoozy, zick," and said Dorothy, who was now standing on both feet. This ended the saying of the charm, and they heard a great chattering and flapping of wings as the band of winged monkeys flew up to them. The king bowed low before Dorothy and asked, "What is your command?" "We wish to go to the Emerald City," said the child, "and we have lost our way." "We will carry you," replied the king, and no sooner than he had spoken than two of the monkeys caught Dorothy in their arms and flew away with her.
Some way, somehow, even if it's like, for example, in a plaque in the back somewhere. One of my favorite poems is as I look back at my life, dear Lord, as I look back at my life, I see you walking alongside of me, and at the I forget how it goes, but at the points of the most distress, when I was under most despair, you abandoned me. It's called Footprints. And why did you forsake me during the roughest times in my life? I understand. I think they said something like, "I understand why you left me is because I was committing sin and I was on the wrong path." And Jesus or God or whoever replies back, "Oh, I didn't forsake you. What I carried you." That's I love that thing. So probably at least in my thing, that's gonna sneak in there somewhere. But when I see this, they lost their way, and then somebody came in and carried them. It reminds me of that poem called Footprints. Again, I'll say it again. I look back at my life like walking along the beach, and in the times where I was in most despair, you abandoned me. And then God said, "No, I didn't abandon you. I carried you." That's why you only see one set of footprints. Good stuff, that. And anyway, that's what that reminded me of.
Others took the Scarecrow and the Woodman and the Lion, and one little monkey seized Toto and flew after them, although the dog tried hard to bite him. The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman were rather frightened at first, for they remembered how badly the winged monkeys had treated them before. But they saw that no harm was intended, so they rode through the air quite cheerfully, and had a fine time looking at the pretty gardens and woods far below them. Dorothy found herself riding easily between two of the biggest monkeys, one of them the king himself. They had made a chair of their hands and were careful not to hurt her. "Why do you have to obey the charm of the golden cap?" she asked. "That is a long story," answered the king, with a winged laugh. "But as we have a long journey before us, I will pass the time by telling you about it, if you wish." "I shall be glad to hear it," she replied. "Once," began the leader, "we were a free people, living happily in the great forest, flying from tree to tree, eating nuts and fruit, and doing just as we pleased without calling anybody master. Perhaps some of us were rather too full of mischief at times, flying down to pull the tails of the animals that had no wings, chasing birds and throwing nuts at the people who walked in the forest. But we were careless and happy and full of fun, and enjoyed every minute of the day. This was many years ago, long before Oz came out of the clouds to rule over this land. There lived here then, away at the north, a beautiful princess, who was also a powerful sorceress. All her magic was used to help the...
Have you noticed in this story, slavery comes up a hell of a lot, eh? Damn. Ruling over people and slavery.
people, and she was never known to hurt anyone who was good. Her name was Gaylayet, and she lived in a handsome palace built from...
Again, maybe slavery is the word. Remember how I said Pet Cemetery? The word is death. Examine death from many different angles. Maybe it's slavery. But it's a little on the nose. But, well, I guess Pet Cemetery was on the nose, too. It's how it's done. And what you do with it. And the types of stories you tell. The angles that you tell the stories from. Oops.
Great blocks of ruby. Everyone loved her. But her greatest sorrow was that she could find no one to love in return, since all the men were much too stupid and ugly to mate with one so beautiful and wise. At last, however, she found a boy who was handsome and manly and wise beyond his years. Gaylayet made up her mind that when he grew to be a man, she would make...
Wow. You know what I mean? Handsome and manly. No, this wouldn't fly. It's gonna fly. Don't get me wrong. It's good. All that's gonna exist in ours. But yeah.
make him her husband.
But could you imagine an SJW reading something like that? Handsome and manly. Oh my God, they don't like handicapped. They're fat shaming and they're ascribing masculinity to men. Oh my goodness.
So she took him to her ruby palace and used all her magic powers to make him as strong and good and lovely as any woman could wish. When he grew to manhood, Kulala, as he was called, was said to be the best and wisest man in all the land, while his manly beauty was so great that Gaylayet loved him dearly and hastened to make everything ready for the wedding. My grandfather was at the time the king of the winged monkeys, which lived in the forest near Gaylayet's palace, and the old fellow loved a joke better than a good dinner. One day, just before the wedding, my grandfather was flying out with his band when he saw Kulala walking beside the river. He was dressed in a rich costume of pink silk and purple velvet, and my grandfather thought he would see what he could do. At his word, the band flew down and seized Kulala, carrying him in their arms until they were over the middle of the river, and then dropped him into the water. "Swim out, my fine fellow," cried my grandfather, "and see if the water has spotted your clothes." Kulala was much too wise not to swim, and he was not in the least spoiled by all his good fortune. He laughed when he came to the top of the water and swam to the shore. But when Gaylayet came running out to see him, she found his silks and velvet all ruined by the river. The princess was angry, and she knew, of course, who did it. She had all the winged monkeys brought before her, and she said at first that their wings should be tied and they should be treated as they had treated Kulala and dropped in the river. But my grandfather pleaded hard, for he knew the monkeys would drown in the river with their wings tied, and Kulala said a kind word for them also, so that Gaylayet finally spared them, on condition that the winged monkeys should ever after do 3 times the bidding of the owner of the golden cap. This cap had been made for a wedding present to Kulala, and it was said to have cost the princess half her kingdom. Of course my grandfather and all the other monkeys at once agreed to the condition, and that is how it happens that we are 3 times the slaves of the owner of the golden cap, whoever it may be. "And what became of them?" asked Dorothy, who had been greatly interested in the story. "Kulala being the first owner of the golden cap," replied the monkey, "he was the first to lay his wishes upon us. As his bride could not bear the sight of us, he called us all to him in the forest after he had married her, and ordered us always to keep where she could never again set eyes on a winged monkey, which we were glad to do, for we were all afraid of her. This was all we ever had to do until the golden cap fell into the hands of the wicked witch of the west, who made us enslave the Winkies, and afterward drive Oz himself out of the land of the west. Now the golden cap is yours, and 3 times you have the right to lay your wishes upon us." As the Monkey King finished his story, Dorothy looked down and saw the green, shining walls of the Emerald City before them. She wondered at the rapid flight of the monkeys, but was glad the journey was over. The strange creatures set the travelers down carefully before the gate of the city. The king bowed low to Dorothy and then flew away swiftly, followed by all his band. "That was a good ride," said the little girl. "Yes, and a quick way out of our troubles," replied the lion. "How lucky it was you brought away that wonderful cap." End of chapter 14.
Well, I feel like I need a bit of a nap, but I'm just going to plug through. It was up so early. I've been getting up early. I don't know why.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 15. The Discovery of Oz, the Terrible. The four travelers walked up to the great gate of Emerald City and rang the bell. After ringing several times, it was opened by the same guardian of the gates they had met before. "What are you, back again?" he asked in surprise. "Do you not see us?" answered the Scarecrow. "But I thought you had gone to visit the Wicked Witch of the West." "We did visit her," said the Scarecrow. "And she let you go again?" asked the man in wonder. "She could not help it, for she is melted," explained the Scarecrow. "Melted? Well, that is good news indeed," said the man. "Who melted her?" "It was Dorothy," said the lion gravely. "Good gracious!" exclaimed the man, and he bowed very low indeed before her. Then he led them into his little room and locked the spectacles from the great box on all their eyes, just as he had done before. Afterward, they passed on through the gate into the Emerald City. When the people heard from the guardian of the gates that Dorothy had melted the Wicked Witch of the West, they all gathered around the travelers and followed them in a great crowd to the Palace of Oz. The soldier with the green whiskers was still on guard before the door, but he let them in at once, and they were again met by the beautiful green girl, who showed each of them to their old rooms at once, so they might rest until the great wizard was ready to receive them. The soldier had the news carried straight to Oz that Dorothy and the other travelers had come back again, after destroying the Wicked Witch, but Oz made no reply. They thought the great wizard would send for them at once, but he did not. They had no word from him the next day, nor the next, nor the next. The waiting was tiresome and wearing, and at last they grew vexed that Oz should treat them in so poor a fashion, after sending them to undergo hardships and slavery. So the Scarecrow at last asked the green girl to take another message to Oz, saying if he did not let them in to see him at once, they would call the winged monkeys to help them, and find out whether he kept his promises or not. When the wizard was given this message, he was so frightened that he sent word for them to come to the throne room at 4 minutes after 9 o'clock the next morning. He had once met the winged monkeys in the land of the West, and he did not wish to meet them again. The four travelers passed a sleepless night, each thinking of the gift Oz had promised to bestow on him. Dorothy fell asleep only once, and then she dreamed she was in Kansas, where Aunt Em was telling her how glad she was to have her little girl home again. Promptly at 9 o'clock the next morning, the green-whiskered soldier came to them, and 4 minutes later, they all went into the throne room of the great Oz. Of course, each one of them expected to see the wizard in the shape he had taken before, and all were greatly surprised when they looked about and saw no one at all in the room. They kept close to the door and closer to one another, for the stillness of the empty room was more dreadful than any of the forms they had seen Oz take. Presently they heard a solemn voice that seemed to come somewhere near the top of the great dome, and it said, "I am Oz, the great and terrible. Why do you seek me?" They looked again in every part of the room, and then, seeing no one, Dorothy asked, "Where are you?" "I am everywhere," answered the voice, "but to the eyes of the common mortals I am invisible. I will now seat myself upon my throne that you may converse with me." Indeed, the voice seemed just then to come straight from the throne itself, so they walked toward it and stood in a row while Dorothy said, "We have come to claim our promise, O Oz." "What promise?" asked Oz. "You promised to send me back to Kansas when the Wicked Witch was destroyed," said the girl. "And you promised to give me brains," said the Scarecrow. "And you promised to give me a heart," said the Tin Woodman. "And you promised to give me courage," said the Cowardly Lion. "Is the Wicked Witch really destroyed?" asked the voice, and Dorothy thought it trembled a little. "Yes," she answered. "I melted her with a bucket of water." "Dear me," said the voice. "How sudden. Well, come to me tomorrow, for I must have time to think it over." "You've had plenty of time already," said the Tin Woodman angrily. "We shan't wait a day longer," said the Scarecrow. "You must keep your promise to us," exclaimed Dorothy. The Lion thought it might be as well to frighten the Wizard. So he gave a large, loud roar, which was so fierce and dreadful that Toto jumped away from him in alarm and tipped over the screen that stood in the corner. As it fell with a crash, they looked that way, and the next moment all of them were filled with wonder, for they saw, standing in just the spot the screen had hidden, a little old man with a bald head and a wrinkled face, who seemed to be as much surprised as they were. The Tin Woodman, raising his axe, rushed toward the little man and cried out, "Who are you?" "I am Oz, the great and terrible," said the little man in a trembling voice. "But don't strike me, please, don't, and I'll do anything you want me to." Our friends looked at him in surprise and dismay. "I thought Oz was a great head," said Dorothy. "And I thought Oz was a lovely lady," said the Scarecrow. "And I thought Oz was a terrible beast," said the Tin Woodman. "And I thought Oz was a ball of fire," exclaimed the Lion. "No, you are all wrong," said the little man meekly. "I have been making believe." "Making believe?" cried Dorothy. "Are you not a great wizard?" "Hush, my dear. Don't speak so loud, or you will be overheard, and I should be ruined. I'm supposed to be a great wizard." "And you aren't?" she asked. "Not a bit of it, my dear. Just a common man." "You're more than that," said the Scarecrow in a grieved tone. "You're a humbug." "Exactly so," declared the little man, rubbing his hands together as if it pleased him. "I am a humbug." "But this is terrible," said the Tin Woodman. "How shall I ever get my heart?" "Or I my courage?" asked the Lion. "Or I my brains?" wailed the Scarecrow, wiping the tears from his eyes with his coat sleeve. "My dear friends," said Oz, "I pray you not speak of these little things. Think of me and the terrible trouble I am in at being found out." "Doesn't anyone else know you're a humbug?" asked Dorothy. "No one knows it but you four, and myself," replied Oz. "I have fooled everyone so long that I thought I should never be found out. It was a great mistake my ever letting you into the throne room. Usually I will not see even my subjects, and so they believe I am something terrible." "But I don't understand," said Dorothy in bewilderment. "How was it that you appeared to me as a great head?" "That was one of my tricks," answered Oz. "Step this way, please, and I will tell you all about it." He led the way to a small chamber in the rear of the throne room, and they all followed him. He pointed to one corner in which lay the great head, made out of many thicknesses of paper, and with a carefully painted face. "This I hung from the ceiling by a wire," said Oz. "I stood behind the screen and pulled a thread to make the eyes move and the mouth open." "But how about the voice?" she inquired. "Oh, I'm a ventriloquist," said the little man. "I can throw the sound of my voice wherever I wish, so that you thought it was coming out of the head. Here are the other things I used to deceive you." He showed the Scarecrow the dress and the mask he had worn when he seemed to be the lovely lady. And the Tin Woodman saw that his terrible beast was nothing but a lot of skins, sewn together with slats to keep their sides out. As for the ball of fire, the false wizard had hung that also from the ceiling. It was really a ball of cotton, but when oil was poured upon it, the ball burned fiercely. "Really," said the Scarecrow, "you ought to be ashamed of yourself for being such a humbug." I certainly am," answered the little man sorrowfully. "But it was the only thing I could do. Sit down, please. There are plenty of chairs, and I will tell you my story." So they sat down and listened while he told the following tale. "I was born in Omaha." "Why, that isn't very far from Kansas," cried Dorothy. "No, but it's farther from here," he said, shaking his head at her sadly. "When I grew up, I became a ventriloquist. And at that, I was very well trained by a great master. I can imitate any kind of bird or beast. Here he mewed so like a kitten that Toto pricked up his ears and looked everywhere to see where she was. After a time, continued Oz, I tired of that and became a balloonist. What is that? Asked Dorothy. A man who goes up in a balloon on circus day, so as to draw a crowd of people together and get them to pay to see the circus, he explained. Oh, she said, I know. Well, one day I went up in a balloon and the ropes got twisted so that I couldn't come down again. It went way up above the clouds, so far that a current of air struck it and carried it many, many miles away. For a day and a night I traveled through the air, and on the morning of the second day I awoke and found the balloon floating over a strange and beautiful country. It came down gradually, and I was not hurt a bit, but I found myself in the midst of a strange people, who, seeing me come from the clouds, thought I was a great wizard. Of course I let them think so, because they were afraid of me and promised to do anything I wished them to do. Just to amuse myself, and keep the good people busy, I ordered them to build the city, and my palace, and they did it all willingly and well. Then I thought, as the country was so green and beautiful, I would call it the Emerald City. And to make the name fit her better, I put green spectacles on all the people so that everything they saw was green. But isn't everything here green? Asked Dorothy. No more than in any other city, replied Oz. But when you wear green spectacles, why, of course, everything you see looks green to you. The Emerald City was built a great many years ago, for I was a young man when the balloon brought me here, and I am a very old man now. But my people have worn green glasses on their eyes so long that most of them think it really is an Emerald City, and it certainly is a beautiful place, abounding in jewels and precious metals, and every good thing that is needed to make one happy. I have been good to the people, and they like me, but ever since this palace was built, I have shut myself up and would not see any of them. One of my greatest fears was the witches, for while I had no magical powers at all, I soon found out that the witches were really able to do wonderful things. There were 4 of them in this country, and they ruled the people who lived in the north and south and east and west. Fortunately, the witches of the north and the south were good, and I knew they would do me no harm. But the witches of the east and the west were terribly wicked, and had they not thought I was more powerful than they themselves, they would surely have destroyed me. As it was, I lived in deadly fear of them for many years, so you can imagine how pleased I was when I heard your house had fallen on the wicked witch of the east. When you came to me, I was willing to promise you anything if you would only do away with the other witch, but now that you have melted her, I'm ashamed to say that I cannot keep my promises. I think you are a very bad man, said Dorothy. Oh, no, my dear, I'm really a very good man, but I'm a very bad wizard, I must admit. Can't you give me brains? Asked the Scarecrow. You don't need them. You are learning something every day.
Well, that's an interesting, little thing there, eh? I'm a good man. I'm a bad wizard that just lies all day, every day, deceives people. Honestly, it's interesting. Maybe this is going to be libertarian. Here's more political activism. Maybe that'll bore people to death, piss a lot of people off, but the power of people above you is just fake. It's just perception. Now, granted, okay, it's an idea. Oz Night is the most interesting now, but I don't like it. Oh. I don't know what that means. Well, maybe once we actually start getting into the film, see, to be honest with you, there's nobody in my chats. There's nobody else making this thing. So it's all me, and it's just all one-sided. And that's okay. Most interesting show. It's kind of like kind of out there. You just want to sit and chat about, life and random sort of things and not really zoom in on a particular project. Yeah, I get it. But okay, so anyway, this wizard, I can't believe that he just said that he's a good man when you lie and you tell. But it's interesting that it's a very libertarian thing. You know, the president of the United States, like, government is an idea. It's just like slavery, okay, is an idea. Government isn't actually a thing. They try to make it a thing through a lot of pomp and circumstance and buildings and flags and all this kind of stuff. But instantly, as soon as people stop believing in it, it disappears. I guess you could call it like religion. It's an idea. Now, religious people would say it's an idea that if you don't believe in, you will eventually see the problems or whatever. But it's an idea. Government is an idea. It's really not a thing. And it's all smoke and mirrors. We have the power over you. We write words on paper and tell people to follow them. What happens if everybody stops following them? We will send our guys with guns out there to force you to follow them. What if they don't? What if they say no? We will, well, do nothing. They'll move on. Like, they all need our compliance. This is the thing about government that most people don't realize. This is something that libertarians totally understand. The only reason they exist is because we let them. Aunt Jemima and Redskins. Okay, so maybe, but see, the problem is with certain things, if you're gonna date it, right? No, it's not the end of the world, maybe. And by the way, you can do whatever you want. We're just going over the basic, like the root. This is where the stuff came from. So we're reading the book, basically. If you're going to do a movie based on a book, you got to read the book. That's what we're doing. And I just pause and interject. Yeah, I just pause and interject. I think you're going to see this. See, this is only the second one, and we're done reading after this, I think. I don't think we're going to read any of the other books. I think there's more than enough content in this book alone to make a movie out of. But, anyway, let me get back to it. So this friggin', he says he's a good man, just a bad wizard. I get it, it's a kid's book, and you just want to whatever, but the smoke and mirrors, that's all it is. When Donald Trump walks down the red carpet and gets inaugurated, puts his hand on the book and says the words, and blah, 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 blah. It's just like what the wizard does. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all bullshit. And all we have to do is stop believing in it, just like stop believing in the wizard, that this guy is, all powerful. He's not. And as soon as, but it's a mass delusion. We all believe in it, or most people believe in government, or religion, or what have you. But anyway, I still find it crazy that this guy calls himself good after he's lied to everybody. That's crazy.
Baby has brains, but it doesn't know much. Experience is the only thing that brings knowledge, and the longer you are on Earth, the more experience you are sure to get. "That may all be true," said the Scarecrow, "but I shall be very unhappy unless you give me brains." The false wizard looked at him carefully. "Well," he said with a sigh, "I'm not much of a magician, as I said, but if you will come to me tomorrow morning, I will stuff your head with brains. I cannot..."
Hmm. Have I heard of the Pure Flix? I don't know what Pure Flix movie studio. The Make Faith. Oh, okay. Their quality is very poor. Yeah. How do you overcome poor quality, poor writing, and poor music in your movie? Okay. You got to stop. You got to stop thinking. You got to stop thinking that way. I already explained it, by the way, in episode 1. This is unlike anything that you've ever thought of before. Do not think of a traditional movie. We're going to do 1 second at a time. So you're going to pull out your phone and you're going to film 1 second of the movie. And then we're done. You're done. That's it. That's it. And then all those 1 seconds are going to be strung together. That's it. Now each 1 second, I'm kind of being a bit of a jerk right now, but all those 1 seconds are just going to be strung together. You'll make your 1 second, somebody else will make a 1 second, somebody else will do it, and somebody else will do it, somebody else will do it. And then you can string them all together and make a movie out of it. We're going to do this 1 step at a time. In whatever way you want, whatever skills you have. It could be a poem, it could be words, whatever. Now, I would like everybody to think public domain, so somebody could pull down your video of what you're doing, and then add it to what they're doing. And everybody just, you know. And I'm going to do all of the math part behind this. Don't worry. Do not worry about the math and stringing it together and how is this all going to get organized. I am going to do that. I will have very specific instructions on how this gets put together with planet Earth. Okay? How planet Earth communicates with this film and does their little PC pieces. That's later. Don't worry about that now. We're not doing that now. Right now we're reading the source material, the book that the movie is based on. It's just that simple. But you're thinking traditional movie. Stop doing that. You're thinking of a 2-hour movie produced by one set of people. Stop doing that.
Not tell you how to use them, however. You must find that out for yourself. "Oh, thank you, cried the Scarecrow. "I'll find a way to use them, never fear." "But how about my courage?" asked the Lion anxiously. "You have plenty of courage, I'm sure," answered Oz. "All you need is confidence in yourself. There is no living thing that is not afraid when it faces danger. The true courage is in facing danger when you are afraid, and that kind of courage you have in plenty." "Perhaps I have, but I'm scared just the same," said the Lion. "I shall really be very unhappy unless you give me the sort of courage that makes one forget he is afraid." "Very well, I will give you that sort of courage tomorrow," replied Oz. "How about my heart?" asked the Tin Woodman. "Why, as for that..."
Now that's a weird thing. That's a bloody, weird thing. Does anybody think that that men run into battle or do the do all of the do without being afraid of it? Now, I don't understand this thinky thing. I don't understand it. So I guess this thinky think in what I just heard is I'm afraid, but I do it anyway. And I'd rather not be afraid and do it. So this is a good examination thingy thing. You know, a big brain person hears that and goes, oh my lord, that's pretty dumb. Because this fear is good. When you fear death, and you fear harm, and you fear injury, and you fear, that is your life mechanism, your brain telling you to stay alive. Now, if you're afraid of the shark, or you're afraid of your shadow, okay, I understand. There's a difference. But these men that go out to do the do, I mean all of the really hard do, when they go out to do that, they're still afraid. It's just they've overcome it, they've controlled it, they just go over top of it. And sometimes the do becomes routine. And they're just, it's like, you know, taking a shit in the morning. Like working on a high rise or running into battle. These men that do this, they know what they're doing. There's still fear, like this cowardly lion who is scaredy cat. But when bad stuff happens, he steps up to the plate and does the do. That's what courage is. It's being afraid of doing something, but doing it anyway. That's what courage is. Being afraid of something, but doing it anyway. And what does that mean? It means a lot of things, but I mean, I just think it's really stupid to think that you want the fear prior to the courage to disappear. Because it's like a yin and a yang thing. You can't have courage without fear. If you weren't afraid of something, it's kind of like the dumbass idiot retards all over the planet, right? That hang out with lions. Tiger King or whatever. There's a good example. All of the stupid, idiot, retarded, loser, empty-headed, zero people that hang out with wild animals, which, by the way, you almost 0 times see it go wrong. They always show you the videos of them hanging out with the grizzly bear, but guess what? After the grizzly bear decided to eat their head and shit down their neck, yeah, you don't see that video, all right? That video doesn't get uploaded, unfortunately. So there's a lot of, like I said, stupid, idiot, retarded, zero people that hang out with wild animals, and then one day they get eaten, and then you don't get to see, but all they've left is a legacy of good, positive videos of them hanging out with wild animal. And there might be a little story in the clippy-clip worldy world of story, and you might read it, but then at the end, it's kind of like, what's his name? The guy that got, I don't know, zoo guy from Australia that got killed by the jellyfish. I guess maybe you could say in that case, all of his good videos with the, all of the animals that wanted to eat him, they did kind of go away. But I mean, is he being courageous? Like, or stupid? What's happening there? Is that courage? Is it stupidity? Is it what? So it's a big conversation, but without fear, if you have zero fear, then are you doing something courageous? It's like the children, stupid, idiot, loser, retarded children that jump from roof to roof. And they call it parkour or something. And then every once in a while, oopsie, they slip and fall, and then now they're dead. But is that courage or stupidity? Sometimes it's hard to tell which is which. Well, one would say that one is you are doing it for fun, and the other one, but like even in a biggie baddies thingy thing situation on in life, you can still go into it stupidly. So stupidity and courage are quite next to one another. But what I'm saying is, fear is an integral part, or a huge part of courage, right? Because if it's not scary and scary and scary and scary, right? Are you doing something courageous? The answer is kind of no. Like, it's not courageous to go get a drink of water it's not courageous to get dressed in the morning or whatever. So I don't know what's happening here. But again, it's kind of dumb. I get it. It's a kid's book and they just want to skim over things real quick or blah, blah, blah. But, when it comes, I think that's going to be the genius of this thing that we're creating, is it's going to be super thoughtful, not just kind of skim over and be dumb. I'd like it to be anywhere. At least that's where it's going to start. The overall umbrella of the thingy thing, I'd like it to be sort of like a pyramid, I guess, with some big topics at the top and then subtopics, and but an umbrella that encompasses them all. Again, I guess think Pet Cemetery in brain, one idea think, but shining in execution and quality and mystery. I guess that's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure. But yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. I've always said this about these characters, is all three of them are done really badly. Like, what I'm saying is, the Tin Man cries, no heart. It's all dumb. It's all dumb. It's very poorly done. You have to examine what a heart is, and then you have to remove it from the character. You have to examine what a brain is, and then remove it from the character. You have to examine what courage is, and then remove it from the character. I want these things done much better than they're being done here. And this is another example of these three characters done stupid in the original stuff. And they're done stupid in the movie as well.
Answered Oz. I think you are wrong to want a heart. It makes most people unhappy. If you only knew it, you are in luck not to have a heart. That must be a matter of opinion, said the Tin Woodman. For my part, I will bear all the unhappiness without a murmur, if you will give me the heart. Very well, answered Oz meekly. Come to me tomorrow, and you shall have a heart. I have played wizard for so many years that I may as well continue the part a little longer. And now, said Dorothy, how am I to get back to Kansas? We shall have to think about that, replied the little man. Give me 2 or 3 days to consider the matter, and I'll try to find a way to carry you over the desert. In the meantime, you shall all be treated as my guests, and while you live in the palace, my people will wait upon you and obey your slightest wish. There is only one thing I ask in return for my help, such that it is. You must keep my secret, and tell no one I am a humbug. They agreed to say nothing of what they had learned, and went back to their rooms in high spirits. Even Dorothy had hoped that the great and terrible humbug, as she had called him, would find a way to send her back to Kansas, and if he did, she was willing to forgive him everything. End of chapter 15.
See, humbug is a big word here. And it's funny, humbug, what is that? A Christmas Carol. I need to get through this. We need to get going. It's shocking to me that the witch is dead already, you know? I remember that, they did kill the witch and then brought back the broom, but it's so early in the, we still got so much more to go. I'm like, I remember there's still being more, but I don't remember it being this long. Yeah, you can, do not think of, I guess maybe I shouldn't have used the word movie, or even, I am using common language because that's what needs to happen. But take your movie and all of the everything that you know about movie and throw it into the garbage. Throw it all out. Do not bring your old movie stuff to here, because this ain't the spot. I ain't got nothing to do with no movie production studio, movie making group of people making a single movie. Take that whole, that's the beginning of all of the all. And take all that and throw it in the trash. Open up your brain and let her flip. Go crazy, let it flip, let the creativity, let it go, stop it. Stop using movie, the word movie, as a stopping point. Stop it. Stop telling yourself, this can't go, this ain't gonna, stop all of your think, and just do it. I've been through this numerous times. You're kind of shocking me that you don't know this. This is not a movie. I'm calling it a movie just as a point of connection between me and planet Earth. This is so incredibly different than all of the everything that anybody has ever anythinged. Just get it out. Get your brain, all the thinky movie, Oscar, thinky movie, Warner Brothers, Disney, get all that in there, ball it up, and then throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it all away. All of it. And go with the flow. Just sit back and relax for a bit. I've kind of tried to explain what this is about. Maybe I've done a bad idea, but I can't keep doing it over and over again. So if you don't understand this thing, you just have to sit back and relax and wait. Okay? Because I can't go over the beginning thing over and over and over again. I've done it numerous times. We're making a movie. No experience necessary. We're making a horror remake of this thing. That's all you need to know. Stop. Stop thinking about down the road. Stop. Take your movie brain, throw it in the garbage, and sit back and relax and just think, hey, what do I want to see in the movie? What would I like to see? Just start to make the fucking movie in your head. Stop with the barriers. Stop with the walls. Stop saying, I can't do that, or this is going to be shit, or what are you going to do about music, or blah, 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 blah. Stop. S-T-O-P. Completely stop it all. Take all of that and throw it in the garbage. I don't want to hear any doubts. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anything. And by the way, if you doubt something, you're doubting yourself. I ain't got no time for that. We're doing it, period. End of story. So if you think something is bad, then make it better. Then do it properly. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If all you know how to do is play with your fingers, that's it. Then that's what you're going to do. That's your contribution to the movie. I don't want to hear it. You either put in or you don't put in. Whatever. That's all there is. We're making the movie, period. And, you know, like, I don't know how to just stop thinking with, you know, why does everything have to be that road? Why does there only have to be one way of getting from A to B? You know, I'm just gonna tell you something. For you to get from your living room to your kitchen, there are an infinite number of routes to get there. Infinity number of ways for you to get from your living room to your kitchen. Infinity number of ways. The fact that you only know the one, and that you have one way of getting from your living room to the kitchen inside of your brain. Well, I get it. It's the normal way. It's the way. It's the normal. It's the way. It's the normal. It's the way. Right? You never needed to think about another way of getting to the kitchen. You never thought about walking around the entire earth in the opposite direction and then ending up in your kitchen from the opposite side of the planet. Walking around the, you know, and I'm just being stupid. You could leave your house, walk around, you could somersault into there, you could drop in through the ceiling, you could catapult into there. There's infinity number of ways for you to travel from your living room to your kitchen. But inside of your brain there is, well, I stand up and I walk to the kitchen. That's how I do it. And that's normal. That's completely everything good. But there are an infinity number of other ways, and this is what I'm asking people to do with the movie thing. You think movie equals blah, 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 blah. And I understand, and I don't quite know. I've tried to do my brain and my mouth to explain this thing. And I think I'm getting to the point where I realize that it's impossible. You just have to sit tight and enjoy the ride. Stop overthinking it. Stop thinking movie. Stop, 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 stop. Stop all of these. Stop. Just stop. And make the fucking goddamn movie. Shut up and make the movie. I guess. Maybe that should be the slogan of the thing. Just shut up and make the goddamn movie. Make the damn thing. And I literally mean that. I guess, you know, or don't, or just sit and listen. Watch other people make the movie. Enjoy the movies that other people make, the pieces of the movie that other make. Maybe whatever. I don't know how to explain it any better than I already have. But stop thinking production company, work, 2-hour video we call a movie. Stop doing that. Take that all and burn it. It has nothing to do with what we're doing here. We're doing something totally different. The process is infinitely different. And I don't like to go over this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But I get it. You just, how do you eat? Well, I put the food on the fork and then I lift it to my mouth and I put it. But there's an infinite number of other ways that you could do this. You just haven't opened up your brain yet enough. And that's, I guess, part one. Open up your brain to all of the other things that you haven't even thought of. Okay? It's just a fucking video. A movie is just a 2-hour-long video. Relax. I've already said, you have the skills necessary to participate and do it. You can do as much or as little as you want.
This is a LibriVox recording. All Libri.
I don't know what else to say about it. Just go with the flow. Just sit back. Sit back until you figure it out, I guess. If I can't explain it well enough, which, by the way, I know I'm not able to, and you don't understand, then just sit back and watch. Because it'll happen around you, and then you'll just start to understand.
LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 16. The Magic Art of the Great Humbug. Next morning, the Scarecrow said to his friends, "Congratulate me. I am going to Oz to get my brains at last. When I return, I shall be as other men are." "I have always liked you as you were," said Dorothy simply. "It is kind of you to like a Scarecrow," he replied, "but surely you will think more of me when you hear the splendid thoughts my new brain is going to turn out." Then he said goodbye to them all in a cheerful voice, and went to the throne room, where he rapped upon the door. "Come in," said Oz. The Scarecrow went in and found the little man sitting down by the window, engaged in deep thought. "I have come for my brains," remarked the Scarecrow, a little uneasily. "Oh yes, sit down in that chair, please," replied Oz. "You must excuse me for taking your head off, but I shall have to do it in order to put your brains in their proper place." "That's all right," said the Scarecrow. "You are quite welcome to take my head off, as long as it will be a better one when you put it on again." So the wizard unfastened his head and emptied out the straw. Then he entered the back room and took up a measure of bran, which he mixed with a great many pins and needles. Having shaken them together thoroughly, he filled the top of the Scarecrow's head with the mixture and stuffed the rest of the space with straw to hold it in place. When he fastened the Scarecrow's head on his body again, he said to him, "Hereafter you will be a great man, for I have given you a lot of brand new brains." The Scarecrow was both pleased and proud at the fulfillment of his greatest wish, and having thanked Oz warmly, he went back to his friends. Dorothy looked at him curiously. His head was quite bulged out at the top with brains. "How do you feel?" she asked. "I feel wise indeed," he answered earnestly. "When I get used to my brains, I shall know everything." "Why are those needles and pins sticking out of your head?" asked the Tin Woodman. "That is proof that he is sharp," remarked the Lion. "Well, I must go to Oz and get my heart," said the Woodman. So he walked to the throne room and knocked at the door. "Come in," called Oz, and the Woodman entered and said, "I have come for my heart." "Very well," answered the little man, "but I shall have to cut a hole in your breast so I can put your heart in the right place. I hope it won't hurt you." "Oh no," answered the Woodman, "I shall not feel it at all." So Oz brought a pair of tinsmith shears and cut a small square hole in the left side of the Tin Woodman's breast. Then, going to a chest of drawers, he took out a pretty heart made entirely of silk and stuffed with sawdust. "Isn't it a beauty?" he asked. "It is indeed," replied the Woodman, who was greatly pleased. "But is it a kind heart?" "Oh, very," answered Oz. He put the heart in the Woodman's breast and then replaced the square of tin, soldering it neatly together where it had been cut. "There," he said. "Now you have a heart that any man might be proud of. I am sorry that I had to put a patch on your breast, but it really couldn't be helped. "Never mind the patch," exclaimed the happy woodman. "I am very grateful to you, and shall never forget your kindness." "Don't speak of it," replied Oz. Then the Tin Woodman went back to his friends, who wished him every joy on account of his good fortune. The Lion now walked to the throne room and knocked at the door. "Come in," said Oz. "I have come for my courage," announced the Lion, entering the room. "Very well," answered the little man. "I will get it for you." He went to a cupboard and, reaching up to a high shelf, took down a square green bottle, the contents of which he poured into a green gold dish, beautifully carved. Placing this before the Cowardly Lion, who sniffed at it as if he did not like it, the wizard said, "Drink." "What is it?" asked the Lion. "Well," answered Oz, "if it were inside of you, it would be courage. You know, of course, that courage is always inside one, so that this really cannot be called courage until you have swallowed it. Therefore, I advise you to drink it as soon as possible." The Lion hesitated no longer, but drank till the dish was empty. "How do you feel now?" asked Oz. "Full of courage," replied the Lion, who went joyfully.
I just needed to stop at this image. Oh, is that oil? Oh, I thought for a second, the Woodman, by the way, right? The Tin Woodman, also known by Disney as the Tin Man. I thought he was smoking a cigarette, but it looks like he's just got his oil can with him. Okay, I thought it was a smoke, a cigarette. I was like, oh my god, that's so freaking 1900.
Joyfully back to his friends to tell them of his good fortune. Oz, left to himself, smiled to think of his success in giving the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman and the Lion exactly what they thought they wanted. "How can I help being a humbug?" he said, "when all these people make me do things that everybody knows can't be done? It was easy to make the Scarecrow and the Lion and the Woodman happy, because they imagined I could do anything. But it will take more than just imagination to carry Dorothy back to Kansas, and I'm sure I don't know how it can be done." End of chapter 16.
Oh, I got behind there. Oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, wow. Hey. So the Scarecrow thought that he had no brain, but he had it, and I'm just fake giving it back to him. The Tin Woodsman thought that he had no heart, so I'm just fake giving him one. The Lion fake thought that he didn't have any courage, thought he had no courage, so I'm fake giving it to him. So it's just a brain space, right? It's just a thinky think. These people had these things all along. I'm just giving them like it's kind of like giving somebody an award, right? What is it? Encouragement or positive reinforcement, or, with a child, it might be, telling a child that they're really good and strong and powerful and smart when they're really none of those things. But you kind of say it so that they kind of go down those roads. Like maybe if you're lost when it comes time to something, somebody comes along and, like you think that this person can help, and you're just waiting to hear the right things from them. And by the way, it happens, right? We get really lost sometimes, and we go looking for people to say the right things to us. Just looking for, like, I think there was a thing about a homeless. I don't know if it's real or fake or what. I'm pretty sure it's real. But anyway, I'm just going to tell you a story. But again, obviously I don't even know I don't know details. I'm just going to tell you the overall story. Homeless man sitting there, homeless day after day after day, after week, after year, after decade. And then this group of people kind of swoop in and do all of the do it all. And this homeless person breaks down and starts crying and says, I've never had anybody do this kind of stuff for me. I didn't think anybody cared. Now, I'm not saying that this changed his life, but what I'm saying is, for a stupid person, for somebody to come along and say, you're smart, what is that? What is that? For a person, I don't know. See, no heart is a weird thing. See, it really means no soul. And what does no soul mean? Like, it's hard. It's hard to go down these roads. No courage is, I guess, is the easiest one. Well, no brains, I guess, would mean stupid. But no heart, what does that mean? Dead. No courage. So to go tell somebody who is being courageous that they do indeed have courage, I think it's some people need it. Sometimes just people get going down the road of think, whatever it happens to be, and it doesn't make any sense. But if you kind of shake things up, I guess it would be kind of like a young child who had a hell of a life. Hell, hell of a life, right? All hell. And then they got adopted, right? And if you think, use your big brain time, really all it is kind of like words and encouragement and action, like I love yous, you can do it, and you're a good person, and, encouragement, positivity, instead of the hellish life of blah, 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 right? So this patting people on the back and saying, good job, makes them want to do more good jobs. That's what I think, because at least in part, that's what this whole thing, this section of the Bookie movie, the original Bookie movie, that's what this is to me. Like when he came out with the diploma and the medal for bravery and the diploma, yeah, and the fake heart, all that shit. Okay, that's what that all reminded me of. It's just, why don't you just try to be nice and say good, nice things to people? Be nice and do good, and sometimes people need some extra encouragement. They've kind of gone down wrong roads. Their brain has stopped working properly, and you can swoop in with some positivity and some good, normal, stuffy stuff out of your brain and mouth and actions to help people along. That's what this section always reminded me of, in both, I guess, that and this. And actually in the book, it appears as though they're pretty obvious about it, like what I just said. They're obvious, they're like right in your face with the what do we call it? Just people who are lost and need some encouragement. It's kind of, just think of a suicidal person, right? Life is not worth living. I'm nothing. I'm worthless. It's just got no, blah, 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 blah. Suicidal, blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff. and just think that, like, really, what their brain is incorrect. They could turn everything around and life could be beautiful and blah, 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 right? It's just that their brain is incorrect. And they need maybe some, something, like maybe somebody else to swoop in and just say, no, your life does have meaning. Let's go. Let's go out for some dinner. I've said this everything. If you ever want to help out a homeless person, just give them your time. 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 That's it. Don't give them money. No. Time. That's it. There's nothing else. Time. Instead of reaching in your pocket for a spare change, pull up a chair beside them and sit and have a conversation for 10 minutes. Time. Time. I said it. That's it. Time. Money is usually bad. It makes you feel good. Makes you feel good that you gave them. But time is usually the magic potion. So, and again, all of these, everybody has the ability to turn shit around and blah, 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 blah. But just sometimes an outside source, maybe a stranger, like these, okay, again, in the book here, they said they think that this is magical. They think I'm magical. So I'm just going to magical pretend to give them what they need, and that's going to be enough. Because it was all just in their head in the first place. Just like a homeless person or a suicidal person or blah, blah, blah. It's all just in their head. But you physically want to go, move yourself from place A to place B. And then, okay, the balloon stuff happens. Whatever. But, again, that's an interesting sort of thinky think. And I don't know if people overthink things as much as I do. Probably not. But that's what that reminds me of. That whole... And they just said it right there. So 17. Or 27. Yeah, 17. How the balloon was launched.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 17.
Oh, but by the way, I'm just saying that that's what the original stuff reminded me of. I'm not saying that that's how I think it should go. To be frank, I would like a stupid person, a soulless person, and a coward. I think those are the three. There's like at least something big revolves around all those three things. It has to be a big thing, can't be a little. Right? Stupid. See, like, what is no heart? When people say you have, like, no heart, it's emotions. So cold, emotionless. Maybe these are three people with disabilities in some way. I don't know what the no courage disability would be. Maybe agoraphobic? Maybe they just need to I don't know. But anyway, so, like I said, I think that these three things are so big and iconic. They have to be big in the thing that we do. And I'm not thinking that they're just fake made up personal problems that can be fake cured with a fake wizard saying nice things with a pat on the back, you know? I think, but anyway, I think that these things should be real, but they got to be consistent throughout the story. It's just like, I don't even know, like, these could be moments, right? Just 3 very distinct moments that the main character, let's just call the main character Dorothy, goes through. A cowardly moment, a stupid moment, and a heartless moment. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what this is about. Those 3 things. Maybe they're not actual characters, but they're just aspects of her that she's going through. Like, I mean, the sky's the limit. We'll start nailing this stuff down soon. We're just brainstorming at the moment. Well, we're not even doing that. What we're doing is we're just kind of, I'm thinking out loud. I hope you are too. As we're going through this stuff. Yeah, just open up your mind and let her flow. And you know, your movie, like, again, just, I don't know, just do it. If you want to make a movie, make a movie. I don't know how, it doesn't matter. We're doing it anyway. But no buts. Calm down, slow down. When I said no experience necessary, I literally meant it. I don't have any experience either. Gonna do it anyway. It's like, think of it as building a house. But I don't know how to build a house. But it doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I said it doesn't matter. We're gonna build one anyway. But I don't know. Shut up. Calm down. What's the first thing that we need to do? Well, I guess we need to figure out where we want to build that. There you go. Find the location of the house. Step 1. Okay. Now that we've completed step 1, what's step 2? I don't know how to build a house. Hey, well, we need walls. How are we going to get the walls? Oh, well, like, there's a mountain over there. That could be one wall. That could be the back wall. Hey, good job. We have trees. We've seen freaking, huts before. Can't we just kind of figure our way through this thing? Maybe some mud that turns into clay. How are we gonna? Hey, we're gonna build a house. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know how. What is a house? It's 4 walls and a roof.
How the balloon was launched. For 3 days, Dorothy heard nothing from Oz. These were sad days for the little girl, although her friends were all quite happy and contented. The Scarecrow told them there were wonderful thoughts in his head, but he would not say what they were because he knew no one could understand them but himself. When the Tin Woodman walked about, he felt his heart rattling around in his breast, and he told...
Oh, that would be interesting. Like, again, he just gave him fake brains, right? So are these really genius thoughts? Or are these the thoughts of an idiot? So if you fake give somebody intelligence, I wonder what those thoughts are. That would be interesting, but it's a little like literally raising somebody's IQ or intelligence. It's not a fake thing. Now, they could have thought that they were stupid, but they were actually smart. I think that's probably what we're talking about. But they just, I don't know, for some reason kept calling themselves stupid and somehow turned off their own brain. I don't know.
Dorothy he had discovered it to be a kinder and more tender heart than the one he had owned when he was made of flesh. The lion declared he was afraid of nothing on earth and would gladly face an army or a dozen of the fierce Kalidas. Thus, each of the little party was satisfied except Dorothy, who longed more than ever to get back to Kansas. On the 4th day, to her great joy, Oz sent for her, and when she entered the throne room, he greeted her pleasantly. "Sit down, my dear. I think I have found a way to get you out of this country." "And back to Kansas?" she asked eagerly. "Well, I'm not sure about Kansas," said Oz, "for I haven't the faintest notion which way it lies. But the first thing to do is to cross the desert, and then it should be easy to find your way home." "How can I cross the desert?" she inquired. "Well, I'll tell you what I think," said the little man. "You see, when I came to this country, it was in a balloon. You also came through the air, being carried by a cyclone. So I believe the best way to get across the desert will be through the air. Now, it is quite beyond my powers to make a cyclone, but I've been thinking the matter over, and I believe I can make a balloon." "How?" asked Dorothy. "A balloon," said Oz, "is made of silk, which is coated with glue to keep the gas in it. I have plenty of silk in the palace, so it will be no trouble to make the balloon. But in all this country, there is no gas to fill the balloon with, to make it float." "If it won't float," remarked Dorothy, "it will be of no use to us." "True," answered Oz, "but there is another way to make it float, which is to fill it with hot air. Hot air isn't as good as gas, for if the air should get cold, the balloon would come down in the desert, and we should be lost." "We?" exclaimed the girl. "Are you going..."
Okay, there's a sound underneath this recording that has not. I'm not adding that. That kind of grinding. That sound. That's the LibriVox recording. Just as an FYI, it's not me.
"Going with me?" "Yes, of course," replied Oz. "I am tired of being such a humbug. If I should go out of this palace, my people would soon discover I am not a wizard, and then they would be vexed with me for having deceived them. So I have to stay shut up in these rooms all day, and it gets tiresome. I'd much rather go back to Kansas with you and be in a circus again." "I shall be glad to have your company," said Dorothy. "Thank you," he answered. "Now, if you will help me sew the silk together, we will begin work on our balloon." So Dorothy took a needle and thread, and as fast as Oz cut the strips of silk into proper shape, the girl sewed them neatly together. First there was a strip of light green silk, then a strip of dark green, and then a strip of emerald green, for Oz had a fancy to make the balloon in different shades of the color about them. It took 3 days to sew all the strips together, but when it was finished, they had a big bag of green silk more than 20 feet long. Then Oz painted it on the inside with a coat of thin glue to make it airtight, after which he announced that the balloon was ready. "But we must have a basket to ride in," he said. So he sent the soldier with the green whiskers for a big clothes basket, which he fastened with many ropes to the bottom of the balloon. When it was all ready, Oz sent word to his people that he was going to make a visit to a great brother wizard who lived in the clouds. The news spread rapidly throughout the city, and everyone came to see the wonderful sight.
Just out of curiosity, why are these things always baskets? Just out of curiosity, right? Now, maybe today the modern hot air balloon is, the basket is plastic, but from my brain says that they're still baskets. Basket. And just, what, because it's lighter? And it's got some airflow to it? But you could make it out of wood, and then just cut holes if you needed. What, the wood is too heavy? Is it? I don't know. Basket. Okay, it's a basket.
Oz ordered the balloon carried out in front of the palace, and the people gazed upon it with much curiosity. The Tin Woodman had chopped a big pile of wood, and now he made a fire of it, and Oz held the bottom of the balloon over the fire so that the hot air that rose from it would be caught in the silken bag. Gradually, the balloon swelled out and rose into the air, until finally the basket just touched the ground. Then Oz got into the basket and said to all the people in a loud voice, "I am now going away to make a visit. While I am gone, the Scarecrow will rule over you. I command you to obey him as you would me." The balloon was by this time tugging hard at the rope that held it to the ground, for the air within was hot, and this made it so much lighter in weight than the air without that it pulled hard to rise into the sky. "Come, Dorothy," cried the wizard. "Hurry up or the balloon will fly away." "I can't find Toto anywhere," replied Dorothy, who did not wish to leave her little dog behind. Toto had run into the crowd to bark at a kitten, and Dorothy at last found him. She picked him up and ran towards the balloon. She was within a few steps of it, and Oz was holding out his hands to help her into the basket, when crack went the ropes, and the balloon rose into the air without her. "Come back!" she screamed. "I want to go too!" "I can't come back, my dear," called Oz from the basket. "Goodbye!" "Goodbye!" shouted everyone, and all eyes were turned upward to where the wizard was riding in the basket, rising every moment farther and farther into the sky. And that was the last any of them ever saw of Oz, the wonderful wizard, though he may have reached Omaha safely, and be there now for all we know. But the people remembered him lovingly, and said to one another, "Oz was always our friend. When he was here, he built for us this beautiful Emerald City, and now he is gone, he has left us the wise Scarecrow to rule over us." Still, for many days they grieved over the loss of the wonderful wizard, and would not be comforted. End of chapter 17.
Okay, so forgot to warn you that I may have to run and see. Now, I'll just give you, for example, that I was trying to be a little standoffish with that showing, and at the end of it, like, she didn't even want to see the rest of the house. She was like super honest and super straightforward, blunt, right there. No, and basically she was saying, this is crap. And it kind of is. It's okay for me, whatever, but it's not good for a family. It could be good for a single person, but you couldn't even rent out the other room without super mega weirdness or something. It's a broken house. It works, it'll work for a single person. But see, it won't even work for a small family, because for a small family, you could go elsewhere. It's an underpriced rented home for somebody, because like I said, and like she was even saying, no, you could tell she just wanted to get out of. She didn't want to climb down freaking death stairs or nothing. I appreciate. By the way, she was black and he was like Indian or something. But this is what I like about black folks, is they're just honest, more honest. It's like, no, and it's just kind of like, well, this is okay, but then blah and blah. And they constantly are looking at the roof and all of these different things, all of the problems. And now what? Now my landlord is just pissing me off, kind of being a jerk, bugging me for like weeks, maybe to push me out of the door. And I tell you, if I go, which I may, he's screwed. This house could sell for a very small amount of money, like maybe $50,000 less than he's asking, but he won't get that $1,500 rent. There's no way, not even close. So she said, maybe like the rent thing came up. I forget exactly how, but she said, "Oh yeah, this could go for $1,500." And I said, "You haven't seen the inside yet." And she said, "Oh, now I don't know what she thinks gone now." But the first thing she said is when I said I've been here 6 years. She said, "Oh, so your rent is really low." And I go, "Well," I said, "if I said, and then whatever, she, blah blah blah. I forget all the everything. Anyway, I'm like, no, I don't think it's that low. Maybe it's a little bit low because I've been here so long, but it's really not low. Because it's not that great of a house. Wait until you see the inside. It's really only good for one person. Like, I don't know, like, he got lucky with me. And if you were to try to even just lipstick on this pig and try to get your 1,500, like do the landscaping and blah, 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 I think those people are just going to ultimately just kind of be angry. You can't. There's no way. It's just sometimes things are where the bones of this place are wrong, are incorrect. And there's only so much you can do about that. Anyway, so, yeah, I have to sometimes run away, which I did there, and now I'm back. But again, black girl, completely honest.
This is a
open,
LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recording.
and blunt, straightforward. And I tell you, that's a gift that black folks, that white folks need to adopt from black folks. Just say it. Just get it out. Just stop worrying about hurting people's feelings when you speak. Just get it out. Say it. Get it out.
Things are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 18. Away to the South. Dorothy wept bitterly at the passing of her hope to get home to Kansas again, but when she thought it all over, she was glad she had not gone up.
Yeah, like, I guess it kind of all came together in that last showing. This house is storage for shit you don't care about. The stuff you care about, there's no storage for. There's no hall closet. There's no storage in the bathroom or in the hall or in the bedrooms. There's no storage in bedrooms. In the master bedroom, it has some crappy crap, little tiny microscopic stuff. But there's no storage here, except in the attic, in the basement, which are Hell 1 and Hell 2. Yes, I have. Yeah, I know him well. And Hell out in the shed. There's your storage, but if you want to hang up your clothes, nope. Oh, and the kitchen, I guess. Kitchen is good. More than enough cupboards and so on. Yes, I've heard of Colin Flaherty. Of course, I have. He is the denial, deceit, and delusion guy. He used to be on YouTube until he got kicked off, and now he's over on Minds. I listen to him now and again. Is that it, or do you want my opinion? I'm sure you want my opinion. It's a mixed bag. As I have said, race, R-A-C-E, race. Race, white, black, yellow. Race is a thing. And it's as important as you make it. If you want to make it everything, that's the only thing that matters, then that is your reality. If you want to make it very little to nothing, then you can make that your... Like, what you think of race is kind of what you make it manifest in the real world. You can't just answer the race question once, quickie. It's not that simple. What Colin does is he takes one microscopic little piecey of it. And he's accurate. He's accurate about documenting black violence. It exists, and it's out of control, and it's really bad. That's just a truth. Truth had Dublin Beatty on his show last night. Yeah. Did you watch Officer Tatum podcast last night? I tried to. It was a little bit too religious for me. I saw two 30-second clips. Like, I tuned in and then I tuned out. And then later on I tuned in and then I tuned out. So 1 minute of the whole thing. I think that is the girl that is painting the BLM murals on the ground, and I like her. I have no problem with extra religious folk. I do want it separate from my politics, but whatever. I think I like her from what I've seen of her thus far. Again, I don't... she was really going hard on the Bible thumping stuff, and that's not for me. She said some things that were... she talked about how the what was her words? We shouldn't strive to be the nigger that entertains, like the hip hop and basketball, or what she was driving at. Like other people own the OWN own all of the tippy toppy things, and that's what black folks should be striving for. Not NOT, not being the singy, dancy nigger, and that's her words, for singy, dancy. Now, I only half agree with that. Now, striving for more on top of that, okay. And I do think that there's a black brain space that goes into hip-hop and basketball too much. Like, there's more to life than rap music and basketball, and I agree. And how about just being a normal guy, a normal? Like, there's only so many NBA spots, and there's only so many, YouTube channels that can handle hip-hop music. So I understand that there is a problem with the, and by the way, this is, I got from 1 minute, okay, 30 seconds. I understand where she's coming from. So I'm not going to kick her to the curb. I understand. But, so there's, yeah, I understand where she's coming from, but there's more to it. And just at the end, hey, there's something that she didn't say. Singing and dancing and performing for the white man is a pretty good gig. Oprah singing and dancing for the white woman on daytime TV was a pretty good gig. There's nothing wrong with these thingy things. Singing and dancing is what black folks are good at. And this is the sort of the goody good stuff that they bring to the world. You know, the joke. White man can't jump. White man can't dance. Black men have rhythm. Black man can dunk. These stereotypes are there for a reason. And there's so much to talk about all of that, that. But I'm not doing that here. It's good, like, but it's bad. So what she said, real quick, in the 30 seconds that I listened to, I both really liked and I really disliked, both at the same time. But it's a big, long conversation, and the way she was Bible thumping her way through it, it's not really my conversation. I don't, and I do it myself. I will say God bless or amen after you say something that 100% of everyone can get behind. But if you're just all Bible thumpy and, it's too much for me. I'm not here for a sermon. I'm not going to your church. I don't even know how good you are. But whatever. Again, I understand. It's both good and bad, but there's a lot of stuff to talk about it. And just the way she said, black men are the entertainers for the black men are the nigger entertainers for the white man. They should not strive to be just the entertainers for the white man. And I'm like, okay, just step aside and let a white man do it. I'm sure there's a lot of white men that would love Kanye West's job, or P. Diddy's job, or blah, 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 Beyonce's job, or blah, 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 blah. Go ahead. What? Like, why do you, see, that's where she's wrong. And that's a big problem. These people are doing something, and it also happens to somehow connect with their race, because their race is good at this sort of thingy thing. So they climb to the top. And I don't think that there's anything to be ashamed about with that. I think we need to celebrate black excellence in basketball, and black excellence on the dance floor, or black excellence in the comedy club, or whatever. And I don't think the fact that your audience is white people that want to pay a black person, I think the fact that you put that down, D-O-W-N, makes you kind of a bit of a cunt, a racist cunt. However, I understand that, you know, too many black folks want to be number one at either basketball or the Hollywood. And not all black people can be basketball players, or, you know, it's like if you set your sights on just those two things, then you're going to fail, because only a lucky few get there. Everybody else flops. So if you spent all of your days on the basketball court to not get, why just get a job, get an education, get a wife and get some kids and have a nice middle class existence. I understand that, there is too much emphasis on basketball and rap music. But just the way she went about it tells me that, we're just the nigger entertainers for the white man. I'm like, well, there's more to it than that. And honestly, what do you call the white entertainers for the white man? By the way, just out of curiosity, what do you call the white entertainers for the white man? Are they the white niggers? Or are they, what are they? So, again, she's a really loud mouth, and she's mostly pointed in the correct direction. But from what I heard, by the way, most women, when they open their mouth about politics, most women I don't like. Like, there are some really, really good women that can talk things, but one of the things they talk about? The good women that do the talky-talky, one of the things they talky-talky about is women shutting the fuck up. And I'm not joking. A lot of people have realized that the mouths of women are just fucking, just shut up. Shut up. Okay? And a lot of women recognize this too. That women need to shut up. And those women I like. But it's kind of weird, right? But I'll tell you, if a woman has gotten to that, it's just like me, by the way. It's just like me telling gay people to shut up. Shut up about where you stick your dick. Nobody fucking cares. Shut up. Shut up. It's the same thing, right? So, and it's not that big of a deal. Once you see the reality of the reality, then you get to that point and you go, hey, my group is fucking up pretty hard. And for a conservative black, usually they recognize that their own group, the black people, are fucking up and have no problem calling it out. A black conservative I generally love to death. because they're calling out the bullshit. I think she went a little bit weird, and just because she's not 100% screwed on straight, it doesn't mean that she's bad. And I understand where she's coming from and like all these pieces, but it needs to be more well-rounded. I'm not afraid that she thinks that the black man is singing and dancing, the singing and dancing nigger for the white man. There's a lot of angles to look at that, and the two main ones are, so what? They're well compensated. Singing and dancing are things that a lot of people like a lot, and they're willing to pay for. And it's not just white people in the audience, by the way. There's black people out there too. And in your rap concerts, it's just about all black. Sometimes they're a lot white. Sometimes they're a lot black. Depends. It depends. But it's not just for the white man. But she's talking about climbing higher than that, and I'm like, well, okay, but but there is a good piece of it, and the good piece is, well, it's true that it's like, stop thinking that you're going to be, super mega famous and you're going to, like, blah, 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 blah. You're not going to be number one. Shut up. You're not going to be number one, so just shut up. Just think about a life, a normal, everyday life. Like, normal, everyday lives are worth living too, You don't have to be Michael Jordan or P. Diddy to have a good life. There are black guy that works at the factory with the wife that is a great cook and has 3 beautiful children. That's absolutely a life worth living. And I think that's what she was trying to get across, but she's just kind of, kind of yippy and yappy. She kind of went a little bit over to the frickin' black Israelite, side a little bit more than I would have liked. But anyway, but still, it's real. I guess it's real. I love these, but anyway. I tuned in and I tuned out. I tuned in and I tuned out. The first one, it was too preachy. And by the way, her mouth was the one motoring both times that I tuned in and then tuned out. And then the second time she was like, there's more to a black man's life than basketball and rap music. And I agree with that, but there's many ways to look at it. It's not just one. And to be quite frank, please tell me where Michael Jackson, or Oprah Winfrey or Bill Cosby or Eddie Murphy fucked up. Please. Go ahead, I'll sit here and wait. Do. Oh, wait, you can't get to the answer because you're saying stupid things? Okay, yeah, okay, I think you're right. There's nothing wrong. See, like, anybody that says that what somebody else does for a living to support themselves, especially really successful ones, is wrong. And by the way, it's perfectly okay to make a small living playing basketball, recording it and uploading YouTube videos, or rapping to YouTube and making just minimum wage doing it. That's fine too. So, yeah, don't shame them for what they've done. It's a good thing, and they are using their natural talents. Singing and dancing and sports is right up the alley of a black man. Why not use them? Use it. Why not? Right? I don't understand. But I do understand that, she was just trying to, maybe you have to maybe black people over-talk to each other. They talk to. So they over-talk to one another in order to just bring them back a little bit, Maybe that's it. She over-talks it so that people, so the people that she's talking to kind of meet her halfway, and then that's where she wanted it. And there's, I get it, but it was not me.
Up in a balloon.
I don't know. I doubt, I could. There's a possibility. Like, I think, it wasn't she the one that did the painting of the fucking up the BLM mural? I think she was. And, that's good and all. And there was another black girl out there screaming at the BLM protests. She's obviously from Africa. Calling them all stupid. And then, and then you have Candace Owens, right? And then Diamond and Silk. I'm glad that these women exist and that they are saying these things. It's just, if I'm going to get my information from somewhere, it's probably not going to be any of them. I don't think that they add a lot to the conversation. And I think they get things wrong more than not. I'm not really looking for NPCs, conservative or liberal. You either think for yourself and you come to these conclusions on your own. Like, it's okay to just agree with people and repeat what they say because you agree. But I hope you've gone through all of the thinky think and come up with it on your own, even if it is exactly what everybody else is saying. But you should have controversial opinions, because if you just agree with everything Trump says, you're a shill. Like, basically, an NPC is somebody who just repeats the talking points of X, Y, or Z. And X, Y, or Z could be Trump and the Republicans or whomever. And you're still an NPC. You're just a conservative one, a right-wing one, a Republican one. Have you thought these things through? Do they make sense? So when I hear, like I said, a black woman blah, blah, blah about, the white man's nigger entertainer, I take a step back and go, what's this? But again, I think maybe some people over-talk in order to get met halfway. That's what I don't know. Well, anyway, it's the good and the bad equaled out to about neutral. And the same thing with Colin Flaherty. Colin Flaherty just, see, it's one thing to point out that black folk are committing a lot of crime and how the system is covering up for them. The denial, deceit, and delusion. And all the ways that is being done, okay? But after I learned that, okay, now that I have that inside of my head, why do you exist, Colin? Why would I continue to listen to you? Thank you. That is true. It's very true. And you hit the same topic from 100 different angles, but then you go back and then you start repeating yourself, right? Now, that could be to wake up new people. You use current news and current thingy things to wake up a whole new set of people. But for those that stick with him all the way through, they do every day, Colin Flaherty, more, do, day after day, or regular, over and over. After you've seen the 100 different angles, after you've learned this thing, that basically black folks are committing a lot of crime, and the media is covering for them, the government and the media, which are the same thing, the government and media are covering for them. And I guess he also touches on the stupid brain of regular people who are also covering for them. Okay, how about this? The crime and the cover-up. And where, you know, the crimes and the cover-ups. Basically, that's what the, you know, he brings to light. But after you've seen that from all the different angles, why are you still listening to Colin Flaherty? It's because you're a bigot. You want to feed your hatred of black folk, so you go to Colin Flaherty to get your daily dose of, oh, right, black folks have done this, blah, 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 again, and again, and again, and again, and again, day after day. You're just there to feed your own hatred of black folk. So, as much as I agree with him, and he's just telling the truth, after you've been with him for a couple of months and you've learned that about it, why are you, if you're still there after 6 months or after a year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever, if you're still there, why are you there? You have to question yourself. Oh, you just want to hear another story about a black person doing crime and how everybody around them is covering it up. Why? Well, because you're stuck. That's where you're stuck. And I don't think that's a good spot. See, part of what I do here is not being stuck, okay? This is about solutions. What we're talking, you know, you got me off topic here, but this making a movie is a solution. If I'm sitting here going to complain about Hollywood, oh my God, Hollywood, 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 Hollywood. Well, get off my fucking ass and make one. And then somebody, a doubter, comes along and says, yeah, but you don't know how. And I say, fuck you, I'm making a movie. Just shut up, and I'm making one. It's just like anything. You just do it. There's so many things in life that you could just think and think and think and think and think about not knowing how to do, or you could just get off your stupid fat ass and go do it. So, that's what I'm doing here. A solution. Solution to Hollywood film. Every stream is a solution to television. Right? This is all very intentional. Fighting the government with some activism. Getting my horror fix. Sex. What man doesn't like that? You know? Bringing atheists and Christians together. I like game shows. I have nostalgia. I'm old, so I like old things. You know? Travel. Blah, blah, blah. These are solutions. And, just getting stuck in problem. And see, that's another thing I don't like about Colin, is he very openly says, says, I don't do solutions here. All I'm doing is showing you the problem. Day after day after day after day after day after year after year after year after decade after decade. I'm just going to keep reminding you about the problem. And, you know, there's value in that. One person becomes a specialist in one thing. All I do is teach people how to add. I'm the addition specialist. Okay, there's value in that. Addition. 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 2 = 3. Blah, 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 blah. There's value in that. That's a good thing. But I mean, when you go to a thing like that, you're only going to be there until you figure out how to add, and then you move on. It's just like Colin Flaherty. You stay there until you fully understand this black criminality and the cover-up. Why would you stay there? Well, with the addition thing, well, maybe you find the person teaching sexy, maybe they're funny, maybe they're entertaining, maybe they have they've blown up addition into entertainment, But there's got to be some other element. You're not just going to sit there and do the same, blah, 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 over and over and over and over, year after year after year, right? So you get in, learn your shit, and then get out. Or there's got to be some other thing keeping you there. And I think about Colin. What is the reason you would stay there? It's because you want your daily dose of black people are terrible. So it is bigotry. No, I don't care. It's just like you want confirmation that black people are committing, you just need to kind of just refuel your dislike for black folk. And I would consider that bigotry, but again, I'm not going to sit here and, I'm going to say it's not for me. Like I said, I'm glad he exists, but I just don't want to stay there. That's the only reason I can see that you would stay, that you would want to see black crime and the cover-up every single day. Why else would you want to see it? Like, what part of your soul are you feeding with that? Not saying he's wrong, because he's right. But anyway, let's continue.
And she also felt sorry at losing Oz, and so did her companions. The Tin Woodman came to her and said, "Truly I should be ungrateful if I fail to mourn for a man who gave me a lovely heart. I should like to cry a little because Oz is gone, if you will kindly wipe away my tears so that I shall not rust." "With pleasure," she answered, and brought a towel at once. Then the Tin Woodman wept for several minutes, and she watched the tears carefully and wiped them away with the towel. When he had finished, he thanked her kindly and oiled himself thoroughly with his jeweled oil can to guard against mishap. The Scarecrow was now the ruler of the Emerald City, and although he was not a wizard, the people were proud of him, for, they said, there is not another city in all the world that is ruled by a stuffed man. And, so far as they knew, they were quite right. The morning after the balloon had gone up with Oz, the four travelers met in the throne room and talked matters over. The Scarecrow sat in the big throne and the others stood respectfully before him. "We are not so unlucky," said the new ruler, "for this palace and the Emerald City belong to us, and we can do just as we please. When I remember that a short time ago I was up on a pole in a farmer's cornfield, and that now I am the ruler of this beautiful city, I am quite satisfied with my lot." "I also," said the Tin Woodman, "am well pleased with my new heart, and, really, that was the only thing I wished in all the world. For my part, I am content in knowing I am as brave as any beast that ever lived, if not braver," said the Lion modestly. "If Dorothy would only be contented to live in the Emerald City," continued the Scarecrow.
Now, these things like bigotry, like the Colin Flaherty, he's accurate. I think staying there is probably just your stick. If you get joy out of, I don't know, that, like after you've learned to learn, and you're just there to like feed your soul, like you're there for the entertainment, and if that's entertainment, just watching reports of black criminality and the cover-ups, whatever, okay? Just set that aside for a minute. I would call you a bigot, but whatever. You're free to be a bigot, and it doesn't necessarily make you a bad person. Like, I mean, the world is waking up to what Colin Flaherty has been saying. So, and the world is a better place for it. And I'm just not joking. I'm not joking. Like, what Colin Flaherty has been saying is starting to become mainstream. It is mainstream. And he was saying it before it was popular. So he is successful. he has been hammering home one thing: black criminality and the cover-up. And it's mainstream now. And he certainly had a part to play in that. And for that, he should be applauded. When you just go, like I said, I think he's great. You go in for as long as you need to see it from all the angles, but then he's just going to be repeat. And it's like, why do that? The only reason I can see to be there for the repeat of the 100 different angles is kind of bigotry and ugliness. But hey, you know, shouldn't black criminality and its cover-up be hated? Isn't it an ugly thing? We're talking about ugly. Like, what's worse? Going onto a YouTube channel and getting your daily dose of black criminality and the cover-up news, or the actual black criminality and the cover-up? Which one's worse? One is a thought crime, and the other two are crimes. What's worse? The actual criminality and the lying about it, which is trying to keep the criminality going, or just kind of, going, oh God, those blacks, look at it, look at them, 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 look at them. Because there's lots to look at. So it's not just a one thing or other. I did follow him for some time. I just, like I said, I saw it from all the angles, and then I moved on. I got, I think the world, as the world was really starting to shit on white people, mainstream was shitting on white people, I think a lot of white people went down the road of mama blah 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 blah, alt-right-ish type blah blah blah. But again, there was another one. I went down that road to learn what I needed to learn about that. I was like, oh no, this is not somewhere I want to stay. I'm glad I learned about it. See, by the way, that's being open-minded. You go down the learning road in whatever direction you go, and maybe you just learned that this is not where you want to be. You thought maybe you did, but you learned, and now you want out, so you leave. That happens a lot. People change their minds. They learn about a thing, go test out a new church, and then move on, whatever, right? Try a new flavor of, I don't know, juice, not like it, and then move on.
Crow, we might all be happy together. But I don't want to live here, cried Dorothy. I want to go to Kansas and live with Aunt Em and Uncle Henry. Well then, what can be done? Inquired the woodman. The Scarecrow decided to think, and he thought so hard that the pins and needles began to stick out of his brains. Finally he said, why not call the winged monkeys and ask them to carry you over the desert? I never thought of that, said Dorothy joyfully. It's just the thing. I'll go at once for the golden cap. When she brought it into the throne room, she spoke the magic words, and soon the band of winged monkeys flew in through the open window and stood beside her. This is the second time you have called us, said the Monkey King, bowing before the little girl. What do you wish? I want you to fly with me to Kansas, said Dorothy. But the Monkey King shook his head. This cannot be done, he said. We belong to this country alone and cannot leave it. There has never been a winged monkey in Kansas yet, and I suppose there never will be, for they don't belong there. We shall be glad to serve you in any way in our power, but we cannot cross the desert. Goodbye. And with another bow, the Monkey King spread his wings and flew away through the window, followed by all his band. Dorothy was ready to cry with disappointment. I have wasted the charm of the golden cap to no purpose, she said, for the winged monkeys cannot help me. It is certainly too bad. said the tender-hearted woodman. The Scarecrow was thinking again, and his head bulged out so horribly that Dorothy feared it would burst. "Let us call in the soldier with the green whiskers," he said, "and ask his advice." So the soldier was summoned and entered the throne room timidly, for while Oz was alive, he never was allowed to come farther than the door. "This little girl," said the Scarecrow to the soldier, "wishes to cross the desert. How can she do so?" "I cannot tell," answered the soldier, "for no one has ever crossed the desert, unless it is Oz himself." "Is there no one who will help me?" asked Dorothy earnestly. "Glinda might," he suggested. "Who is Glinda?" inquired the Scarecrow. "The Witch of the South. She is the most powerful of all the witches, and rules over the Quadlings. Besides, her castle stands on the edge of the desert, so she may know a way to cross it." "Glinda is a good witch, isn't she?" asked the child. "The Quadlings think she is good," said the soldier, "and she is kind to everyone. I have heard that Glinda is a beautiful woman, who knows how to keep young in spite of the many years she has lived." "How can I get to her castle?" asked Dorothy. "The road is straight to the south," he answered, "but is said to be full of dangers to travelers. There are wild beasts in the woods, and a race of queer men who do not like strangers to cross their country. For this reason, none of the Quadlings ever come to the Emerald City." The soldier then left them, and the Scarecrow said, "It seems, in spite of dangers, that the best thing Dorothy can do is travel to the land of the South and ask Glinda to help her. For, of course, if Dorothy stays here, she will never get back to Kansas." "You must have been thinking again," remarked the Tin Woodman. "I have," said the Scarecrow. "I shall go with Dorothy," declared the Lion, "for I am tired of your city and long for the woods and the country again. I am really a wild beast, you know. Besides, Dorothy will need someone to protect her." "That is true," agreed the Woodman. "My axe may be of service to her, so I shall go with her to the land of the South." "When shall we start?" asked the Scarecrow. "Are you going?" they asked in surprise. "Certainly. If it wasn't for Dorothy, I should never have had brains. She lifted me from the pole in the cornfield and brought me to the Emerald City. So my good luck is all due to her, and I shall never leave her until she starts back to Kansas for good and all." "Thank you," said Dorothy gratefully. "You are all very kind to me. But I should like to start as soon as possible." "We shall go tomorrow morning," returned the Scarecrow. "So, now let us all get ready, for it will be a long journey." End of chapter 18.
Fighting trees. There was moving trees in the, but that was on the way to the Emerald City. Yeah, it's like they just rearranged the order of this movie quite a bit. Yeah, Tatum's YouTube channel is on fire. And I wonder if the amazing Lucas is taking notice. I said goodbye to amazing Lucas just when all this shit was popping off, because he was being a frickin' shit turd. $467. Hey, that's nothing to shake a stick at. That's still good. It's very good. It's excellent, right? However, if you think about it, Tatum just zoomed right past him in a hard fucking way. I think people finally realize that Lucas is not, N-O-T, not. A conservative. Like, I know he said it, but see, he's still dropping. Yeah, people, like his views. It's like I tried to overlook them, and I try to overlook them, and I try and I try and I try and just can't. Anyway, so what are we on? 19. We're getting there. Attacked by the fighting trees.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 19. Attacked.
Doesn't it seem like a little bit weird that he's gone so early in the book? Right? He's gone so early. It's like, shouldn't that be the end? And then, like, people, it should be building up for the Emerald City. And that, I think the movie, well, it just seems weird, right? Like, you're so used to it one way and then you see it this other way. But even the book is called The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And he's already gone. I don't know. Is he going to come back? I doubt it. But, yeah, he's gone. And halfway through the book. And now there's still all this other stuff to go. It just seems weird. A weird title. A weird thing to happen. Maybe it's just because I'm comparing it to the movie, but...
By the fighting trees. The next morning, Dorothy kissed the pretty green girl goodbye, and they all shook hands with the soldier with the green whiskers, who had walked with them as far as the gate. When the guardian of the gate saw them again, he wondered greatly that they could leave the beautiful city to get into new trouble. But he at once unlocked their spectacles, which he put back into the green box, and gave them many good wishes to carry with them. "You are now our ruler," he said to the Scarecrow, "so you must come back to us as soon as possible." "I certainly shall if I am able," the Scarecrow replied, "but I must help Dorothy get home first." As Dorothy bade the good-natured guardian a last farewell, she said, "I have been very kindly treated in your lovely city, and everyone has been good to me. I cannot tell you how grateful I am." "Don't try, my dear," he answered. "We should like to keep you with us, but if it is your wish to return to Kansas, I hope you will find a way." He then opened the gate of the outer wall, and they walked forth and started upon their journey. The sun shone brightly as our friends turned their faces toward the land of the South. They were all in the best of spirits and laughed and chatted together. Dorothy was once more filled with the hope of getting home, and the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman were glad to be of use to her. As for the Lion, he sniffed the fresh air with delight and whisked his tail from side to side in pure joy at being in the country again, while Toto ran around them and chased the moths and butterflies, barking merrily all the time. "City life does not agree with me at all," remarked the Lion as they walked along at a brisk pace. "I have lost much flesh since I lived there, and now I am anxious for a chance to show the other beasts how courageous I have grown." They now turned and took a last look at the Emerald City. All they could see was a mass of towers and steeples behind the green walls, and high up above everything the spires and dome of the Palace of Oz. "Oz was not such a bad wizard after all," said the Tin Woodman, as he felt his heart rattling around in his breast. "He knew how to give me brains, and very good brains, too," said the Scarecrow. "If Oz had taken a dose of the same courage he gave me," added the Lion, "he would have been a brave man." Dorothy said nothing. Oz had not kept the promise he made her, but he had done his best, so she forgave him. As he said, he was a good man, even if he was a bad wizard. The first day's journey was through the green fields and bright flowers that stretched about the Emerald City on every side. They slept that night on the grass, with nothing but the stars over them, and they rested very well indeed. In the morning they traveled on until they came to a thick wood. There was no way of going around it, for it seemed to extend to the right and left as far as they could see, and, besides, they did not dare change the direction of their journey, for fear of getting lost, so they looked for the place where it would be easiest to get into the forest. The Scarecrow, who was in the lead, finally discovered a big tree with such wide spreading branches that there was room for the party to pass underneath. So he walked forward to the tree, but just as he came under the first branches, they bent down and twined around him, and the next minute he was raised from the ground and flung headlong among his fellow travelers. This did not hurt the Scarecrow, but it surprised him, and he looked rather dizzy when Dorothy picked him up. "Is there another space between the trees?" called the Lion. "Let me try it first," said the Scarecrow, "for it doesn't hurt me to get thrown about." He walked up to another tree as he spoke, but its branches immediately seized him and tossed him back again. "This is strange," exclaimed Dorothy. "What shall we do?" "The trees seem to have made up their mind to fight us and stop our journey," remarked the Lion. "I believe I will try it myself," said the Woodman, and, shouldering his axe, he marched up to the...
Okay, so I just want to say something. I'm getting flashes in my head of all the living trees, okay, in movies. Now, I guess this is a big one, which I forgot this part of this, the movie, which is also in the book. I forgot about all that. And, but I'm thinking about, what is it? Jesus, Lord of the Rings. So these books are... Come on. Really? No? You're not gonna give me a year? I don't care about the recording. Really? Okay, Betty. I closed up the, we're at page 264. Do we have a year? Do we have a year? Oh. 1900. Okay, so let's get back to 264. And remember the other living trees, Lord of the Rings books. Dum-ba-dum. So, there you go. I was just wondering which came first. I didn't know that these things were so recent. That's a beautiful thing. 1950s. Now, they say, I've never read the books. I've never read the books. I'm not much of a reader. I'm really not. This is one of the reasons why I'm not reading this to you. We're letting, somebody else doing it. You're doing a much better job than I would. That's interesting. This is interesting to me. I don't know about you, but I thought these things were much older. So these are literally my parents' era. They were brand new in my parents' era. That's fucking crazy that this amount of awesomeness happened, just one generation before me. Okay, so, but then there was a third one that came to mind. I forgot about the Wizard of Oz living trees. It reminded me quickly of the Lord of the Rings trees, living trees. I don't know if there's any more, but the other one that came to my mind was well, okay. So I guess there was Poltergeist. If I were to really think, I could come up with a lot probably. Trees that just kind of do stuff. Like living. Oh, I guess the Whomping Willow and Harry Potter. I guess there's a lot of them. But the one that came to my mind the biggest and the hardest, especially during this project, this, the Wizard of Oz, the Wonderful Wizard of Oz horror remake, Oz Night thing, is Bum-Ba-Da-Bum, The Evil Dead. Now, if you haven't seen it, I'm not going to play it because it probably, well, I don't know. Playing clips from movies, they freak out over everything. And see, I hate to break it to you, legal Hollywood people, you're literally just turning people away. And us out here, we can completely survive just fine without your shit. And the fact that you just keep go blah, 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 with all this shit, it means just we don't want to have anything to do with it. We'd rather just delete it from our lives because you've made it dangerous and toxic and unprofitable for us to touch it. Well, you keep playing those games. Go ahead, keep playing them because we're just going to keep moving further and further and further away. You keep saying, well, we're not making enough money off of this. We want to make more money, and so we're going to start to clamp down. Well, go ahead and clamp down. People just scatter away. It's, I'm not a customer for video games, but I can watch other people do it. I don't even really like watching movies. I'm not going to just upload your movie because I just can't be bothered. But you're fucking me over just for clips, little clips of this or that or something. It's you're totally out of control. And if you ever wonder why, people are moving away from you, it's because you're, and by the way, a meme, all this stuff that the kids do, streaming, memes, all of this kind of stuff. It's all kind of copyright infringement, right? But that's the way life is. And I think it's just because they're trying to get back to normality, which is, there's no such thing as copyright infringement. But, yeah, so anyway, I guess I'm just going to have to describe The Evil Dead. So The Evil Dead, a girl gets raped by the forest. It's just, the trees and the vine, the vegetation in the forest rapes her. And you don't see penetration, but you see great big frickin' tree branch going boom right into her. Woohoo! So, anyway, I'm just saying that live trees make me think about, live trees and other things. But the one that really, of course, I'm a horror guy, right? One that really came to my mind was Evil Dead. Wouldn't that, and see, what pissed me off is the new, the remake. Cut out that scene. What about recreating that scene, but with I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, okay, let's continue. Just wanted to mention Evil Dead, living trees, rape.
First tree that had handled the scarecrow so roughly. When a big branch bent down to seize him, the woodman chopped at it so fiercely that he cut it in two. At once the tree began shaking all its branches as if in pain, and the Tin Woodman passed safely under it. "Come on," he shouted to the others. "Be quick." They all ran forward and passed under the tree without injury, except Toto, who was caught by a small branch and shaken until he howled. But the woodman promptly chopped off the branch and set the little dog free. The other trees of the forest did nothing to keep them back, so they made up their minds that only the first row of trees could bend down their branches, and that probably these were the policemen of the forest, and given this wonderful power in order to keep strangers out of it. The four travelers walked along with ease through the trees until they came to the far edge of the wood. Then, to their surprise, they found before them a high wall which seemed to be made of white china. It was smooth, like the surface of a dish, and higher than their heads. "What shall we do now?" asked Dorothy. "I will make a ladder," said the Tin Woodman, "for we certainly must climb over the wall." End of chapter 19.
Okay, so this China stuff, to my understanding, you know that terrible fucking Oz movie that Disney made a little while back? That's what the China is going to come up in book number 1. You know that I forget what is it, Escape from Oz? I forget. That terrible fucking movie. I'm telling you, Hollywood is broken. They are incapable of making good product. But anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, what number are we on? 20. You got me here.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 20. The Dainty China Country. While the woodman was making a ladder from wood which he found in the forest, Dorothy lay down and slept, for she was tired by the long walk. The lion also curled himself up to sleep, and Toto laid beside him. The Scarecrow watched the woodman while he worked, and said to him, "I cannot think of why this wall is here, nor what it is made of." "Rest your brains and do not worry about the wall," replied the woodman. "When we have climbed over it, we shall know what's on the other side." After a time the ladder was finished. It looked clumsy, but the Tin Woodman was sure it was strong and would answer their purpose. The Scarecrow waked Dorothy and the lion and Toto, and told them that the ladder was ready. The Scarecrow climbed up the ladder first, but he was so awkward that Dorothy had to follow close behind and keep him from falling off. When he got his head over the top of the wall, the Scarecrow said, "Oh my!" "Go on!" exclaimed Dorothy. So the Scarecrow climbed further up and sat down on the top of the wall. And Dorothy put her head over and cried, "Oh my!" just as the Scarecrow had done. Then Toto came up and immediately began to bark, but Dorothy made him be still. The lion climbed the ladder next, and the Tin Woodman came last, but both of them cried, "Oh my!" as soon as they looked over the wall. When they were all sitting in a row on the top of the wall, they looked down and saw a strange sight. Before them was a great stretch of country, having a floor as smooth and shining and white as the bottom of a big platter. Scattered around were many houses made entirely of china and painted in the brightest colors. These houses were quite small, the biggest of them reaching only as high as Dorothy's.
Okay, so sometimes the movie or the thingy thing with the girl is for girls. And it's okay, so I just want to talk about something here. Now, I don't know how relevant this is or what, but I'm just realizing this. There's a lot. This is a girl lead in this book. It's a small girl, just like Alice in Wonderland. And when you bring something like China and witches and puppy dogs, and it is a puppy dog, like it's a little ankle biter, right? This really seems like kind of a girl thing, but a more hardy girl from days gone by, 1900, 120 years ago. A more hardy girl that can deal with death and blood and guts and shit, or at least the tame amount of it that this author wanted to let loose on the world. But China, China. These China figures, it's like girls and their tea parties, girls in their fancy China, especially in 1900, right? The China doll. China. Am I wrong? My brain says that this is a thing made for girls. Now, I don't know what the thingy thing was back in the back time. I don't know if, I don't even know if they could measure it. Who was reading the books? Who liked the book the most? And I don't even know why it turned into a movie. Did this book and the books after it explode into everybody's face and every child everywhere read it? I don't know. No idea. I'm not going to look it up. Am I wrong? Am I thinking maybe the rough and tumble stuff with the lion and this, other stuff? Like there's enough here for both sexes. It's kind of like Titanic. I tell people that Titanic is both, B-O-T-H, both, a chick flick and a guy's action flick. Both, B-O-T-H. It is the perfect marriage between girl movie and boy movie. Perfect marriage. It is, it's the perfect marriage between the two. So many action flicks just try to slap, 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 on, slappy, slap, 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 like really crappy. A romance thingy thing in the action flick, because that'll get the girl interested. In the action movie, or it'll at least keep her, like, from stopping being angry watching the action flick. If there's a, like a stupid fucking romantic blah 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 in it. But those are, I've always found that is just, like I said, it's so obvious that they're just tacked on in order to appeal to women. But Titanic was done perfectly, in my opinion. It was literally two movies in one. Chick flick and boy flick. Now, you might disagree, whatever, but the world pretty much agreed with me. And it was a superior movie to Avatar. Although, everybody went to go see that one too. Now, am I wrong? Am I thinking that maybe this is another Titanic, where it's a perfect, or was this always a chicky chick, girly girl thing? But then when they turned it into the movie, it became more universal, like more. Or is this just a girl thing that guys just happen to like as well? What is going on? There's so much, like China, like I'm a land of China. That sounds like a little China dolls. These are China dolls. Think of that terrible, Disney, what was it, prequel? I think it was a prequel. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But it seems like a girl, like a book for girls. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's for both, and I'm just, stupid. I don't know. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Waste. There were also pretty little barns with china fences around them, and many cows and sheep and horses and pigs and chickens, all made of china, were standing about in groups. But the strangest of all were the people who lived in this queer country. There were milkmaids and shepherdesses with brightly colored bodices and golden spots all over their gowns, and princesses with most gorgeous frocks of silver and gold and purple, and shepherds dressed in knee breeches with pink and yellow and blue stripes down them, and golden buckles on their shoes, and princes with jeweled crowns upon their heads, wearing ermine robes and satin doublets, and funny clowns in ruffled gowns, with round red spots upon their cheeks, and tall pointed caps. And strangest of all, these people were all made of china, even to their clothes, and were so small that the tallest of them was no higher than Dorothy's knee. No one did so much as look at the travelers at first, except one little purple china dog with an extra-large head, which came to the wall and barked at them in a tiny voice, afterwards running away again. "How shall we get down?" asked Dorothy. They found the ladder so heavy that they could not pull it up, so the Scarecrow fell off the wall, and the others jumped down upon him so that the hard floor would not hurt their feet. Of course, they took pains not to light on his head and get the pins in their feet. When all were safely down, they picked up the Scarecrow, whose body was quite flattened out, and patted his straw into shape again. "We must cross this strange place in order to get to the other side," said Dorothy, "for it would be unwise for us to go any other way except due south." They began walking through the country of the China people, and the first thing they came to was a China milkmaid milking a China cow. As they drew near, the cow suddenly gave a kick and kicked over the stool, the pail, and even the milkmaid herself, and all fell on the china ground with a great clatter. Dorothy was shocked to see that the cow had broken her leg off, and that the pail was lying in several small pieces, while the poor milkmaid had a nick in her left elbow. "There!" cried the milkmaid angrily. "See what you have done? My cow has broken her leg, and I must take her to the mender's shop and have it glued on again. What do you mean by coming here and frightening my cow?" "I'm very sorry," returned Dorothy. "Please forgive us." But the pretty milkmaid was much too vexed to make any answer. She picked up the leg sulkily and led her cow away, the poor animal limping on 3 legs. As she left them, the milkmaid cast many reproachful glances over her shoulder at the clumsy strangers, holding her nicked elbow close to her side. Dorothy was quite grieved at this mishap. "We must be very careful here," said the kind-hearted woodman, "or we may hurt these pretty little people so they will never get over it." A little farther on, Dorothy met a beautifully dressed young princess, who stopped short as she saw the strangers and started to run away. Dorothy wanted to see more of the princess, so she ran after her, but the China girl cried out, "Don't chase me! Don't chase me!" She had such a frightened little voice that Dorothy stopped and said, "Why not?" "Because," answered the princess, also stopping a safe distance away, "if I run, I may fall down and break myself." "But could you not be mended?" asked the girl. "Oh, yes, but one is never so pretty after being mended, you know," replied the princess. "I suppose not," said Dorothy. "Now there is Mr. Joker, one of our clowns," continued the China lady, "who is always trying to stand upon his head. He has broken himself so often that he is mended in 100 places, and doesn't look at all pretty. Here he comes now, so you can see for yourself." Indeed, a jolly little clown came walking toward them, and Dorothy could see that in spite of his pretty clothes of red and yellow and green, he was completely covered with cracks, running every which way and showing plainly that he had been mended in many places. The clown put his hands in his pockets, and after puffing out his cheeks and nodding his head at them saucily, he said, "My lady fair, why do you stare at poor old Mr. Joker? You're quite as stiff and prim as if you'd eaten up a poker." "Be quiet, sir," said the princess. "Can't you see these are strangers and should be treated with respect?" "Well, that's respect, I expect," declared the clown, and immediately stood upon his head. "Don't mind Mr. Joker," said the princess to Dorothy. "He is considerably cracked in his head, and that makes him foolish." "Oh, I don't mind him a bit," said Dorothy. "But you are so beautiful," she continued, "that I am sure I could love you dearly. Won't you let me carry you back to Kansas and stand you on Aunt Em's mantle? I could carry you in my basket." "That would make me very unhappy," answered the China Princess. "You see, here in our country, we live contentedly, and can talk and move around as we please. But whenever any of us are taken away, our joints at once stiffen, and we can only stand straight and look pretty. Of course, that is all that is expected of us when we are on mantels and cabinets and drawing-room tables. But our lives are much pleasanter here in our own country."
Oh, wow. I've forgotten that movie was so crap. And to be honest with you, I'm thinking about this harder than I normally think about things, obviously. But that's something, eh? You know, it's kind of like your toys. You know, like the movie Toy Story. I mean, I could talk for a long time about just this. It's like, if the, like, I mean, that's something big. Selfishness kills. Like, if you want to take me, beauty, I'm just there to look at, but you give me no depth. There's shallowness. It just seems like this is lesson after lesson after lesson. Maybe that's the movie. Maybe it's an anthology thing, that we're going to do. I don't know, like the sky's the limit for where we go and what we do. But, like we just got done with the trees. And now we're with China. It's interesting.
"I would not make you unhappy for all the world," exclaimed Dorothy. "So I'll just say goodbye." "Goodbye," replied the princess. They walked carefully through the China country. The little animals and all the people scampered out of their way, fearing the strangers would break them. And after an hour or so, the travelers reached the other side of the country and came to another China wall. It was not so high as the first, however, and by standing upon the lion's back, they all managed to scramble to the top. Then the lion gathered his legs under him and jumped on the wall. But just as he jumped, he upset a China church with his tail and smashed it all to pieces. "That was too bad," said Dorothy. "But really I think we were lucky in not doing these little people more harm than breaking a cow's leg in a church. They are all so brittle." "They are indeed," said the Scarecrow, "and I am thankful I am made of straw and cannot be easily damaged. There are worse things in the world than being a scarecrow." End of chapter 20.
Oh, wow. These last few chapters are going pretty quick.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by J. Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 21. The Lion Becomes the King of Beasts. After climbing down from the China Wall, the travelers found themselves in a disagreeable country, full of bogs and marshes and covered with tall, rank grass. It was difficult to walk without falling into muddy holes, for the grass was so thick that it hid them from sight. However, by carefully picking their way, they got safely along until they reached solid ground. But here the country seemed wilder than ever, and after a long and tiresome walk through the underbrush, they entered another forest, where the trees were bigger and older than any they had ever seen. "This forest is perfectly delightful," declared the lion, looking around him with joy. "Never have I seen a more beautiful place." "It seems gloomy," said the scarecrow. "Not a bit of it," answered the lion. "I should like to live here all my life. See how soft the dried leaves are under your feet, and how rich and green the moss is that clings to these old trees. Surely no wild beast could wish a pleasanter home." "Perhaps there are wild beasts in the forest now," said Dorothy. "I suppose there are," returned the lion, "but I do not see any of them about." They walked through the forest until it became too dark to go any farther. Dorothy and Toto and the lion lay down to sleep, while the woodman and the scarecrow kept watch over them as usual. When morning came, they started again. Before they had gone far, they heard a low rumble, as of the growling of many wild animals. Toto whimpered a little, but none of the others was frightened, and they kept along the well-trodden path until they came to...
Hey, it's starting to come together in my head. A pretty cool idea. What do we got here? More people outside. I don't know if they're for me or next door. They're leaving though.
to an opening in the wood, in which there were gathered hundreds of beasts of every variety. There were tigers and elephants and bears and wolves and foxes and all the others in the natural history, and for a moment Dorothy was afraid. But the lion explained that the animals were holding a meeting, and he judged by their snarling and growling that they were in great trouble. As he spoke, several of the beasts caught sight of him, and at once the great assemblage hushed as if by magic. The biggest of the tigers came up to the lion and bowed, saying, "Welcome, O King of Beasts. You have come in good time to fight our enemy and bring peace to all the animals of the forest once more." "What is your trouble?" asked the lion quietly. "We are all threatened," answered the tiger, "by a fierce enemy which has lately come into this forest. It is a most tremendous monster, like a great spider, with a body as big as an elephant and legs as long as a tree trunk. It has 8 of these long legs, and as the monster crawls through the forest, he seizes an animal with a leg and drags it into his mouth, where it eats it as a spider does a fly. Not one of us is safe while this fierce creature is alive, and we had called a meeting to decide how to take care of ourselves when you came among us." The lion thought for a moment. "Are there any other lions in this forest?" he asked. "No. There were some, but the monster has eaten them all. And besides, there were none of them nearly so large and brave as you." "If I put an end to your enemy, will you bow down to me and obey me as king of the forest?" inquired the lion. "We will do that gladly," returned the tiger, and all the other beasts roared with a mighty roar. "We will! Where is this?"
My. I'll do it if you kiss my feet. Sounds like a regular old, some religious Black Lives Matter folk. It's this courage he's got is starting to get a little out of control. Or a lot out of control? And is that... I don't know.
Great spider of yours now? Asked the lion. Yonder, among the oak trees, said the tiger, pointing with his forefoot. Take good care of these friends of mine, said the lion, and I will go at once to fight the monster. He bade his comrades goodbye and marched proudly away to do battle with the enemy. The great spider was lying asleep when the lion found him, and it looked so ugly that its foe turned up his nose in disgust. Its legs were quite as long as the tiger had said, and its body covered with coarse black hair. It had a great mouth with a row of sharp teeth a foot long, but its head was joined to the pudgy body by a neck as slender as a wasp's waist. This gave the lion a hint of the best way to attack the creature. And as he knew it was easier to fight it asleep than awake, he gave a great spring and landed directly upon the monster's back. Then, with one blow of his heavy paw, all armed with sharp claws, he knocked the spider's head from its body. Jumping down, he watched it until the long legs stopped wiggling, when he knew that it was quite dead. The lion went back to the opening where the beasts of the forest were waiting for him and said proudly, You need fear your enemy no longer. Then the beasts bowed down to the lion as their king, and he promised to come back and rule over them as soon as Dorothy was safely on her way to Kansas. End of chapter 21.
Well, right? Isn't that just like it's kind of, it seems like a chapter that was just kind of added. Is that, I don't know.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 22. The Country of the Quadlings. The four travelers passed through the rest of the forest in safety, and when they came out of its gloom, saw before them a steep hill, covered from top to bottom with great pieces of rock. That will be a hard climb, said the Scarecrow, but we must get over the hill nevertheless. So he led the way, and the others followed. They had nearly reached the first rock when they heard a rough voice cry out, Keep back! Who are you? Asked the Scarecrow. Then a head showed itself over the rock, and the same voice said, This hill belongs to us, and we do not allow anyone to cross it. But we must cross it, said the Scarecrow. We are going to the country of the Quadlings. But you shall not, replied the voice. And there stepped from behind the rock the strangest man the travelers had ever seen. He was quite short and stout, and had a big head, which was flat at the top and supported by a thick neck full of wrinkles. But he had no arms at all, and, seeing this, the Scarecrow did not fear that so helpless a creature could prevent them from climbing the hill. So he said, I am sorry not to do as you wish, but we must pass over your hill whether you like it or not. And he walked boldly forward. As quick as lightning, the man's head shot forward, and his neck stretched out until the top of his head, where it was flat, struck the Scarecrow in the middle and sent him tumbling over and over down the hill. Almost as quickly as it came, the head went back to the body, and the man laughed harshly as he said, It isn't as easy as you think. A chorus of boisterous laughter came from the other rocks, and Dorothy saw hundreds of armless hammerheads upon the hillside, one behind every rock. The lion became quite angry at the laughter caused by the Scarecrow's mishap, and giving a loud roar that echoed like thunder, he dashed up the hill. Again, a head shot swiftly out, and the great lion went rolling down the hill as if he had been struck by a cannonball. Dorothy ran down and helped the Scarecrow to his feet, and the lion came up to her, feeling rather bruised and sore, and said, It is useless to fight people with shooting heads. No one can withstand them. What can we do then? She asked. Call the winged monkeys, suggested the Tin Woodman. "You still have the right to command them once more." "Very well," she answered, and putting on the golden cap, she uttered the magic words. The monkeys were as prompt as ever, and in a few moments the entire band stood before her. "What are your commands?" inquired the king of the monkeys, bowing low. "Carry us over the hill to the country of the Quadlings," answered the girl. "It shall be done," said the king, and at once the winged monkeys caught the 4 travelers and Toto up in their arms and flew away with them. As they passed over the hill, the hammerheads yelled with vexation and shot their heads high in the air, but they could not reach the winged monkeys, which carried Dorothy and her comrades safely over the hill and set them down in the beautiful country of the Quadlings. "This is the last time you can summon us," said the leader to Dorothy. "So goodbye and good luck to you." "Goodbye, and thank you very much," returned the girl, and the monkeys rose into the air and were out of sight in a twinkling. The country of the Quadlings seemed rich and happy. There was field upon field of ripening grain, with well-paved roads running between, and pretty rippling brooks with strong bridges across them. The fences and houses and bridges were all painted bright red, just as they had been painted yellow in the country of the Winkies, and blue in the country of the Munchkins. The Quadlings themselves, who were short and fat and looked chubby and good-natured, were dressed all in red, which showed bright against the green grass and the yellow grain. The monkeys had set them down near a farmhouse, and the 4 travelers walked up to it and knocked at the door. It was opened by the farmer's wife, and when Dorothy asked for something to eat, the woman gave them all a good dinner, with 3 kinds of cake and 4 kinds of cookies, and a bowl of milk for Toto. "How far is it to the castle of Glinda?" asked the child. "It is not a great way," answered the farmer's wife. "Take the road to the south, and you will soon reach it." Thanking the good woman, they started afresh and walked by the fields and across the pretty bridges until they saw before them a very beautiful castle. Before the gates were 3 young girls dressed in handsome red uniforms trimmed with gold braid, and as Dorothy approached, one of them said to her, "Why have you come to the South Country?" "To see the good witch who rules here," she answered. "Will you take me to her?" "Let me have your name, and I will ask Glinda if she will receive you." They told who they were, and the girl soldier went into the castle. After a few moments she came back to say that Dorothy and the others were to be admitted at once. The end of chapter 22.
Well, that's kind of a bit of a spoiler. The title?
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by J. Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 23. Glinda the Good Witch Grants Dorothy's Wish. Before they went to see Glinda, however, they were taken to a room of the castle where Dorothy washed her face and combed her hair, and the lion shook the dust out of his mane, and the scarecrow patted himself into his best shape, and the woodman polished his tin and oiled his joints. When they were all quite presentable, they followed the soldier girl into a big room where the witch Glinda sat upon a throne of rubies. She was both beautiful and young to their eyes. Her hair was a rich red in color and fell in flowing ringlets over her shoulders. Her dress was pure white, but her eyes were blue, and they looked kindly upon the little girl. "What can I do for you, my child?" she asked. Dorothy told the witch all her story, how the cyclone had brought her to the land of Oz, how she had found her companions, and of the wonderful adventures they had met with. "My greatest wish now," she added, "is to get back to Kansas, for Aunt Em will surely think something dreadful has happened to me, and that will make her put on mourning, and unless the crops are better this year than they were last, I am sure Uncle Henry cannot afford it." Glinda leaned forward and kissed the sweet, upturned face of the loving little girl. "Bless your dear heart," she said. "I am sure I can tell you of a way to get back to Kansas," she added. "But, if I do, you must give me the golden cap." "Willingly!" exclaimed Dorothy. "Indeed, it is of no use to me now, and when you have it, you can command the winged monkeys 3 times. And I think I shall need their services just those 3 times, answered Glinda, smiling. Dorothy then gave her the golden cap, and the witch said to the Scarecrow, "What will you do when Dorothy has left us?" "I will return to the Emerald City," he replied, "for Oz has made me its ruler, and the people like me. The only thing that worries me is how to cross the Hill of the Hammerheads. By means of the golden cap, I shall command the winged monkeys to carry you to the gates of the Emerald City," said Glinda, "for it would be a shame to deprive the people of so wonderful a ruler." "Am I really wonderful?" asked the Scarecrow. "You are unusual," replied Glinda. Turning to the Tin Woodman, she asked, "What will become of you when Dorothy leaves this country?" He leaned on his axe and thought a moment. Then he said, "The Winkies were very kind to me, and wanted me to rule over them after the Wicked Witch died. I am fond of the Winkies, and if I could get back again to the country of the West, I should like nothing better than to rule over them forever." "My second command to the winged monkeys," said Glinda, "will be that they carry you safely to the land of the Winkies. Your brain may not be so large to look at as those of the Scarecrow, but you really are brighter than he is, when you are well polished, and I am sure you will rule the Winkies wisely and well." Then the witch looked at the big, shaggy lion and asked, "When Dorothy has returned to her own home, what will become of you?" "Over the hill of the Hammerheads," he answered, "lies a grand old forest, and all the beasts that live there have made me their king. If I could only get back to this forest, I would pass my life very happily there." "My third command to the winged monkeys," said Glinda, "shall be to carry you to the forest. Then, having used up the powers of the golden cap, I shall give it to the king of the monkeys, that he and his band may thereafter be free forevermore." The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman and the Lion now thanked the good witch earnestly for her kindness, and Dorothy exclaimed, "You are certainly as good as you are beautiful. But you have not yet told me how to get back to Kansas." "Your silver shoes will carry you over the desert," replied Glinda. "If you had known their power, you could have gone back to your Aunt Em the very first day you came to this country." "But then I should not have had my wonderful brains," cried the Scarecrow. "I might have passed my whole life in the farmer's cornfield." "And I should not have had my lovely heart," said the Tin Woodman. "I might have stood and rusted in the forest till the end of the world." "And I should have lived a coward forever," declared the Lion, "and no beast in all the forest would have had a good word to say to me." "This is all true," said Dorothy, "and I am glad I was of use to these good friends. But now that each of them has had what he most desired, and each is happy in having a kingdom to rule besides, I think I should like to go back to Kansas. The silver shoes," said the good witch, "have wonderful powers, and one of the most curious things about them is that they can carry you to any place in the world in 3 steps, and each step will be made in the wink of an eye. All you have to do is knock the heels together 3 times and command the shoes to carry you wherever you wish to go." "If that is so," said the child joyfully, "I will ask them to carry me back to Kansas at once." She threw her arms around the lion's neck and kissed him, patting his big head tenderly. Then she kissed the Tin Woodman, who was weeping in a way most dangerous to his joints. But she hugged the soft, stuffed body of the Scarecrow in her arms instead of kissing his painted face, and found she was crying herself at this sorrowful parting from her loving comrades. Glinda the Good stepped down from her ruby throne to give the little girl a goodbye kiss, and Dorothy thanked her for all the kindness she had shown to her friends and herself. Dorothy now took Toto up solemnly in her arms, and having said one last goodbye, she clapped the heels of her shoes together 3 times, saying, "Take me home to Aunt Em." Instantly she was whirled through the air so swiftly that all she could see or feel was the wind whistling past her ears. The silver shoes took but 3 steps, and then she stopped so suddenly that she rolled over upon the grass several times before she knew where she was. At length, however, she sat up and looked about her. "Good gracious!" she cried, for she was sitting on the broad Kansas prairie, and just before her was the new farmhouse Uncle Henry built after the cyclone had carried away the old one. Uncle Henry was milking the cows in the barnyard, and Toto had jumped out of her arms and was running towards the barn, barking furiously. Dorothy stood up and found she was in her stocking feet, for the silver shoes had fallen off in her flight through the air and were lost forever in the desert. End of chapter 23. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jay Hall. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 24. Home Again. Aunt Em had just come out of the house to water the cabbages when she looked up and saw Dorothy running toward her. "My darling child," she cried, folding the little girl in her arms and covering her face with kisses. "Where in the world did you come from?" "From the land of Oz," said Dorothy gravely. "And here is Toto, too. Oh, Aunt Em, I am so glad to be home again." End of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. Read by Jay Hall.
Oh my. That's the, what? World's shortest chapter? Okay, so, okay. That's the movie. Or, sorry, that's the book. Lots of stuff, lots of crossovers. It's based, moving around a little bit happened, but it's pretty much the book. But you have to remember that the movies are property of Disney, and they'll freak out if you use anything from them. However, the books are not. So you have to use the content of the books for this thing. I'm pretty tired. Okay, I'm pretty exhausted. I've been doing this all day. and I was tuning out there. I really was. So I'm gonna call it here. I'm glad we got finished. I'm gonna end the stream here, and we'll go. Yeah. So that's the book, the movie, the audio book. You saw some of the images. I don't know if these images are exactly what the author had intended. I don't know how that works really. I wonder if there's probably a different illustrator. I'm sure they talked and so on, but so literally she just gets home and what's all that? Right? So that's the back. No lion there. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna say goodbye, and I guess that's it. So, love you. I'm not just saying that. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.